When I should stop yelling.
Alright, we're live. Hello and welcome, DPL fans. Today, we're going to have some finals tiebreaks. So these are the games. Right now I have Diet Tight in the call with me. I think Zooch is joining in just a few minutes or something.
Go.
But yeah, it's going to be fun.
Twitch.tv/diet.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
So the plan is, there is tiebreak games at noon, which is in 30 minutes for me. So noon PST, 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. So if the games end up going to the third tiebreak game, we're going to be here a while. But we're going to have some stuff in the downtime. Going to go over the games from last week, the actual finals, which, I mean, there is tiebreak, so it's a little bit spoiled that it is going to end up 4-4. But yeah, it is going to be some live commentary. It's going to be fun. And yeah.
Wait, are you streaming already?
Yes.
Oh.
Welcome.
Hi, Zooch.
Hello, my guys. Big Diet
Ben,
Tight joining us.
Yeah.
You're
I mean, if Zooch is so good, why isn't there Zooch 2?
true.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it what you're saying? I've never heard
Yeah.
you say that. Okay, so the first game is going to be in 30 minutes, and it's going to be Hunter versus 100p. We have the matchup on the screen right now. Is that Pick'em's
Can I share your
God
screen?
Zooch? It might be. Yeah, I can share my screen in a sec.
I'm just watching the stream.
There we go.
Yep.
Alright. So we have this Torn team versus that Torn team. So it's going to be epic. Alright, so both of these teams are very successful, right? If we go to the Pardon the Eruption side, this team is like probably the most successful version of like the Tinglu Torn balance that we've seen so far, right? Jirachi Dragonite, it kind of adds a lot to the team, right?
I think this team is actually not good, to be honest, but alright.
But it's been successful, right? It's won a lot
I
of
don't
games.
know how. I don't know how.
They're just the GOAT. Anyways, Rotom as the spin blocker paired with Ting Lu. Sometimes you'll see Pecharunt. In the past, you would see maybe something like Goldango in that slot, like way in the past at this point. But just general Ghost type plus Ting Lu, classic combination. And here we have Tentacruel as like kind of a everything resist for this team. If you look at fire types, water types, all of those kind of thud into Tentacruel. I think like Keldeo would be a big threat into a lot of these guys. Like Cinderace maybe. Cinderace is still a problem for you, but you have that water fire resist, you have that threat of spinning. You can always flip turn on the ghost types as well. It's not like a dead turn. Knock off Toxic, good utility. But then Rotom, right? Rotom actually stops the spinners in SV, which is important. Like Terrapagos, the elephants. So overall the team probably works because of Rotom. I think Rotom is like the main thing holding it together, some might say.
Oh, but it doesn't stop DUI spinner on that side. Yep.
Glamora.
Yep.
You know what stops Glamora from spinning? Jirachi. Yeah, so in this kind of matchup where you're facing Ting Lu, potential for T-Spikes, Tentacruel. I mean, not really because there's a Glamora on the other side, but still.
Yeah.
T-Spike's not an issue for either side, really.
Doesn't physically offensive Torn T go kind of crazy for 100p?
Because if it's like you just knock U-turn forever.
Knock U-turn and then physical Terra Blast.
Like Terra Blast
like
flying?
what type?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
They're
decent.
taunt.
It's like, it might not do too much into opposing Torn, Ting Lu. I mean, Rotom, you're going to have to knock that on the switch to get anything done, and it's probably going to be Colberberry into Meowscarada and Conkeldurr as well. Like, a lot of threats kind of forcing a Colberberry Rotom if it does come. So I don't think that's necessarily like a bad set. It's not going to auto-win either, though.
Yeah.
Maybe you could see something like Acrobatics with a consumable item, maybe as a little bit of a stronger option. Because I think Terra Blast is probably a little bit too weak to break through this kind of team. Like Dragonite's gonna hard wall you, for example, unless you're like bulk up Citrus Acro. Like maybe that could be a good set. You
don't
sub
know.
bulk up, you
This-
sub on Jirachi, Ting Lu maybe. I mean, you have to fit taunt as well as like too many moves, right, to prevent ruination and like not ruination, but whirlwind. Okay, maybe not physical torn.
I don't know. Like
Yeah,
I
maybe.
can't see like a good type that sticks out honestly. Nothing
For
really.
100-piece torn.
Yeah.
Well, what do you need, right? The opposing torn has to get through Glamora, Iron Crown, and Belly Bolt. So like ground is good into all of those, but
Yeah, maybe just water for 100 piece torn. Could just be water.
yeah, I could see water.
Right.
But what is? It doesn't feel amazing, is the thing. Then you're like still weak to Rotom. At least Ting Lu,
Yeah.
you have like Terra Blast, but you have Grass Knot, which is the same base power anyways. With
Yeah,
the
I think
Terra
it's gonna
Stab.
be like just a knock you turn though type of torn anyway. Knock you turn, Terra Blast, taunt maybe. Something like that.
Yeah, it could be.
It's pretty annoying for
Mhm.
Hunter.
And Taunt is really nice into this. Like keep the Jirachi low, prevent the Ting Lu from setting up hazards. Yeah, I can see Taunt for sure.
Stop D Knight too. Yeah.
Mhm.
And then I don't know. I think yeah, ground should be for hunters. Makes sense.
Yeah, ground makes a lot of sense because like obviously the 3 flying checks, they're all weak to ground, so it feels really automatic to put
Yeah.
ground on there. That being said,
The Meow's a problem though
yeah.
for hunter side.
So for
Like-
Meowscarada, you could bring Grand Bull. It doesn't feel amazing, right? But Grand Bull is
It's-
decent here. It's not like a dead turn. Like Play Rough Earthquake is actually pretty reasonable into this team.
Yeah, I mean you just go into the water torn, I think. Like Meow literally needs just stab and Axel, right? Like Flower Check Knock Axel destroys Hunter's team, right?
Well, yeah.
So
of course.
the last slot can literally just be
Like
U-turn,
U-turn? Yeah.
sucker punch, taunt, spikes. Probably not spikes. I think attacking is way better here. But
I mean, Flower Trick is going to go right through the Intimidate if they even do decide to bring Grand Bull. But
yeah,
maybe you see like a Fizz Def Torn trying to
Like
contain
poison,
the Meowscarada.
maybe?
Yeah, like some kind of good Meowscarada Terra. Steel is also pretty reasonable here. Like you still beat the Glamora, you wall the Iron Crown in return. So you probably 1v1 it. You only weaken yourself to Belly Bolt if you go Steel Torn here.
and Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr.
Yeah, Conk and
I mean, there's a
like,
Rotom though.
Linty. But Conk also has to like dodge Bleak Wind or something to stay in. Like Mach Punch is threatened, but is Conk really that big of a threat? You have Rotom, Tentacruel, Jirachi can come in on it probably. D-Knight if it's lacking Ice Punch. Not the end of the world, but it's also worth noting.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like both these teams don't have good matchups.
They can't both be bad.
I think it's just 50-50, honestly. I don't think it's pretty like one-sided. Maybe 100's a little bit favored, probably. Just
will
because Meow
say-
plus Torn is annoying, but
Dragonite is kind of really good versus this team. Specifically Life Orb sets. That's what I brought versus team when I played it in semifinals. My Dragonite got crit by Ice Punch immediately behind screens, so it didn't actually come to fruition. But at
Yeah.
+1, this team is very, very threatened by EQ, Dragon Claw, E-Speed. Like, Meowscarada after
Well,
rocks.
there's a Landorus. It could have a nice move, though, for Meow plus Landorus.
Yeah, but if you're really worried about Lando, you can
And
always
Torn.
just slot Ice Spinner on your D-Knight. It's all good.
Yeah, it should have ice.
Although, like, a Scarf Lando does look pretty reasonable versus Hunter's team. Right? Because the Torn is not going to stay flying type in this game. That's, like, definitely not going to happen. And then it's just Dragonite and Rotom, I guess, as
It's
the resist.
Yeah, it'd be a U-turn bot, I think, if it's Scarf.
Yeah. But it's pretty good at doing that, I think.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Also, revenging +1 D-Knight is probably a big deal. It means your Meowscarada doesn't have to be Scarf, which it really doesn't want to be in this matchup. Like, I'd much prefer to be Banded or,
Yeah.
Boots
Mhm.
even. Like, Boots looks really strong as well.
Yeah, I think it's slightly 100 side favor just because Meow tore him, but yeah, D-Knight's a problem for sure.
Yeah.
I think Water Taunt with Taunt is really annoying.
You could
for
see like a
Hunter.
screens healing with Jirachi into Dragonite. That's something that could definitely happen. Other than that, though, like the
Perhaps.
offense is kind of lacking on Hunter's side. Maybe Torn can do something,
Yeah.
but it is just going to be revenged by Meow pretty consistently, I think.
Yeah.
They'll just steal my Life Orb D-Knight set for sure. They
Yep.
could. It's a strong set. Like, Inner Focus stops the Intimidate. You do need kind of screens to set up, though, without multi-scale. But there's the option to have it, so...
They did say they
Could
were
do it.
waiting for our prep advice, so.
Yeah, well, here it is.
That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go 100. Yep.
Hello,
Lock
the
it in.
Dougal. You're gonna pred 100? I think that's probably fair. I would probably agree
Mhm.
with that.
Okay.
Hey,
Diet
join the
tight, what are we
call? Of
predding?
course.
What?
Who are we predding to win?
I've got 100p.
It's a lock.
Yep.
So all three
Bet
of
the
us
house on it.
are predding for Craig, which means he's going to lose.
Yeah, that is usually how it works.
Doesn't he usually like suck at tiebreakers or something?
Yeah, he's hasn't won a tiebreak in quite a while, I think. So
Okay. Alright.
we'll see.
Nah, we'll change it. Okay. This is the highlight matchup right here. I think this matchup is gonna decide who wins the series.
With the undead agent,
Yep.
There's Dougal.
Hello.
what's up, Dougal?
Lock it in.
Are we
Dougal, who do
locking?
you got winning?
Which game?
The first one.
All of
100
them.
and Hunter.
I have Hunter, Undead, and Jots winning.
Oh my god.
The Queen Sweep?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
it's
fair enough.
possible, but then that would also mean that the
Um,
one seed has won DPL for the first time ever.
The most fraudulent one seed, yeah, of all time.
What do you mean? They've been good, man.
Nope.
You're just a hater? I get it.
Yep.
Betting against Agent Flame is crazy for sure. Alright,
Yeah, okay.
are we looking at the next matchup now? Undead versus
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Agent?
We got 17 minutes.
Alright. What are the threats here? Right. Darkrai is kind of reasonable outside the Quillfish, but Quillfish can get worn down pretty easily, I think.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm the freaking dark right here, I'm being Nasty Pot Life Orb and one-shotting that Quillfish. Yep.
One-shotting is
Could be
crazy
like-
to say, because that's not happening ever.
Yeah, if you plot, yes, you absolutely do. Are you
No,
kidding me?
it's
It could
gonna be
be
Spinef.
Spinef, Quillfish, and
Look
it lives,
up
yeah.
the calc. Look up the calc. Look at it.
I did calc it because I mocked for this game. Quillfish lives.
I
Barely.
feel like it lives very easily.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up.
I feel like it's not even close.
Quillfish, Hisui.
Are you saying +2 Focus Blast? Because versus team, you need to be Focus Blast. Roaring Moon
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Polion, Piloswine, Terapagos as well.
Okay.
I feel like
They need like
+2
one. They
Life
need like
Orb, 85%.
yeah. They need a little bit of chip, tiny bit.
Yeah.
But honestly, like that's doable here. There's a chomp with spikes and rocks. Come on now.
So true. This team did get Hazard stacked, what is it, last week? In the semifinals. What team is King L5 on? I'm on Zero Fox Gibbon. We're out in semis, unfortunate, but yeah, this is finals now.
And for
Anyways, but yeah, Darkrai is really strong. Yep.
Yeah.
Like actually
With
strong.
Sableye Petulant, you should be able to stop the spin from Terapagos, right? Like, surely you can stop it. So there is the option to Spike Stack with Garchomp. This is something that the team has struggled with in the past, so it seems like a reasonable thing to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Petch could be like Balloon to wall Earth Power Terapagos. But also Earth Power Terapagos can't beat Sableye, so it needs Dazzling Gleam, which means it can't be Calm Mind. Right? Because Spin, Starstorm, Earth Power for Petch, Dazzling Gleam for Sableye. Like, there's no setup option on this Terapagos if you want to ever like force your way through the ghosts and then spin eventually. So maybe Undead is kind of forced into a boot spam angle.
Yeah, I think Mew is also I think they kind of need Quillfish for Mew, no? Like Mew with Psychic fighting coverage also just
Oh,
smashes this team.
you need Quillfish for everything. Quillfish is like super
Yeah.
important, but like will it be able to stop everything? Probably not.
No.
How is Terra Petrarant?
Terra
Terra
Petrarant?
Petrarant? Probably not as good as Urshifu, but it's not bad.
I feel like
I
you
think they
want to keep the
brought-
ghost typing.
But like how? Yeah, like in general, I feel like I haven't seen it. Like I haven't seen a Terra Petrarant user.
We saw it in semis where it was this team versus the Keldeo Hydrapple team from Who, and
Yeah.
Petrarant Terra'd Water was max Spadef basically,
Yeah.
and Nasty Plot kind of walled out and beat Who. Well, but that was the semifinals, and this is a completely different matchup. So
But, yeah,
like
it's not
this
bad.
team matched up against each other in the regular season. It was Slick versus Panda, and there was like that pretty big like turn one miss with Roar and Moon against Garchomp.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know if you guys
That's
remember
tough.
that game, but
no.
different players.
mhm.
I mean, there's this Terra Synestia, so Urshifu might not want to, like, just straight up Terra.
Well, you
compared
could
to
always
Petrarant.
They
go
were-
like a Terra that beats Sinistra, right? Like
They were
flying
Terra
maybe.
flying. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what they
flying
were
makes
last
sense.
time.
Oh, I think I remember that game now. It was like Spadef Swords Dance or something with like Rest
Yeah,
Chestoberry.
Yep.
They could try to do that
Mm.
again, but surely they come prepared for it next time. I'm not sure how they would really prepare for it, but they'll come up with something, right?
I mean,
Oh,
look, I
by
think
the way, they shouldn't have Go-Go on the team. They have
Yeah.
like the pre-Evo.
Ghetto.
It's not coming either way.
okay, but I think Iron Moth is gonna tear here. Iron Moth actually destroys this team. The fire resist are Garchomp and Urshifu, which get
Yeah.
killed by Dazzling Gleam, obviously. So
True. But
I
just
think-
Terra Fairy.
yeah,
I mean, maybe you run like AV Mew, but that doesn't sound good either.
yeah.
I guess there is no Iron Moth immediate switch in, like counter. But like, when
Yeah.
is there ever, right?
Like a really Spadef Petrarant can do it if it's not like fire
Boosting item.
with booster. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if you're fine as long as it's not Terra Fire. Like even if it's a
Okay.
boosting item with Spadef.
Well, it can. Well, I mean, it can just simply be like a Lumberry or something too. It doesn't have to be. And then it just two shots Petrarant.
Well, what does
Fire
Patch
dance
do
anyway.
back to Iron Moth? Is
That's
the
what I'm
question.
saying. Like, it's just toxics, if anything. Like,
Anything. Iron Moth sucks. Wait, is it Terra
Iron-
Iron Moth and not Terra Iron Moth?
it is.
it
Terra.
It
is,
is Terra, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Okay, so then it's fine.
Petrarant might have to be like physical here, with like Poltergeist to do damage to it, something like that.
So we just lose if it's booster energy. Cool.
Yeah, like it doesn't do anything to Moth really.
Yeah.
Petrarant.
Maybe they'll commit a defensive Terra to try to handle the Moth.
Like what?
I don't know.
This isn't really
Like
Dragon. I don't know.
dragon or water.
Would make sense, I think.
Could be water, maybe. Yeah.
I could see water with like
Some
nasty
electric.
plot.
Yeah. It's kind of hard for them to kill water, actually.
Yeah, it's like just Sinistra, but like you're faster.
maybe
and you
the-
have boosted Shadow Balls for it. Not the end of the world.
I was gonna say maybe the Moth could Terra Grass here because it's good for Chomp Urshifu, but then you're weak to Malignant, so I don't know if you would do that.
Yeah, that feels fake. I think
Yeah.
it should be Terra Fairy. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be Terra Fairy in this matchup.
So
It
you're
just
weak
does
to
too
Petrarant.
much. Yeah, basically.
I don't
You
know.
know
I
what
think
your
it might just straight up
Petrarant
be Terra,
answer is?
like
the Petra answer
Terrafire.
is for sure Empoleon with competitive
Defiant. Or Copiant, yeah.
for parting
Yep.
shot. Yep. And then they parting shot into Garchomp and you're forced out anyways, but it looks really cool.
I mean, there's also a Zapdos with Defiant, but yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Zapdos doesn't really want to switch in.
maybe parting shot is a little bit troll then in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think
perchance.
they're gonna have
Maybe.
party.
I don't know, because like parting shot is a way to get around the Terapagos no matter what, right? If it's Calm Mind, you just parting shot to Sableye. It's all good.
Oh, what about Toxic?
What about Toxic?
Does that not just handle the Terapagos?
I mean, yeah. But like Calm Mind plus Earth Power, you're trading your Petra for that at that point, which
Nope.
is tough.
Because you can literally just Toxic on the Calm Mind, boom, it's confused, boom, it can hit us out, boom, you break the shell, and then you can just pivot Corviknight because they're not clicking. Like, it's Petra. What are they clicking versus Petron? You just go Corviknight,
They're
boom.
clicking Rabbit Spin on the Corviknight. They're so good.
Oh, yeah. Beast.
Alright. Well, the first game should be in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we got time.
Yeah.
They're never going to start on time. Come on now.
They better. I'm claiming forfeit.
Did they even
For
ping
which
each other?
team?
Yeah, my own
No, they
team. I'm
haven't.
gonna see if I can win before them.
We'll
The
see how that
solo
works out.
finals.
Yeah. Well, so who are we taking in the second slot? I think it has to be Agent Flame with this. Like, the only
Yeah.
threat to me is the Moth.
It's the Moth, yeah. Agree. Corviknight's good for Moon. And Zapdos, I guess. Right? There's a
Yeah,
Petron
we have
for
Petch.
Zapdos. Yeah. I think Mew is pretty good offensively with Darkrai, so yep.
Mhm.
What kind of Mew would you bring, Zooch?
It's not Terra right now. I
No.
would probably
No.
do. Again, I think you only need fighting and psychic coverage for the entire team. So you could be like plot with Vacuum Wave for Tropical Roaring Moon as well. I don't think DD is as good because there's Intimidate. Probably just plot with Vacuum Wave. Yeah, I think it looks good. Max speed to tie the Zapdos. Like, DD is possible too, because like if you just DD with Psychic Fiends close combat, it's pretty strong. Plus you can dent the Quillfish with that, and then you could just win with Darkrai. So I don't know, either plot or DD, just a basic sets honestly. Nothing crazy.
Don't mind me. I forgot
mind
to ping my stream roll. Well,
Oh,
it's here now.
Ooh.
Yeah, for sure DD Mew could do stuff, right? It might
It's
even
either
force
DD
the
or
shell.
Plot. Yeah.
The thing with DD is you could potentially get just Strength Sapped if it's not strong enough to beat Sinistcha. And Sinistcha should
Well-
be pissed at for the Urshifu Garchomp anyways, right?
Check it.
I'm checking it. I'm checking
What
it.
I would do is I would be DD policy with taunt. Yep. GG.
Whoa.
G the freak G.
Wow.
It's over. Yep.
So you DD twice and then you taunt? So you get
Well,
the
it
plus
depends
2
what
speed?
switches in. If like Sinistcha switches in, you probably have to taunt that immediately. Yep.
Well, if you taunt on Shadow Ball, then you're only plus 1 speed. And
No,
something
then you
like
can
Roaring
policy
Moon-
procs. Yep.
But then Roaring Moon can revenge you. So like, GG.
If it's Scarf or Booster, maybe.
Yep.
Perhaps. But then Corviknight walls that, so then yep, GG. And then you kill Sinistcha for your Urshifu. Game over.
So smart.
Wrap it up.
How are you so good? I've been meaning
know.
to ask. Where do you get your ideas from?
Just comes to me randomly, you know.
Yeah, in a
throughout the
dream.
Let's go
Okay.
Flame. All right. Also, question: if Flame wins this and DUI wins, do they get MVP?
I think she would. Like,
Dude, but can
story,
you
right?
can you like say, hey Josh, I know you went 9-0 and that's really cool, but I don't think you're the
in
MVP.
Well, it's
Yeah.
happened before, twice. What the hell?
But what if they play out the third game anyways, just for funsies, and he goes 10-0?
It doesn't matter. If Flame wins
There's
and
no
they win the
stakes,
tiebreaker,
but he's
it should be
10-0.
Flame.
How could you
It
miss
does not matter.
MVP with 10-0? How is that possible?
No.
Why don't you
It's
ask
fine.
Craig? Because like, he went 8-0 and lost.
Going
70.
7-0
Right?
as
I
a
think
mid
that's a
pickup is
mistake
crazy.
though. Yeah, it is.
Okay, but like, I feel like some of Josh's wins were weaker than some of
Absolutely.
Yeah.
wins.
I think. Well, I think Josh
I think
definitely.
if we want to look,
He had
if
some
we want to
plot
look at
armor.
it like objectively, where like just 10-0 is like guaranteed MVP, then sure. But if we want to like take a look at like how each game went, then I think like there's a stronger case for Agent Flame.
Well, it's like
Well,
you could
let's just
say
assume she wins here.
Josh
guess.
probably should have lost at least 2 games, but plot
Yeah,
armor
I'd say
/ insane
But he's
choke
just better.
/ mind control.
Shout out Takua.
Yeah. But also
I get
Agent
it.
Flame did mind control my co-captain to also win, so there's a little
Yeah.
bit both ways.
No, I don't think mind controlling is like against the player. I think just the hexing ones are obviously fraudulent. Like
Do I
players
like
choke all the
mind
time.
control?
So
Anyone else
Josh
just
will
Terra
mind control the
Psychic?
MVPs. Yeah.
Thank you, Blue. Very cool. I actually did know that. Source every
Alright.
mock.
Is that Ace, like used to be Ace Trainer Josh?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
the same person.
Yeah.
He's my fucking goat. He deserves everything he deserves
Right.
all good things.
When has he ever had a negative season? Like, I swear, every single season, this
Yeah,
guy's so
he's good.
consistent.
He deserves every positive thing that's ever happened to him.
Mhm.
I think he went negative last season for Band Chasers, but like it was like
Well,
4
who's
and
to say?
5. But like,
Yeah, that doesn't suit my agenda.
Wait. Did he actually? I have no idea.
He either went 5 and 4 or 4 and 5. I don't remember.
Let's call it
One of the
5 and
two.
4.
Okay, we can do that.
Thoughts? Yeah.
Anyways, this is a flame pred. Yep.
Blue, you want to join the call? I mean, you can join if you want.
If he joins, I'm leaving.
All
Me
right.
too.
Please join. Please join.
Okay, on to the game 3.
Yeah, so Oras, right? Isn't this team undefeated that Josh is using?
Yeah, it's 9-0.
Where's the call? It's in my server. Oh wait, so he's just lying for sure? Cool. He went 3 and 4 in the fact check.
No.
This is so epic.
Anyways, wait, are we all predding flame for this one, by the way?
I think I'm pretty undead for the memes. So
Wow.
Is Blue even in my server?
Probably not.
It's
Probably
linked
not,
in the
no.
description anyways.
I don't see him. Blue 24 is in your server.
That's almost
Oh,
the
wait,
same
he's-
person.
he's
Oh,
in
wait,
here.
wait, Blue's in there, yeah.
He's just being stupid on purpose. I mean, that would be very on brand.
That's just normal for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Craig is ready.
All right. Game starts.
Pause the preds.
Pause the Preds. Yep.
He's in general voice. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm leaving.
Hello and welcome.
Hello, I'm the mastermind behind this DPL season. As you can see, I have the admin role.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you write the script this season?
You
Oh,
made
yeah,
us-
yeah.
Our team
You
fucking
like it?
choke.
I hate
Bro,
you.
why did
That was
you
good.
write my team choke in 5 unwinnable or unlosable games this season? I hate you so much for that one.
Don't be a hater, please.
Sounds
Man,
like Cope, right?
man. You couldn't give us one of those games.
Hmm?
Not even one.
Not even one.
Wait, finals is in tiebreaks? What the fuck?
Yep.
Yep.
Wait, are they going off script?
Huh? No. This
You
is
wrote this?
is all planned. Yeah.
Oh, you're just
like I'm just.
feigning-
Yeah.
Oh no! How could this happen? Oh.
Oh my gosh! I need to show online so that I can have my official DPL season 8 host role.
Yes. Yeah, thank God this is season 8. Yes.
Should we add everybody for the games or no?
Yeah, sure.
I'll do it. Yep, doing it.
It's
Cool.
finals
now.
tiebreak. Like,
Oh, wait, well, they didn't in the game yet.
what if they did?
Oh, what if we get a sub?
Can we get 5 gifted subs? Surely that's what you meant, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, there's a Terra Terrakion? What the? Damn.
Yeah, but the
20
Torn
like
is
you wrote up.
tearing. The Torn will be
Dude.
tearing here for sure.
What? But there's a Terra Terrakion. I thought there was the other Terrak, like Iron Boulder.
No, this is the old one.
It's a
This is
party in
last
here.
year's
Let's
model.
go.
Is this Craig's first XP game of the season?
I think so. He's been playing Swish the whole time.
Wait, who doubled SV? They did, right?
They did, yeah.
Interesting.
But they're not going to pick Oras for sure. So
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah.
it's kind of interesting because 100p, like DUI versus Part in the Eruption, they've had 2 best of 8 series now. I'm pretty sure their Swish is like 3-1, and their was it their Mew team hasn't lost. So it's kind of curious why they decided not to just bring that again. Maybe they felt like, you know, they could win one time, but once the techs are revealed, it becomes hard.
I
They
don't
just
think they
wanted
like
to
the
take-
matchups for Sword Shield. Honestly, I think that's what it was.
That's probably what it is, but like they do be winning, so
Well, I mean, I feel like Craig is just like you know favored to win against like most matchups. Like
Mhm.
anyway,
yeah.
so.
I think the issue on paper, and I'm happy to say this, is that like DUI's Sword Shield teams are pretty terrible. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
think
kind of
every
are.
single matchup is like
they have to like play their
every single matchup. Even though it's Craig, it's winning because it's Craig. Like I know Craig is like looking down these matchups all doom and gloom. Like, you know, I lose to
Yes.
this, I lose to that.
I
So
think he trolled
yeah,
with
I
that.
think-
I don't think he's completely serious.
Wait, didn't Craig beat Scrappy 10 this season?
Did he play
Did he
Scrappy?
say?
Sorry.
think-
I feel like he did, because I don't know. I remember mocking 10 for that, I think. I don't know.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the other side of things too is that Pardon the Eruption is just weaker on SV than they are SS. Like on paper, right? They have Glop
Yeah.
and Paddocks who have like,
Yeah.
had like a shit ton of wins, and
Mhm.
you know, and I actually probably think out of all the drafts, PTE had the strongest Sword and Shield drafts of the season. So
They just don't
yeah,
want to
I
take
think it was
that
just
mirror.
kind of an uphill
yeah.
battle.
And there's no
Yeah,
more
and-
unique
and I don't
matchups
know, I think-
available to them. Right? If they wanted to
Yeah.
bring one of their 2
Yeah.
teams that they've been bringing, it's going to be a repeat matchup, like guaranteed.
Mm.
Because they've played
And-
Well, and also,
different
like-
ones, the 2 series. And
They're
the game
not
is live.
also-
The game's
Yeah.
live.
Craig's also really good at XP, so it's
I'm
not
adding
like
everybody.
he's losing anything.
I
switching
Craig's
gears.
just good at Pokemon. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless his opponent is like Youngster Bill, then like he kind of gets rolled.
Terra Water, what'd I say? Terra Water.
Oh my
Lock
god,
it
he's
in.
so smart.
Lock and Terra Steel, what'd you say?
Oh
Lock
my
it in.
god. I said that one.
How did he do
Yeah,
it?
that's what I
Together,
said. What'd you
we're
say?
undefeated.
That's what I said.
Guys,
Hunter
this is what
waited
we need to
for
be
you
watching
to
the
prep
Preds.
Duke.
All right,
Thank you.
So
Yep.
Water
Yeah.
Torn leads into Ting Lu. All right. By the way, in the call now
Wait,
is
he's playing against
Addison.
Hunter?
Yes, Hunter's
Hunter's the
infected.
infected?
Yep.
Why did we not see a taunt there? What is happening?
Lumberry. Oh,
Okay, never
Mr.
mind.
Ruination.
Nice, dude.
Hey, better.
Nice.
Hacks the regenerator
Just hacks
mod.
immediately. Yep.
Restart if real.
Wow, the Terrakion is benched? No way.
Dude, why would you bench Terrakion? Probably
What
because it's
the-
the older model.
Terrakion's ass, but what's the other mon that was benched?
Tentacruel, which is also ass.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
All
got
right,
Terra
rocks do
Blast.
go up.
We've predicted 2 moves.
I guess
This is
I guess what's notable
probably-
though is that Hunter literally has no removal. So
Well, he has a
Like,
Tentacruel on the
I don't know.
bench.
well,
So
no, I get that, but I'm saying
He didn't
on
bring
this,
it,
on this
yeah.
team. Yeah.
Did Conkeller keep defog? Like,
yeah, so it has
Yeah, it
defog.
has defog.
Okay.
Basically, I'm
Does-
saying
does he-
it's probably Boots Dragonite, Boots Torn, I would think, like,
Probably, yeah.
I don't think
at least.
100 needs to remove the rocks though. It's not like
Well, the Torn is going to be
Really give it to his
steel,
team.
so if you're only worried
No,
about
no,
rocks, it doesn't
100.
matter.
100. Like I don't think he has to have Conkel or defog, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it doesn't really matter.
could be. But also, Hunter doesn't have removal either, so it's likely
Mhm.
boost
Oh, right.
Dragonite, but the Torn could be AV still, or like Rocky Helmet. Because it is steel. It's not going to take rocks, really.
Yeah.
I think
100
Craig
gamers.
is definitely assault bet. Cause like I think if you have taunt, you would have clicked it.
Yeah, it's...
Mm.
I mean, maybe.
What does
No,
the assault
like,
vest for?
You,
Like,
you want a lot of coverage for this team too, right? You want like
It could
knock off,
be...
maybe icy
Bruh.
wind,
Come on.
Yeah, it could be Icy Wind, Heat
bleak
Wave.
wind, U-turn.
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
So
like-
this was the set. We just thought it'd be taunt last. But
oh,
guess
Kong
it's
comes
Bleak
in
Wind.
on the EQ. 33, but
Oh, we're
leftovers. Leftovers
we're
is
gonna
really
see
nice
defog.
here. I imagine a defog is coming, because you go to this expecting like dual hazard lead Ting-Lu. Yeah, yeah.
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 And now that
Defog.
Ting-Lu has accomplished approximately 27
Nothing.
chip on Conk, and that's it. Awesome. So Rotom in, probably going to see a Belly Bolt come in. I don't see any other play that really makes a whole lot of sense for 100 side. He just
I was gonna
stays
say
in.
knock. Yeah, just knock off.
It
There's
feels,
not a
good for
ton
the-
Rotom could
It's
have
good for
done
the
to
meow.
it.
feels needlessly
Yeah.
aggressive, though.
What are they gonna do? Burn the
Why
ghost
would you lose?
Elder?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
You could just like knock again, maybe, if you're Craig.
Yeah. Or you
Well-
can go like, I mean, it could be funny and go Landorus because he's not clicking.
Belly Bolt. Okay.
Right.
Nasty plot.
Reflect Colbur Nasty Plot.
You just slow volt switch here. Oh,
Nice,
Right.
dude. Nice. Just hacks.
PT hacks. Yup.
Josh. Alright.
I mean, what? I mean, does Terra Blast kill from here? Probably, right? Or am I?
Meow
crazy
can
for
kill
saying
it with a
that?
crit, right?
Yeah, you could just flower
Oh,
trick
yeah,
here
yeah,
if you
yeah.
wanted to, but also that does kind of allow the D Knight to set up potentially.
Sir, there's
Mm.
potential triple axle.
Well, it only allows if it's
Is choiced, yeah.
No, surely they wouldn't go for Dragonite that early. I don't know.
I mean, why not?
I'm sure that Tornadoes would like live a hit and Icy Wind it, and then it's just the end
Maybe,
of everything.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it probably is icy wind if it's.
But if
AV.
you DD on the switch to Torn and then you DD again with multi-scale intact on the Icy Wind, now you're +2 Dragonite, +1 speed, and 100 loses the game, right?
Yeah.
Unless it's Scarf
Yeah.
Lando, but it's the only rocker.
I don't think this is Scarf Meow though. Like
Meow could be-
there's no way
No.
that Meow is choice locked. Like,
This could be taunt as well, Meow, because again, it only needs 3 attacks in this game. So
what is it? Dual stab,
then triple axle. yeah.
Axle U-turn, or
Uh,
So it would sacrifice U-turn, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Flower
Potentially.
trick killed here, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Are you
Oh,
lying
this is
to
gonna
me?
do a decent amount.
Okay, Grand Bolt in, but like this goes for the Reflect and the Intimidate.
Dang.
That's Fizz
That's
Death.
a
not-
lot.
Yeah, that's not banded though. I don't
No.
think.
No, Bandit would 2-hit KO for sure.
Yeah.
Low key, is this an opportunity for Belly Bolt to like heal? Like, can you go Belly Bolt and start
Mm,
and like live?
I think
player.
Earth- nah. I think it'll die to 2.
Well, I guess it's a speed tie, right? So
Yeah.
Wait, did Hunter name his Pokemon after Persona Arcanas? That's fucking sick.
What the hell is
get well
Persona?
soon.
Whoa.
Alright, we just
right.
U-turn into Helmet for fun.
Persona's goaded.
Oh, so
oh my
it is
god,
just
it's
4
in
attacks
key
probably.
speed range.
Dang, they went hard crown.
Nice.
Hard Crown's kind of
Hard
crazy.
crown.
Yeah, that could have been T-Wave or something.
Mhm.
And we tack into the Jirachi. But now what?
Kind of tough to switch into Jirachi.
It
on their
is.
part.
Maybe AV Torn, but like T-Wave comes out and you're cooked.
Why is
Belly
it
Bolt's at
T-Wave would be-
31.
would be hard.
Steel Torn? Calm
Like,
mind.
Cool,
Calm
she
Mind,
flies.
Slow
Yeah.
Bolt. That'll do it. Yeah.
They
Yeah,
like
if
to
you
bring
have-
like Combine Jirachi a lot. I think they bring
Mhm.
it like every time they bring
You think it's
Jirachi.
Combine Colbur?
It seems
Gotta be
likely.
right.
Like if you're Scarf Lando, you go to it, but I just don't think it's Scarf Lando on this build. Scarf Lando would
feels
definitely be paired
like
with
you could take
Glamora.
advantage of that really easily. Yeah.
I think you go Meow here and you U-turn until like Torn. AB Torn, right?
If it is AV, you can totally do that, yeah. Because Torn will absorb
not-
like an Aura Sphere or flash cannon, something like that.
I feel like you can just like, yeah, I feel like you could just like U-turn into U-turn. Like, just,
Yeah.
so you're not.
It's
You're
not
not, like-
leftovers.
Shout out
It's
Draft
gotta be
League.
Colbert.
It's probably policy, like, right? Or Colbert, like something
Colbert
like that.
policy.
It's some kind
definitely.
of thing like that.
I think
yeah.
it's a resist berry. I think Colbert
Yeah.
makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm thinking it could be weakness policy is because we saw the screen on Rotom, so it might be like.
Oh, true. That's a good call.
Yes, but it's
That's
not
probably for
light
D-Knight,
clay,
though.
right?
Yeah.
It's just
That's
a raw
also
reflect.
true. Yeah.
So it's tough to build your whole team around screens being up when you don't have light clay.
Mm-hmm.
Would
Feels
light
like-
clay be an example of a? Would light clay be an example of a cooked reflect instead of raw reflect?
Yes. It's
It's
slow
taking
cooked.
a lot of time to think here.
Low and slow, right?
It's probably delay the stream by like 5 minutes.
Today I
think it
learned
is
Iron
delayed.
Crown isn't above 100 speed.
So-
Oh my
wow.
God.
He,
Oh,
went
shit.
to,
Yeah,
he
I see
took
the-
an icy win for fun.
AV? It looks AV from that damage. So no
Does
rocks.
it? I feel like it could just be like a bulky land
It's-
though.
yeah, I don't think that icy wind is weak.
Maybe Spadef?
Yeah.
It's +1 4
May
times
just be
effective.
spot.
Maybe it's like bulky Jirachi then, but
is.
I doubt it.
Let's see.
Why
I'm
would
running.
they be?
I'm running a calc right now.
Why would they be AV Lando and AV Torn? They're like asking to lose to Dragonite here, because Meow's not
It
scarfed
looks like-
either.
It looks like it's quite Spadef. It could have been more
Michael's
Spadef than
Pyro
that, but
fan.
it's quite
No
Spadef.
way.
They're asking to lose to Dragonite here for sure.
King
Belly
of
Bolt's
5, why was
weekends.
icy when clicked on the Lando? Aren't you supposed to Shadow Ball it?
No, I think Icy Wind was a fair click into the Lando T.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Is Lando T 4 times weak to ice or something?
no.
Oh, okay.
No.
But if it were,
Well, it doesn't
it
look
would-
like it.
it
It only
would
took
be.
73,
Yeah.
so...
Alright, Torn gets its switch in. Goes for a nasty plot on the opposing Torn coming in.
Yeah, this is AV. They're double. That's crazy.
Is it only Torn that can Terra? I mean, surely, right?
Yeah,
Like,
Terrakion was
it's not
benched.
Yeah,
cheating.
Torn to rack.
Yeah, okay. And what's interesting is I actually don't think that this Torn is Heat Wave, so like Terra Steel against this opposing Torn looks pretty good.
I think you don't need to Terra this turn.
You just Terra Blast
No, you
through
don't
the
need
water.
to. You don't need to, but I guess I'm saying like it also isn't a detriment down the line. If you do.
I think right now you'd rather be a flying type anyways, right? You keep
Yeah, for sure.
keep the threat of Terra to mean that Meow can't click Axel for free. I mean, it can't click it either way because Helmet Grand Bull's right there.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright, never mind.
Oh. Maybe.
Yeah,
you're
it
just
is
right.
icy
Alright.
win last. That
See,
makes sense.
look at
Wow,
that.
so smart.
See?
This is why you're better than me.
Now you
Thank
can
you.
just U-turn and then Lando revenges, which is cool.
I mean, something dies here, though, right?
Yeah, you probably sacked the belly bolt. Right?
Yeah,
Surely.
probably.
Belly got unfairly crit. Oh my goodness.
I do wonder because it does look like this Landorus was like near max Spadef. Would it be crazy to say that the Torn still at speeds at -1? If it's
No, I
like
think
max
that's pretty
speed for
reasonable.
opposing Torn? Yeah,
If it's max speed Torn, yeah, because it's speed tie.
yeah.
Oh, crown.
Oh,
Oh,
shit.
Feeling me.
Wait. Uh-oh.
This is not focus blast. The game is over.
Wait, is this over? Hold
well,
on.
it's into Ting Lu, so it has to be Focus Blast, right?
Right.
I don't know. But what's their last attack if it's Bleak Wind? Is it Heat Wave?
I mean, if it's just Heat Wave.
I
Yeah.
mean-
Ah, shit.
Start the count, I
If
guess.
it's over.
One.
One.
Well,
Mach Punch doesn't kill. There's no way.
maybe like Torn lives one and then Mach Punch kills? Or
They
something
just
like that.
yeah, maybe actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Torn should live one if it's AV.
I mean, we saw the damage already. It did 58, right?
It's gonna dodge
yeah.
because it's Bleak Wind, not Hurricane. Only real people.
I feel like you go Torn, you click like Terra Blast,
Yeah.
and then you go back Belly Bolt, and then you revenge with Mach Punch.
Oh,
Or you just
or
go
he
in,
sacks
right?
Strong.
now. No,
Yeah,
watch.
maybe
It's gonna dodge. Never
Oh,
mind.
okay.
Not dodge.
2.
It's over.
2.
Yeah, it's over.
This looks very over. I mean, there's always the dodge chance
crazy.
because it's Bleak Wind Heat Wave, but yeah, you just Heat Wave
this
Belly
isn't-
Bolt.
Yeah,
Yeah, damn. GG.
Joe over.
Typical
tornadoes.
Craig and Tiebreak, right?
Yeah.
Like-
Wouldn't it be the last prize if we didn't get it wrong?
right.
I think I was the only one of us to get the game right in pick'ems, by the way. Gotta point
Imagine-
that out.
Imagine this water torn was taunt and not assault vest.
I'm
Dang.
imagining it.
Yeah.
This is a smart nasty plot. It means you only have to hit 1 Bleak Wind rather than 2.
Sucker punch. Go.
Wow.
Holy smoked.
Shout out Terratorn. Oh my
Shout
god.
Terratorn might be
We don't
better
even know-
than like anything.
We don't even know
Might
the
be best
item.
one in the meta.
Yeah, would you rather have an Iron Valiant or a Terratorn? Be so for real.
Terratorn. What the hell?
Why did we pick Iron Valiant then instead of Torn, dude? We're so bad.
For real.
Through the power of hindsight, some might say Torn's pretty cool.
Okay, what's the item on Torn though?
Probably boots, right?
Could be
be.
boots, yeah. It's not citrus, it's not anything else. Maybe
Resist
it's
berry?
wide lens.
I was just gonna say it could have been.
No,
like-
there's no way. Why do we pick Cart instead of Torn at Dougal?
Okay, that one wasn't me.
Yeah, that one's crazy. I won't lie. But all good, all good.
Yeah,
You
diabolical
pick
card
Nala
on the
really
right
Lana
one.
over a Torn?
Nala really wanted to
Swish,
use it,
yeah.
man. Well, blame me for our Melmetal draft, if anything, not that one.
That one wasn't in the script.
He said,
What-
"I'll take the blame, but not for that one."
Yeah, I'll take the blame for the one that was me.
Why should we delay this stream?
I
You
mean,
think they're listening to us and like taking into account what we say and changing
doubt
their
it.
plays?
That's what I would do. I would listen to me before I change any DPL prep.
yeah.
Nice.
All right. Well, that means we can go
So-
back to our Preds, right?
Yeah.
We
If
still
Josh
have-
wins, he's certainly getting the MVP now. Then
Yeah, because if he wins, that's the game clincher or like
Yeah.
finals
Yeah.
clinch. Yeah.
I think I'm winning pick'ems, by the way. You all picked Craig and I picked Hunter.
Yep.
I gotta.
But
point
I
that
also
out.
said that since we all picked him, he's going to lose.
true.
Wait, what? I didn't pick Craig.
Yeah, but you're
You're
stupid.
you lost, buddy.
What?
Now we got like 2 hours till the next game.
See.
This is so sad.
Yeah. And they brought those guys.
Those guys.
Hydra picked Hunter. This doesn't bode well with my theory. I mean, yeah, that's tough. Alright, Josh versus Blitz. Let's see.
Maybe they should have picked Gen 8.
Guys, is
Well-
Raikou broken?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's gonna click screens. Yep. So broken.
Yep.
Why does Raikou outspeed everything?
Because it's Uras.
Because it's
Oh my
broken.
gosh. Oh wait, no, it's speed ties with the Sneasel. Oh, never mind, guys. We're chilling.
Hmm. Who wins this one?
Let's see, there's a Clef Zapdos, which is kind of tough for Gallade, but also at the same time, you can run Stone Edge for Zap, Poison Jet for Clef, but then your coverage becomes really strained. I don't know, close combat covers pretty much everything else, so
Yeah.
it's not the
yeah.
end of the world, but also Foul Play Sneasel, like, which is pretty reasonable into Kieran Black, Scizor, Gallade, right?
Hmm.
And what's
Kieran
the
Black,
Blastoise switch?
Jirachi,
Togekiss?
Alamomola, Assault Vest,
And do what? We gonna flip turn and
Skull burn
Oras?
Skull Burn it.
Or ass Aloe.
Yeah. There's a reason AV Aloe is not a real thing until SB, by the way.
Is regen broken and shameless?
Some say.
A little bit.
Wow.
All right. Like toothpaste ads, yeah. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend Hydra Pick'ems. Pick the opposite. Alright. What's Josh's threats? Like, obviously the Blastoise is pretty strong, but it is slower than most of the team. So, seems like a 1-for-1 trade, maybe 2-for-1. But like,
Yeah,
if Blitz just attacks it, it's gonna run out of HP. Maybe
Kiram's
you run
pretty strong, right? Look at Kiram. There's just Jirachi, right? I could switch him.
Jirachi, Clef. Between
Clef
the two
can't
of
really
them,
switch.
I mean, no, if you're Ironhead,
Yeah. Like, I would just be like a Roost Kiram here, right? Like, very bulky. There's Ice Beam, Earth Power, Ironhead. Looks
Yeah.
pretty strong. Raikou's strong if it's actually, like, offensive.
willingly though, I mean,
Yeah.
they've shown a tendency.
Man.
Like T-Bolt, HP Ice, Volt Switch, seems pretty reasonable. You could be Air Balloon or Shuka to cover Garchomp coming in on Volt, where it's not really that big of a problem. You get kind of guaranteed chip.
Shuka. Yeah.
Yeah, also comes in on Zapdos pretty reasonably. Can pivot in once on Blastoise. Comes in on Jirachi. Like, Raikou might have, like, an insane matchup here. Like, considering it's a Raikou, this looks pretty good.
Raikou
Just
might be the
wait, just
best-
wait till you load into the game and see what the Raikou does.
Yeah,
Right.
Reflect, Light Screen,
Raikou's
Volt
probably
Switch
the
on
best electric
Garchomp.
type in the format.
Some say, yeah. Others would say it's Zapdos, but what do they know?
Eh, what do they know?
Yeah.
Like when they say 9 out of 10 dentists recommend, I'm the 10th dentist.
Damn.
Yo.
Yeah.
He said open up. So here's the question, right? I think Blitz has matchup, but Josh has plot armor. So how could we ever pred against Josh?
You can't. You cannot.
Josh is the GOAT. That's our MVP.
Allegedly.
Are
It's up for
they the
vote.
next game?
I think, yeah. Josh and Blitz will be
Okay.
game 2. I'll double check that to be sure. I'm pretty sure that's what it is, right? Yeah, Josh Blitz at 2 PST. All right.
Why does Blitz's team just look like a lot cooler than Josh's team?
Because the sprites are just better. Like Gallade sprite, very
Yeah,
good.
that's
Kieran
what I'm
Black
saying,
or
Gallade.
Scizor,
Kieran Black.
good color.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's a little ugly. I'm not gonna lie, but the top
Oh,
three
oh,
do
a
carry.
little
It's not
Josh's
like
team has a Sneasel and like a Quilladin, so like
Yeah, this
Sneasel
bottom
and
three-
Quilladin.
the bottom three
Or
means you
so
have to
bad.
bring at least one of them, which is like negative aura.
yeah.
Sneasel's my 6th mon. I may as well just just bring 5 mons to a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna predict Blitz. I feel like Josh is gonna lose, and then Flane's gonna win, and then Flane's gonna get MVP because of it.
That would be.
Would that be
epic,
raw?
but That would be insane.
That would be crazy. Scriptwriters, get on it.
I think it's money guys turn to write the script for the Blitz game though.
Is it?
So I don't know how it yeah.
Money Guy's really good at writing, so I mean, I kind of agree with
Some
that.
call him a writer. Yeah,
You ever hear of Stacey Wells?
I have actually. Okay, so we do have a little bit of time to kill before the next game. And one thing I wanted to do was go over Sin of Wrath's game, because he's one of my ducklings, and he played a game versus Ocho
Oh yeah, it's about that time.
and I told him I would review it on stream, and he has to go at like 1 o'clock, so I'm gonna have him
OG,
join
what?
in.
Wait, is Sin
Albino.
here?
He should be joining
Nelson.
at some point.
Yeah, make sure I tell Sin.
Yeah.
Tell Sin I said what's up.
In general.
That's my fucking goat. Wait, not in call though.
What's up? Hello? He's in the call
What's
now.
up?
There we go.
Hello, Sin of
And
Wrath.
so here is the game.
Hello, Zooch.
I said,
I die.
Get my dimensions. Alright, so this will be fun because we have more people to look at it as well. But okay, this matchup. So our build we went over is the G King is going to be weakness policy, very bulky, trick room as well. So the idea is versus this team, there's no long-term Hydrapple counterplay because we're Terra Dragon, and Fickle Beam is really strong into all this, except for like Terra Fairy Moth. But if it is Terra Fairy Moth, G King will hard wall it. So that's like the idea there.
Is that the only captain?
Keldeo is also a Terra Captain with
Yeah.
Hydrapple.
Hydrapple
but on the
Keldeo on
other
my side.
On the other side, it was Moth and what?
Manaphy.
Manaphy,
Manaphy
but
side.
it's benched, yeah. So the idea was get Hydrapple in often. If it's up with Trick Room, that's even better. Right, we're underspeeding Ting Lu on purpose. The Cinderace is Court Change, as Clefable's like Rocky Helmet Unaware to like stop things like a boosting Roaring Moon. The Zapdos as well. And then Keldeo is Scarf for similar reasons, outspeeding Scarf Zapdos, outspeeding like a non-booster speed Moth, for example. It's a pretty basic build, Rocks Lando, Fizdef, Rocky Helmet. I think that's all the sets. But yeah. This is the game. It's for what? Is this quarterfinals of
Yeah, quarterfinals.
of the Orlando Magic card.
Yup.
mhm.
Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic.
Yeah, and for those who are unaware, didn't you farm 31 kills with Keldeo in the regular
31
season?
Keldeo in the regular season, yeah.
I don't wear get it because there's a clef on the screen.
Yup.
I get it.
Yeah, so funny.
So, what is it? You just saw my BBR run and you're like, I want to do that too?
Yeah, dude, I was like,
Aura
I
farm.
didn't want Keldeo at first, but like the first captain I want got sniped, was like, I'll try Keldeo. And then got 6 week 1, so I was like, hey, let's go for Keldeo kills.
commit
And
to
then they
the
got
bit.
6 week 2. And then I was at 12 in 2 games. And I was like, well, at this point, I have to just
Yeah.
hard farm Keldeo.
That's crazy.
But yeah, our game plan was basically just get Hydrapple in a lot. It comes in on stuff
What
like
is-
Ting Lu very comfortably, Iron Moth as well because we're Terra Dragon Spadef, and then just click Fickle a lot basically.
What
So
item is it? Is
it
it
is
like
boots.
assault
Boots.
boots? Okay. That makes
to,
sense.
to handle Ting Lu stacking. Right, we get the lead into Moth, which is perfect, right? You just Terra and Fickle Beam. This is awesome. We reveal Specs Terrifier Moth here, but lucky crit, but no all out. All out would have killed. Sad.
Even without a crit?
All out would have
Yeah,
been
without
something.
a crit, because
Oh, wow.
crit
Oh,
is
yeah.
1.5. All out is double.
Mhm.
But
Gotcha.
yeah, so Hydrapple is at 40 now, but we can just Fickle again. There's no reason not to, really. As Mesprit comes out, this is good. Now here you go Lando, which is pretty dangerous on an unrevealed Mesprit, right? That Fickle probably reveals Max Spadef, right?
Yeah.
But like, what if this was just gonna Ice Beam? Because Ice Beam and a Hydrapple could have been reasonable enough. It was either that or like Rocks U-turn, something like that. But like, I don't know if Lando here is the most optimal play. You could have easily scouted through something like Clef or G-King, or even Cinderace here would have been pretty reasonable. Right? If you get Cinderace in on Rocks, you have the option to threaten U-turn or Court Change, right? So you immediately can flip the Rocks. U-turn is probably safer, because if the Mesprit's staying in on Cinderace, it's either going to U-turn or T-Wave, so then you would just go to your Helmet Lando T at that point. And if it's T-Wave on Lando, you know you're faster because it's max Spadef. You can get up your rocks or U-turn and knock it out. If it U-turns, the U-turn from Cinderace might put it in range, or like it'll be very low after the helmet. So it seems maybe Cinderace was a stronger play on that turn. Lando T, could have been an Ice Beam there. So it could have been punished, wasn't punished. Here you just trade rocks, which is fine. Iron Moth comes in before rocks, but obviously Hydrapple can come in on that pretty comfortably. I say comfortably, took a lot, but you do absorb the last overheat, and with rocks up and no removal, this Iron Moth is literally dead. So you just pivot into the Keldeo. This was really good. I like this. And you can just get a free flip turn, knock it out. Now here, what do you go into?
I might just go into the apple, honestly, because like if you're forced out, you can get Regenerator going, and like apple kind of forces in like what, Moon or the Petulant.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
that's probably
the
correct.
Zapdos. Yeah,
But Cinerath, I think, went to Lando T here. Yeah. So what does Lando T get you here? Why did you go Lando T?
I want to Lando because Lando like kind of forces in Ting. Like you can't really go Gap on Lando. You're not doing enough to like get through it. Can't ever go like Petch. Mesprit doesn't get much from Lando. Like, it's already got its rocks up. It's Spadef, so it's probably gonna have to be used for Keldeo and Apple. So like it kind of forced in Ting, and forcing Ting gave me a U-turn into Apple, where I could always live his hit. And then if they want to go for like a spike, then I'm able to get my Apple in on Ting for some like offensive pressure, and then potentially core change the spike later.
Yeah. So is court changing the spike later going to be that high value at this point?
It helps for some things in the Petulant if I don't get the Glow-King trap off.
Yeah. What happens if you do go Hydrapple here? You get your regen up to 44%, and then what? Maybe Roaring Moon comes in? What are we scared of?
Moon come in, Petulant, it scares me out because I can't get Malignant chained like super early.
Yeah.
Gyapdos would be able to revenge there, and like if Gyapdos came out, you have to like sack off Clef essentially.
I think the only problem with going
scary.
Hydrapple is the Petulant coming in, because Petulant is annoying to switch into for your team. You want to keep Lando HP, so that's not really an option on Malignant, so you'd have to win like a 50-50 between G-King coming in on Malignant or not. Maybe... Yeah, that's really the only play you have available, which obviously you could just Shadow Ball on the switch and you'd be cooked. That uses up your weakness policy as well. So maybe Lando is fine here after thinking that through. Because I was thinking, watching this, you probably just farm your regen immediately. But I guess this does mean that Ting Lu is the only guy that can come in reasonably. And you get to farm up your Hydrapple anyways. So, yeah, makes sense. Get your chip, Hydrapple in. Earthquake would not KO here, and...
I only killed if it was banded, and you don't really bring banded Ting into this matchup ever, I feel.
Led off, which maybe leading off could be banded, but yeah, seems unreasonable. Also, you'd have to EQ into Lando.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels unreasonable.
Wasn't Iron Moth the lead to the Specs overheat?
Was it?
Yeah.
It's Moth and Apple.
That was the first time Ting was in, right?
So you didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
That U-turn, all it did was reveal it was like max HP. It could have been Spadef,
typical.
could have been a little Fizdef, but
That could have been a bit bad if it was like weakness policy Ting there.
I was fine with that because I had Unaware Clef was my thinking. Unaware Clef is able to at least like phase it down, get it in the Keldeo range, whatever.
Yeah, it was pretty reasonable. Alright, so now this comes in, you get your recover off, and now Hydrapple's back up to full. Now this is the same situation though. Hydrapple's in, Petuant's in, but you have to go G-King, but now there's a spike up. So you come in correctly on Malignant Chain, at least, so you got the play right. But now, Shadow Ball's into the weakness policy and just freaking dies, which is what the set
Goodbye,
was
Petch.
supposed to do. But like this wasn't necessarily a forced sequence from him. Like if he had parting shot, that would have been a perfectly fine click into Ting Lu. So it's not like a guaranteed play, but at least you diffuse the situation with Petrant, worst case scenario. And if Ting Lu comes in, gets up more spikes, you are threatening the court change with a little bit more of a punish. Like this works because you came in on Malignant Chain, but it was a little bit riskier. I don't know, got the play right. Now Ting Lu comes in, save this obviously, you have a full HP Hydrapple, no reason to sack. Crit does 50, so no problem here. Alright, if I remember correctly, you recovered. And I don't
Yeah.
think you needed to. I think Giga Drain was easily a very strong click here. Because if the Ting Lu stays in, it's doing, we know from this damage, it's doing what? Like 34?
30-ish. Around there, yeah.
And the Giga Drain recovery you get is like well over 20%. Because Ting Lu has so much HP. So like, if he stays in an Earthquake and you Giga Drain, you're going to live the next Earthquake after and you can recover the next turn and you get chip on Ting Lu. And if they switch into Mesprit, for example, like they do, you get Giga Drain chip, this thing becomes very low, and you get enough recovery where regen brings you to full anyways. I think Giga Drain could have been a little bit nicer there, but either way, I mean, it's not the end of the world. Now you get Jeeking in on Encore, which I feel like this was probably just a sack, but you
Yeah,
managed to get
I
Trick Room
just
out. And now you die with Trick Room up, which is really nice for Hydrapple, obviously. Because now you go Hydrapple and basically force this Ting Lu to die, because nothing can switch in. This is a really strong position. I don't think you can lose from here.
yeah. The once Glow King traded for Petch, I was pretty comfortable with where I was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mesprit comes in, can't do anything to you. Yeah, 19 from Psyshock. And at this point, your only problem is like maybe Roaring Moon Ironhead flinching everything, but yeah, seems unlikely. Go hard Lando. I feel like this was probably a little bit of a mistake. I would rather just stay in and sack Hydrapple to Fickle Beam. Always prevent a DD. Because that's like literally the only way you can lose is allowing this to DD. Right? If you Fickle, you die to say Outrage. Because Outrage is like the only thing that's going to kill you. Unless it's like Dragon Claw, but people don't really run that. It's a pretty rare set. So if it wants to kill you, it probably has to be Outrage. Which case it's either locked in and you can go Clef. Or if it's like Dragon Claw, you can go Keldeo, your Scarf, you can just Secret Sword for free. If Zapdos comes in, you sack Clef for Helmet Chip, or Lando T maybe. And then with that chip, it's probably in range of the next Secret Sword and you use Secret Sword Sweep. So going Lando does open up like Dragon Dance into like Ironhead Flinch a bunch of times, but at the end of the day, it's like kind of nitpicking here. It's a very one position. Like here it does get the Dragon Dance, and you can't really prevent it this way. But Cinderace does live. Like, it's kind
I
of
went
just
Cinder
maximizing
because
your odds, kind of.
the only way he killed Cinder was if he used EQ, and if he EQs Cinder, then Lando comes in, and then Lando doesn't get healed by the moon, and then it keeps my Clef round to always be able to beat Zap, and then, but then going Clef if like the HP rounding doesn't die to Helmet, then it gets tricky if he like crits me and kills. Or flinches Ironhead and then has a non-contact move.
Yeah, like the only reason it's ever possible to lose is Insane Hacks plus giving him a free DD. So I think just staying with Hydrapple, deny the free DD is just a little bit more accurate of a play. But overall, this was well played. Hydrapple came in a bunch of times, click Fickle Beam 5 times, and his team just can't withstand that. So, well played overall.
Didn't get a single all-out. Unlucky.
Yeah, so unlucky.
I used up all my luck and mocks. Feels bad.
Happen. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we did the rest of this earlier in call, but this is just going over the game after the fact. Figured it would be fun to do it on stream.
Sin's my goat.
I love you, Die.
I love you.
Yeah. All right,
All right.
we can go back to DPL stuff now.
Thank you for having me. It was nice to go over the game.
Of course.
Love you. Knows.
I get
Oh, now we've
DMs.
got an hour and a half to kill.
Yep. So one thing I want to do is go over the other games that happened for the finals, just in chronological order, so we're all caught up before the deciding tiebreak game. Which means I can get rid of this and move my chat back over to here, where it looks nice on the replays. Yep.
Is there money involved with DPL?
No.
I didn't think so. I thought everyone here was broke, but
It's just for clout, right? Because if you offer money rewards, it just incentivizes ghosting a lot. Like,
That's
we
fair.
played with the idea, but like realistically, money tours are much better as like individual events. But also
Yeah.
like for us to give up a reasonable prize pool for like split among like 8 to 10 people,
yeah,
it's quite
yeah,
a bit.
you'd have to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
There was
can't do,
that
like,
one team tour. There was like one team tour that I think had like a $80 prize pot or something
Yeah, like
that.
congratulations, get
The
yourself a
people who won
burrito.
got like got like
Make
It
sure to
just
put
doesn't
guac
feel
on that
impactful.
Chipotle
like,
bowl.
yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, let's go over
This is
the
ridiculous.
finals games, just from the regular series. All right, we have J-Scarf versus Josh as the first game, and yeah, so Josh is using this team. Funny enough, the Oras Pokemon stats, I believe the top 3 Pokemon are Garchomp, Zapdos, Skarm. And if you look at these guys, Garchomp, Zapdos, and there's a Skarm on one side. So obviously, yeah, do some math. Both of these teams have just been winning. I mean, that's how
I think that's like
the Mons
2
get
or
all the
3
score.
out even on one side. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
So it should be a good matchup, right? Both these teams proven to be winning. So greedy logo guy steals all the prize pool and commission fees. So true, actually. But the logos are sick, so it's worth it. Let's just watch it. So Zapdos leads off into Zapdos, right? I remember looking at this matchup thinking that, okay, so Josh's Zapdos is really, really good offensively. I mean, look at it. Like, T-Bolt, Heat Wave, HP Ice just covers everything as it usually does, and there's no long-term switch-ins. So I thought J-Scar's Zapdos had to be Spadef, and it reveals pressure immediately, which means probably Spadef Defog or something like that. Because in Oras you have to run pressure if you're running around Defog, and it is toxic, and you see Volt Switch do 23. Suspicions are confirmed. And then we just dodged Stone Edge just for fun. That was awesome. HP Ice through the Yachi Berry is going to be a 2-hit KO, and the Zapdos is Chardy Berry itself. So lead Zapdos gets a lot of work done here. Toxics the opposing Zapdos and then trades with the Garchomp. Really strong stuff. And gets to heal up to full. So J-Scarf off to a really great start. And now what? You just slow Volt on the Jirachi. Why do you have to run pressure to defog? You don't know Gen 6? It's like, is it like a Dream World thing?
Something like that.
Because
Like a
like,
hidden ability.
defog is a Gen 4 TM, right? And you can only teach it through when it has pressure. I don't know exactly why, but static and defog are not legal together. Maybe it's an event thing. It's a hidden ability and defog is Gen 4. Yeah, there's no like ability capsule.
You're broke, just say it.
Okay. I'll say it. Yeah, event. It's probably an event. I don't know exactly, I just know that's the case. But it doesn't have defog anyways, so he just thought that pressure was more valuable. And for example, like PP stalling something. What would you want to PP stall here? Maybe opposing T-bolts? You can always roost them off, but I don't know, seems unlikely. Maybe Stone Edge Garchomp, but you're not going to get hit by 4 Stone Edges. I don't know. He just is pressure for some reason. And then here, we go Infernape, which by far is the biggest threat to Josh's team, and we just sack it into an Akaberry Jirachi. So that was awesome.
Mr. Streamer, so with Gen 6 and like hidden ability stuff, so basically if it learns a thing in Gen 4, but it can't in Gen 5 where like hidden abilities are, then Gen 6 you're unable to have them on like that because like you said, there's no ability capsule. So like the Zapdos, every Zapdos in Gen 4 is pressure, right? So
Yes.
it's like if you bring it to Gen 5, you can't teach it defog
Yeah.
there. But that is also where you get static Zapdos because that's where hidden abilities are a thing. So going from Gen 5 to Gen 6, for Zapdos specifically, it's like you can't breed it down or anything. So
Nerd.
Yeah. That
Any
being said,
askers?
it's literally not defog, so
well, that's fucking awesome.
I know,
you know?
yeah. But anyways, in the Preds video, we asked J-Scurv, hey, are you gonna sack your Infernape in the first like 8 turns? And he
Yep.
said, I hope not. Well, gotta hope a little bit harder there,
lied.
buddy. So like the reason why he did this, obviously this Jirachi, it could be Akka or it could be Shuka. He just thought it would be Shuka. I think he saw both in mocks is what he was saying. So he just banked on it being Shuka. He felt like Garchomp was valuable to keep. I think Infernape was probably a little bit more valuable. I would rather lose Chomp to break Shuka than lose Infernape to break Akka.
Yep.
And here, you see the worst case scenario, overheat into the Akaberry and freaking die, which is really, really good for Josh. Can't overstate that. Now Chomp comes in, Earthquakes into Zapdos, and Josh is getting himself back into this game. Trevenant comes in. It's another Chardy Zapdos, revealed by Frisk. And with Scarf, Trick Trevenant, which is crazy, by the way. So the Zapdos is now Scarf. Interesting. Then Starmie comes in and tricks the Clefable, a choice Scarf, into the Cosmic Power. So double trick Scarf is going to work out pretty nice here. Josh stays in, just out of respect, and then goes Blastoise on the dodged Hydro Pump. So he knew the second one was going to miss, and he didn't want his Blastoise to take damage. Yep. Anyways, Trevenant is going to be the sack to this Blastoise. You don't really have a good switch in with Zapdos at 54. Now Zapdos can come in after the fact and probably just roost up. Yeah, roost up as the Sneasel comes in. But we have a Skarm. No problem here. That's really strong. Yeah, Life Orb Sneasel versus probably Spadef Skarm then. That's doing 37, 36. And then the immediate flinch because Josh has Plot Armor. Yeah, typical. But then misses an Iso Crash just to make it interesting. Awesome. Now Jirachi comes in on the Rock's turn. Rock's really nice here to limit the Sneasel, limit the Zapdos. And Zapdos in on the Thunder. Can just get off a slow Volt Switch at the cost of some Zapdos HP, but now Garchomp can come in and there's no real switch into Garchomp, right? You should have Focus Punched on the Roost. Yeah, something like that. Focus Punch on Roost Skarm is something that I really like on Megalopony in particular. I think that's a really cool tech, but not here, right? Alright, Starmie comes in on Ice Beam, trades HP with T-Bolt into the Dark Pulse. There's a crit. I'm 100% sure that didn't matter. But now it's in Garchomp range, and Garchomp is a real threat here. The only thing that can really revenge it is this Sneasel. Scarf Zapdos, funny enough, is going to be a roadblock for it now, but HP Ice being forced means that Skarm can come in, and only doing 16% does seem to be Spadef. So you do get a Roost off here, no problem. Now you have full HP Skarm versus Zap Dead to Rocks, Stoice at 25, and like a Scarf Clefable. So Skarm looks like it just wins. So
Yeah, so don't you go Zap here, right?
you could go Zap.
To not like force flinch chance.
I guess the question
Isn't that
is
just
your
better?
Zap faster than Blastoise? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was. But like you don't need like flinch on Skarm, I mean you just lose.
Anyway, speaking of that, no, he stays in on the spin one time, goes for a Toxic. This is smart because now you can spam Roost, and the Blastoise goes down with your Scarm at full. So, yeah, Dark Pulse comes out. It's Spit F Scarm though, so only does 44, but he gets flinched. No problem though, we can Roost the next turn, end up at a reasonable HP, but no, we get flinched twice.
Or like maybe on
And-
that turn, on the second flinch, you go Zapdos then. Because you need this Armory for Sneasel.
Yeah. I mean, is it unlucky? Yeah.
It's very unlucky.
Was
yeah.
there other options? Yes.
Yes.
Who's to say? Regardless, definitely a plot
Or-
armor moment.
Or even going like Garchomp on one Dark Pulse, I don't think is the end of the world, right?
Yeah, you could have. For sure. But then we reveal Indoor Garchomp. Josh switched out fearing Scarf. But now Swords Dances on the Zapdos HP Ice. And we're just going to Endure into Salic Berry. So this means that if this Sneasel is lacking Ice Shard, J-Scarf should be able to complete the reverse sweep here with this Garchomp. The Sneasel does come in, and it does have Ice Shard. And that's going to be the game because Zapdos has to dodge Icicle Crash, but that's never going to happen. Be real.
Wow.
Yeah,
Imagine that was
unlucky.
Infernape instead of Garchomp.
Right? Vacuum Wave this, overheat the Clef, yeah. Wrap. But anyways, that's going to be game 1 of the final set. Now we on to game 2. We have, is this Blitz? Or no, this is Undead, right? Or no, Undead's on Hunter's team. I just see a stupid username and I assume it's one of those two. This is Blitz. Versus Hunter. And yeah.
Oh, this is a rematch of the. Oh wait, is it?
No,
No,
we
it's
just
not-
saw
never mind
this team.
Yeah.
Anyone but Josh and that crash misses. For sure, yeah. But it is Josh, so it hits. Alright, let's look at this game. Terra types. We have Water Torn on this side, and then on the other side we have Terra Psychic on the Moth. That's pretty rare. Here it makes sense though. Glamora and Conkeldurr. Yeah, you want to hit both of those with Psychic. Oh, pretty cool. Now, Empoleon leads off into Conk, goes for the flip turn into Quillfish on a, knockoff, gets rid of the Eviolite, which is going to be pretty impactful for stuff like the Meowscarada. But a Spike does go up. And we go Empoleon to potentially block a Mortal Spin, trade Rocks potentially. Here a Spiky Shield comes out on the Surf. Is this not Rocks Empoleon? Because I feel like Rocks was really free if you did have it there. But no, just gonna Surf, get some chip on Glamora, but this would be Max Spadef. Makes sense in the Iron Moth Terapagos, right? It's just gonna be sub Spiky Shield, Toxic
Yeah, that
Earth
does make
Power.
sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. So
I don't know
spreading
what's
some
going on
Toxics
still.
here. Probably gonna see a Spiky Shield on the CC, as we do. Just wears down this Zapdos a little bit more. But now CC is gonna be a problem, because your CC resist, yeah, it is torn, so not a problem at all actually. Now Empoleon comes in, dodges the Bleak Wind. Shout out. Now you can just Terra Water. Goes for Focus Blast, misses. Typical. Yo, Josh?
Empoleon's broken.
Yeah. 252 evasion.
By the
Does
way, King
wonders.
05 Hunter has the best nicknames. They're Persona themed.
Thank
oh my
you.
gosh. No way.
Alright. Lando can come in on Quillfish very comfortably. There's not really anything that Quillfish can do to Lando. So we're probably going to see Rocks go up here, if I had to guess. As they do go up, this forces a spin from the Terapagos, but also, more importantly, you break the shell with U-turn. Bellybolt comes in and spin. Do we see a static proc? It's Rocky Helmet, and there is the static. So Terapagos basically neutralized, but it is going to get Rocks up. So Rocks to Wrap, interesting. And Bellybolt's taking a lot from that, yeah. Gets the light screen up though. And goes for a Volt Switch, doesn't bother healing. So this Bellybolt coming in on hazards is going to be at like 0 HP basically. Dead to everything. How did Zooch sell his Nimble Knight Club shares for? I don't know. You have to ask him. He's still here? He's muted. This is so sad.
Zooch, are you still here, bud? He might be gone a while. He's cooking his steak.
I think he will be gone a long time for that. This guy likes it crispy in the middle. Anyways, finally, a Focus Blast lands into the Empoleon after a Bleakwind speed drop into competitive boost, which is funny. A Roaring Moon comes in, but Lando T gonna come in and check this reasonably well. Here's the Dragon Dance on the Switch. Dragon Dances again, so it gets +2 on the taunt. Now this is looking scary. And Outrage crits the Lando T.
The crit. Ooh.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Wait.
Cool, bro.
Is this the Salamence?
It's a Roaring Moon. Hope this
What's
helps. So do we see the static? Is it
Nope.
confusion? No static.
Oh, we get helmet though. Nice.
Big helmet, yeah. Now Mach Punch,
Wait.
but it's like bulky Roaring Moon because that does nothing in its weakness policy. So that's gonna KO the conch. And
Oh wait, dude, this one's broken. What the heck?
doesn't
or
get
Conch just
confused
sucks.
again. And Hunter just wins.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to Roaring Moon, I guess.
The Lando crit kind of sucked though.
For sure.
Dog
Yeah,
shit
that was
team.
unlucky.
Wait, he says
So now-
dog shit team in the chat. What does that mean?
Read between the lines. I think you can figure it out. So basically, Pardon the Eruption has now lucked 2 games. This one, though, it wasn't like a... The game is
It wasn't
over.
as bad as the first game.
Yeah, the first game was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. But now they're up 2-0. With some definitely some clovers to go around. Alright, now we have Sub-Zero versus ID Cup.
After the game, I think it's important to show the like what ID Cup put in replay chat after, or what was put in replay chat. I think it's funny.
Let me see.
Using the power of hindsight.
What did he put?
0-2 the 4-4 enjoy the ride.
True.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Aura, right? Wait, and it did go 4-4? That's Aura, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
What
like
the-
the path that we take to get there is like even funnier.
It
Wait,
is.
dude, wait. Who's this ID Cup? Dude, wait, this guy's the go. The fuck?
This guy was like a really strong player in DFL last year, and then got picked up in DPL, and he's been doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing up against Sub-Zero on the other side, who's had a pretty reasonable season as well for PTE. I think he's like 4-2 going into this, something like that. Anyways, a winning record for sure. And Terra types. So we have Poison, Zarude, and Electric on both the Crown and the Ceruledge. The Ceruledge can be Terra Electric as well. Darkrai leads off into the Zapdos. We see a Will-O-Wisp immediately, mostly going to be aimed at stuff like the Tinkaton for passive damage, because Darkrai doesn't really have a bunch of options into Tinkaton. And we see Leftovers. So Leftovers
Wait,
with Will-O-Wisp.
Lumberion the Wisp?
Yeah, yeah.
Yo,
Goat.
wait, this guy's different.
Yeah. It's for like lead Hypnosis Darkrai for sure. Like, so you cover
Mhm.
everything. But yeah, definitely Leftovers Wisp is gonna imply like a substitute versus Tinkaton, because Tinkaton Hammer not gonna break the sub, and even if it does, like if it's attack invested, you can sub again, and what's he gonna do? Knock off? No. So like your Darkrai will end up with a sub against a burned Tinkaton most of the time. Here, we just dodge Wisp, but we dodge Power Whip, so it's okay.
Makes up for it, yeah.
And here, Sub-Zero decides, hey, I just realized that's a bad trade for me, so I'm not going to do it this time.
Hey, at least you got the Terra off, you
He
know?
did get the Terra off.
You get the Terra off.
Now
yeah.
T-Way's into the Great Tusk. Goat. Now Koba Berry, able to absorb the Hurricane, goes for a Head Smash and just trades with the Zapdos. Shout out to Recoil. It's just freaking dead. But yeah, Tusk trades here, and now Darkrai comes right back in to Wisp another guy. It's going to be the Lottie this time. Gets T-Waved for his Trebles. And gets Draco Meteored here. I would have expected double Wisp, yeah. And so did Sub-Zero. Correctly. And now Draco is not quite threatening a KO, but oh, Enam comes in on the predicted next Draco, but Zarude comes in, which is Terra Poison. It doesn't have Terra Blast. We go for a knockoff first anyways, gets rid of the Custap Berry, And Earth Power does 41, which means this is Assault Vest Zarude. Kind of crazy, but that also means it's surely gonna have Terra Blast. Like with 4 attacks, yeah, you can definitely fit that. Covers
Versus
stuff like
a
the
superior
Superior
as well.
Enam, yeah. So Terra Blast comes out. Enam lives on 3 HP and gets the Healing Wish off into the Darkrai, and the Darkrai is back up to full. Gets a Wisp off, and U-turn only going to do 26, so a very bulky Darkrai. Lottie comes in. Judging from how he's playing, it's probably Colorberry, right? Coming in hard on Darkrai, right?
Yeah, you would.
So it goes for a taunt on the T-Wave. Really nice play there. And now, okay, a Hex to get around the Colorberry, but it does live anyways. But it's going to be dead the next turn. 6% Lottie. I have to assume you don't save this. Yeah, not worth. So Darkrai gets a little bit more lefties, and Tinkaton comes in. Another Wisp. So how many Pokemon has this Darkrai burned? And that looks to be offensive Tinkaton, or it's just not as bulky of a Darkrai as you might expect. Because 30 is a lot. You ever see a taunt trying to prevent rocks? Yeah, it is play rough, so able to knock out the Darkrai here. And Iron Crown comes in versus the taunted Tinkaton, gets a speed booster. Can't potentially Calm Mind here, does go for the Calm Mind, but is this Donphan able to take it on? I mean, you have to imagine it's going to, right? It's either AV or it's going to be Spadef Roar. One of the two. That's not Spadef. Oh my god. Citrus Berry? Do we see Roar though? We do see Roar.
We
so
do.
Gets it out of there. No more speed booster. But now Cerulege comes in, able to tank an Earthquake, gets the weakness policy, or not weakness policy, but the weak armor. And
Does this win?
Swords Dance boost. It's +2/+2. Might just win. You see Gren able to come in, but this is Terra Electric. So it is threatening a KO here. We see a Water Shuriken. 1, 2, 3. 3 hits versus Life Orb
You
Gren.
needed 5, right?
Yeah, and Bitterblade is actually just gonna 2-hit KO this. I think if you assume it doesn't have Terra Blast, then maybe you had to Surf or like Dark Pulse into Water Shuriken, but
That's an
it's
impossible
hard
play
to
to
say.
make.
Yeah. Regardless, Cerulege is going to end up sweeping with the Bitterblade, and that's going to be the game. So this brings the score to 2-1. Still in favor of PTE, but ID Cup with a crucial win to get DUI back in the series. And now next up, we have Agent Flame versus Slick Panther.
L5, do you like the Cerulege sweep because that's a reference to the Infernal Armory?
Yes, it is so epic.
Uh-huh. This is the first time I've seen a Cerulege win within past the first month of the game's release, by the way.
That's kind of true. Yeah.
Rip my boy.
All right. So here we got Big Breaker Chi-Yu versus Double Ghost. Feels like a pretty nice matchup for it. That being said, there's gonna be stuff like the Garchomp to revenge kill it. I don't know. This probably just runs Terra Fairy, just like everything else versus this team. Because LOL. Now here's a question, right? If you go Terra Fairy bulky Chi-Yu with boots, you could potentially just trade HP for stuff and then wish flip turn into it. Because there's not a whole lot that stops wish flip turn from going off from the Aloe. How are you gonna stop that as Agent Flame? The team is pretty weak. Versus Aloe specifically. So I would like to see something like that. Wish passing as well into stuff like the Iron Hands. You can take HP trades and then just get it all back. That being said, you could also run AV on the Aloe if you're worried about Darkrai a little bit too much. I feel like it's better to be maybe AV Hands and then, maybe just Spadef on Aloe with boots. Maybe Fizdef as well, because Urshifu is a threat as well. I don't know, let's see. It is Terra Fairy on the Chi-Yu. On the other side is going to be Terra Fairy on the Pecharunt, and then Terra Poison on the Urshifu. Mew leads off into the Meowscarada. Doesn't want to stay in, fearing a Scarf U-turn maybe, but T-Spike goes up and you see a Scarf Encore from Uxie, or it's just faster. But slow Hazard Lead Mew doesn't feel likely, so I'd assume Scarf Uxie from that interaction. And then doubles to Darkrai trying to prevent the spin immediately, but it is Boots Iron Hands, so it is able to come in here. And he gets Hypnosised.
Easy.
Yeah. Alright, now Mew comes in. But the double to Chi-Yu is really powerful here. Just Terra Fairy goes for the overheat, does 72%. It is Boots Chi-Yu, but it is going to get T-Wade for its troubles.
Oh, the cheese dead. GG.
Yep. And now Meow comes in, it is also Boots. So these T-Spikes, doing some crazy work in the builder, but not in the game. It just goes for a knockoff, gets rid of the Scarf on Pecharunt, which is unique. And now Treads gets to come in on a crit Shadow Ball, but appears to be bulky Treads. Gets Rocks up, and then now is going to trade HP, but it is going to go down to Shadow Ball crucially. So no option to, wish it back up. Now knockoff will kill at this range. If you switch, you're coming in at 2% after hazard, so pretty reasonable to just sack the Petch. Now Darkrai comes in, goes for a knockoff on the switch to Uxie as it is Choice Scarf. Will it live a Dark Pulse? It will! And then U-turn brings the Darkrai a little bit lower in range of one more switching after Rocks, and then it's dead. Chi-Yu comes in to force the issue. See a Sludge Bomb HP trade. Pretty reasonable. This Chi-Yu is now essentially dead. Low HP and parried. Pick a struggle, right? Now we see a double-edged Garchomp, which appears to be choice banded.
Wait.
Because that did 34 to Aloe. There's no way that's not CB, right?
Surely it is.
Silk Scarf? It's some boosting
I've
item
never
for
seen
sure.
a Garchomp click that.
Right?
It's an in-game fucking thing. What the hell?
Not even in-game, because you would never pick like a recoil move in-game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because then I have
I
to
don't
go
know,
to the
maybe some
Poke Center
decent trailer.
before I run out of
God.
PowerPoints.
Dude, yeah, that's true. I'm gonna return to my Garchomp, like, what?
Yeah. Alright, we see a flip turn immediately into Iron Hands to burn all these sleep turns, and then Whirlwind on 2 layers. Gonna be really nice, but unfortunately pulls the Garchomp, which is the worst case, obviously. So what's gonna switch in on this Earthquake? Or maybe even an Outrage? Can't really Outrage because Chi-Yu. Yeah, double edge, shout out. You can go Aloe to scout the move, and you see Earthquake, so now an Uxie is pretty free. You just stay in and Earthquake for fun, out of respect. But now forced out, goes to Mew on the Encore. Is it not banded? Did we just try to Encore a banded Pokemon? Surely not, right? Maybe it just does that much to Aloe. Maybe it's Spadef Aloe.
It could have been Silk Scarf SD.
Either way, sure, forces out the Garchomp, whatever. Maybe it's Scarf Adamant. And then we just self-KO on the rough skin. Awesome. Meow comes in, switches to Aloe. Okay, it's not Scarf Garchomp, because it switched second versus revealed Boots Meowscarada. So what is this Garchomp? I have no idea, dude. Alright, Mew goes down.
It does have double edge.
Alright, Urshifu comes in with 2 turns of Light Screen, 1 turn of Reflect. Is going to be a Swords Dance turn. You see a flip turn, probably into Meowscarada. Threatens the... Okay, no, into Iron Hands. This does force a Terra Poison, but... Did it really? Because this thing just freaking dies.
Wait, does this win?
Aloe comes in, we see another Swords Dance. The flip turn only does 15. Can Meowscarada kill from 63? From Boots Meow? I find it doubtful. We see a triple axle. This will be a strong move. 9, 18. And it lives. Goes for a Drain Punch. Knocks out the Meowscarada. And that looks to be the game because she used Parad. Has Aqua Jet anyways, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now Aloe comes in, but last mon Aloe, nothing to flip turn to. And Agent Flame is going to take this game, tying up the series 2-2.
Wow.
Really strong Urshifu set here. Takes advantage of the Aloe quite well. And yeah. The only thing really threatening this set was like an Iron Treads at full HP, but like you have Aqua Jet, so if this thing takes any chip, yeah, very strong set overall. And Terra Poison covers stuff like the Iron Hands. Yeah. Really nice set. Alright, now we have 100p versus Paddocks. Gonna be epic.
Wait, is that Paddocks my goat?
It might be.
Yeah. Dude, that's GS Paddocks as well as Doom Paddocks.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so Craig is using this team, which is like a little bit more defensively sound than the other DUI Switch team. So yeah, you have stuff like the Zapdos, which blanket checks quite a few things here. Probably split F Zapdos into stuff like Hydreigon, Blacephalon, even G-King, right? Versus Coco. I mean, Coco's pretty strong here. You're gonna see Nihilego. Potentially like a Roselli Garchomp, maybe AV. Like, AV Chomp actually trades quite well into a lot of these guys. So, it could be that. Starmie here, I don't know. Starmie offensively is really nice. Just like Hydro Dazzling Gleam covers everything. I mean G-King, right? Maybe you need Psyshock to cover Spidef G-King, but Life Orb Analytic should just 2-hit KO that on the Switch if you click the right move. See, on the other side, what are the threats? I mean, what are the threats? I mean, Coco is strong for sure. Like Calm Mind Shukaberry, Calm Mind Air Balloon, one of those kind of sets. I mean, you're gonna get checked by Nihilego initially, but maybe you run Calm Mind Volt Switch. So if Nihilego comes in, you can just Volt until it's low, and then once it's the end game, you click the Calm Mind and go for the sweep. That's something you could definitely do. Otherwise, I mean, Hydreigon, really powerful set. As long as you can switch up moves, I think, because you want to Flash Cannon the Grimmsnarl. You're immune to Prankster, which is nice. Can't get T-waved. Yeah, just click Draco a bunch of times, or like Dark Pulse. Flash Cannon the Glim, not Glim, the Grim. But yeah, Hydreigon's a good breaker here. Skarm seems pretty useless, I'm not gonna lie. It's just like there to slow down stuff like the Gyarados and the Garchomp. But it's gonna get taken totally advantage of by Starmie Zapdos. Maybe you run Toxics with spikes. You Toxic the guys and then you're able to keep a spike up versus Starmie. That's kind of what people tend to do in ADV a lot. You run Spidef, you Toxic the Skarm, or you Toxic the Starmie, and then you keep a spike up as it's forced to switch out to Natural Cure. But I don't know if it'll even be Natural Cure in this game. Maybe it will be, but I think like Analytic Life Orb is just too strong. Yeah, let's see the game. Does look Craig favored. Alright, Blacephalon leads off into Starmie, doesn't want to stay in unless it's like to scout, you know, Scarf, Sash, all those things. You don't want to risk your Starmie. You go hard Nihilego. As Paddocks also switches, by a switch order we see that the Nihilego is not Scarf at least. Now rocks go up in exchange for a Psyshock into Pyapa Berry, but this damage is really nice for the Coco. So honestly, Paddocks is probably happy with that trade. Now Zapdos comes in. See another Psyshock. We have leftovers on the Zapdos, so probably going to be like substitute with leftovers. But no, we see a light screen instead. Either way, it's going to wall the opposing Slowking.
Screens has ruined
And
Pokemon.
nice.
Oh my goodness.
So hits in confusion, but then, you know, dodges a Hurricane, gets poison. We'll call the luck even. Seems about right. Now Roosts up. Now with pressure and light screen, it's going to be really tricky for this G-King to force out the Zapdos. It does appear to be AV G-King, so it's going to lose this eventually. Like, it's a nice crit, so that's going to force a Roost. You probably exit as the G-King on this turn. No light screen and a force Roost. You're not going to find a better opportunity. And now the Hydreigon does come in, but with the Zapdos Poison, this thing does look like it's in range of Draco. And for that reason, we're going to Flash Cannon the switch into Grimmsnarl. Really nice play.
Oh!
Oh! Flash Cannons again on the Starmie. This guy's ass. But now it threatens the Dazzling Gleam as Swampert comes in. We get Zapdos in. I think rocks are just going to go up. No, it's a Scarf Swampert, of course. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh my god.
Why wouldn't it be a Scarf Swampert? Of course.
Of course, yeah.
Now we just see a U-turn come out into the Hydreigon, and your biggest breaker is now dead to rocks, basically. Yeah, gonna get sacked off to the Meteor Beam, which Craig is addicted to. We know this to be true.
It just
Now
gets
G-King
revenge by
comes in.
Coco, though, no? Oh, never mind. That's not a Coco.
Well, Nihilico can come in here and then pivot through that into the Grimmsnarl, trying to bait a Psyshock, but Paddock's one step ahead, goes to the Scarf Swampert. It'll go for a
Swampert, man.
free flip turn. Yeah. Could have used rocks here, I think, but
Could be nice, yeah.
all good. Okay, what is
But
this? Electric Seed Cocoa? Sure. It's like half a sugar berry. Forces out the guy, and Calm Mind's on the switch to Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl looks like it's going to be the sack here, but gets a light screen up. Okay. Now what? Just goes for the attack. Okay. Doesn't want to get Spirit Breaked. Now with light screen, plus 2 Cocoa, they're canceling each other out. And that is 37, dude.
37, that's crazy.
Kind of ridiculous.
Excuse you? Super effective.
You're
It may
excused,
have been
man.
a Soul That's Chomp.
It's
I
possible.
think it's an assault.
Very possible, yeah. Some might say
Yeah.
plausible. Right, Skarm does come in on the next EQ, but Fire Blast next turn is going to dodge and gets the defog, so removing the screen and the rocks at the same time. Pretty useful stuff. And now, of course, we pivot to our Scarf Swampert. Force this out with the threat of Ice Punch. Just goes for it. Starmie comes in, but we don't have a switch to Starmie, really. I guess G-King's at full. Wait. Stays into Ice Punch, predicting the
Wait.
double, predicting the G-King. That was kind of raw, I'm not going to lie. And he's going to get rewarded with a Zapdos KO. But now Gary gets a free setup opportunity because we know this is Scarf Swampert. I keep saying that because it's funny to me. Gets the DD off as Skarm comes in. And I remember this game at this point. Watch this.
I'm watching.
Ooh.
Taunt, Mental Herb,
Oh?
D5.
What?
It's
I think he did misclick, yeah.
yeah.
So it was
let's
Mental
see.
Herb Skarm with Whirlwind to get rid of this Gyarados. But that's not
My
an
gosh,
option
so the
anymore.
mental herb deck worked. Sorta. Not really at all.
Alright, now Swampert comes in. Has Stone Edge, but only 54 is kind of crazy. Like, you'd expect something like that to do like 70, right? So a very bulky Gyarados. And Blacephalon is Sash, so he's able to take this Waterfall, respond with a Will-O-Wisp. Alright. Gyarados is kind of neutered here. But still, it's going to be hard to remove from the field. Because you can't just taunt this Skarm. Alright, goes G-King on the taunt. He's making plays. He's making moves. Now Gyarados with lefties canceling out the burn. This is a 3-hit KO on G-King. But Psyshock is a 2-hit KO, so not the end of the world. Can just Psyshock one more time. And we flinch. Shout out. Now actually just sack the G-King. Interesting. I would have expected you to try to go Skarm or regen farm a little bit, but not interested, it seems. Now Skarm comes in, mind controls his opponent to not taunt, and goes for a Whirlwind. Alright. Now Chomp comes in, goes for a Fire Blast, knocks out the Blacephalon, but at this point, you're just cooked, right? I think it was 36, even less than last time. And Skarm looks like Fire Blast, and it just doesn't have attacking moves, I guess, because just forfeits. Makes sense. Game was over. So now DUI takes the lead, 3-2. Kind of epic stuff. All right. And it looks like Undead and Agent Flame might be playing a little bit early, so we'll see.
Oh?
We'll catch the game live either way. But
I don't
yeah.
think so. It seems like it's unlikely to be played early.
Yeah, well, Undead at Agency. He added the wrong guy. Oh my god. I'll probably be home in an hour if you want to go earlier or something. And Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe we'll get an early game. That'll be game 3, because game 2 is happening in 40 minutes. That'll be interesting. Anyways, this game here, Jimmy G
Wait.
versus Whopper.
L5.
What's up?
Undead is a potential game 3 tiebreak in DPL finals.
Potentially, yes.
All right, so we need this to go to game 3.
We really need it. I'm banking
so-
on Blitz to beat Josh here.
So we need a blitz one. Okay, I'm sorry, Josh. You're losing your season here. Like,
yeah,
you're
this is where the
undefeated,
MVP ends. We need this game 3 decider from Undead. It's too good. All right. This is Jimmy G on DUI versus Glopper on PTE. And I remember going over this in the pick'ems with Zooch, and basically Victini is god here. Quillfish is the only resist, and I don't know if you're aware, dies to Psychic. So, yeah, Victini, basically, just use your Swampert, your Corviknight, you turn to Victini like 3 times in the game, should be cooked, right? Pretty simple game plan. On the other side, how does Jimmy G prevent that from happening, right? Maybe some eject buttons to disrupt like the slow momentums. That could be useful. Maybe some kind of lure for it. Lycanroc is able to pivot in on exactly one V-Create. So could use that as a one-time switch to, you know, delay the sack wars. And then the other thing you could do is use it as like a Lando opportunity, right? You might sack something, but Lando comes in afterwards, and Lando's also somewhat of a threat if you hit your Focus Blast. That's not guaranteed, right? Like, come in with Lando afterwards, maybe just go for a Calm Mind, and then Focus Blast the core for like 80% as it U-turns. Into what, though? Like, what's revenge killing the Lando? Perchance a Scarf Swampert. Perchance.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, there is no water resist outside of Quillfish. Scarf Swampert liquidation. Endgame? Thoughts? Anyways, let's get into the game. We see Celesteela lead off into the Swampert. Just gonna be a flip turn. Does 20. Bulky Celesteela from that chip. We go for an Energy Ball on the switch to Coco. You know,
You think it starts Swampert based off the turn 1?
who's to say, right? Victini does find its way in on the Lando, though, so it's forced out. We see a double into Quillfish to set up T-Spikes, which is going to be pretty nice. And now Swampert
Rock
comes in and
up.
sets rocks on the switch. But we switch out Raw instead of flip turning, which means it's Scarf
It's gotta be
Swampert.
Scarf, yeah.
And the
Again.
Victini that won the game, as you can see, is now switching into a Meteor Beam. Good night.
Yikes.
And you see Panda saying GG in the chat. Not gonna lie, when I was watching this live, I thought the exact same thing. Alright, Raikou comes in on this Hydreigon. Fire Blast only does 38% from Life Orb. Was that really forced out? I feel like that wasn't forced out. I feel like you could take your KO there.
He might have just wanted the health on it. I don't know.
I guess, but like... Okay, another spike goes up. You take your KO with Hydreigon here, at least. Which is nice.
Well, Hydreigon was slower than the Quillfish. Do you think the Quillfish was scarfed?
No, I think it's just fast Quillfish. And here we see Swords Dance, Lycanroc. And we see a U-turn on a second Swords Dance. Alright, Scarf Swampert save the day. But it's Protect Lycanroc to stall out for the Toxic Spike chip. And now it's in range of +4 Accelerock. So we go back into Corviknights. That's 45. It's Rocky Helmet, but surely it has CC. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we already revealed Protect, so Golisopod can't revenge with First Impression. It would have to be Aqua Jet, which is slower than Accelerock, actually. So it can't even revenge with Aqua Jet. But he just loses to Lycanroc. Shout out. So, yeah, the dog has its day. And now what? DUI's up 4-2? Oh my gosh, surely this is not chokeable. Anyways, one of your remaining games is iPro.
Remember the ID Cup message 02 the 4-4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we got the tiebreak games today, so You do be right. Alright, now we have Undead versus iPro. iPro having a little bit of a struggle season. For like the first time in his career, he's negative, I think. Maybe that's a lie, maybe there was one random season somewhere, but from recent memory, I don't remember another time he's been negative.
How did he do last season? I feel like
Very
he
well,
struggled
I
a bit
think.
too. Did he?
I mean, we can fact check if we want to, but I'm
I'm
pretty
doing
sure
it
he's
right
been
now.
consistently, above average, really strong
What
performances.
team was he on? I don't even remember.
Was it Made in Heaven? I think that's right.
No, Made in Heaven. Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah. I thought that was a different season. Never mind. He
Was
went
that
5-2.
season
Okay,
7?
he did. He did do really good then. Okay.
Yeah, iPro as advertised.
Yeah.
Season 3 was the last time he went negative in DPL. Yeah, this guy is just poster child of consistency,
Mhm.
and you need him to win for you to clinch finals. Thoughts? Seems like a pretty good situation. So it is a Zero or a mirror, but one side has a Tangela and one side has a Nidoqueen, so the Zeroras should be relatively contained here. The Tangela is actually a really nice matchup here into the Zygarde as well, into the Feeny. A lot of things that Tangela can do here. He needed Inteleon. So true. But yeah. What are the major threats for Undead here? I mean, there's a Bronzong for your Diancie. There's a Feeny for your Garchomp and a Bronzong for your Garchomp. No reason to run Heat Proof here, so it's going to be Levitate. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be iPro favored. Just looking at it, right? Alright, let's get into the game. Diancie leads off into the Tapu Fini, so lead Diancie means it's probably going to be Rock's Endeavor, if I had to guess. Trying to win the Bronzong lead exchange, but switches out before Mega Evolving, so the Rocks do go up by the Bronzong. Traded for a Spike, but I think iPro's probably reasonably okay with that. And now AV Toxapex able to come in, take the Flamethrower into Earth Power combination, and now, what do? We go Diancie on what could be another Earth Power, but the Ice Beam as like a mid-ground between Skarm and Tangela was clicked. And so Undead calls that correctly, goes into Diancie, stays regular form to get Rocks up, live, and then this is actually perfect because you Mega Evolve here, you Psychic. What comes in here? Bronzong. So there's two Pokemon faster, right? Zeraora and Pidgeot, but taking hazards on either of them is like pretty detrimental. You don't really want to do that. So he goes Bronzong. But this is just going to get Endeavored. Yeah. But it is Aya Papa Berry, so maybe he's like, if he does have Endeavor, it's not the end of the world. Ends up at 58. Yep. Fair enough, right? Alright, Zera comes in on the Skarm now, takes 2 layers, and gets Whirlwinded. Absolute disaster for that Zeraora. It's going to come in at half HP now. Can no longer like have the HP to 1v1 Tangela under Misty Terrain. Which it could have done, but not at 50, I don't think. Now Pex comes in, it is AV, but it's going to get knocked off here. So no longer AV. Now Bronzong comes in, but we get the T-Spikes up with AV Pex. So once this Misty Terrain goes away, that's going to be a very big issue for Zygarde and the Zeraora. Man. So iPro's going to have to play to either get in before that, which he does right now on the Skarm. Really nice play getting Zera in on Skarm. But also, probably going to have to reset the terrain before the Zygarde comes in. This is Wakanberry Skarm, and just going to Whirlwind. So the Zera is basically dead. The Pidgeot comes in on Rocks. Just going to Heat Wave here, I assume. Hurricane, sure. Killed with a crit. Alright, now Zera comes in. Oh, I said what if it was physical? This is because they were clicking too fast. I meant this turn. It's like a Plasma Fist would actually cause Whirlwind to heal the Zeraora via Volt Absorb, which is very funny. But, yeah. Here we see a all-out pummeling Z Focus Blast into the Pidgeot. It could be Z Close Combat as well, I guess. But more likely to be special with HP Ice and a Nidoqueen, if I had to guess. Also HP Ice and a Zygarde. Yeah. But now here's an interesting thing, right? If you kill the Pidgeot, Zera takes poison. Can you go Zygarde afterwards? Potentially set up on Zeraora with like weakness policy, maybe? I don't know. Pidgeot goes down, but like the T-Spike is preventing that, I think. You go Zygarde anyways. Probably just HP Ice to prevent like a DD, but it is actually Scarf Zygarde. So now Undead knows that Tangela can just come in for free, and it looks like Tangela just wins. Like, what is Tangela supposed to die versus? Maybe Toxic Bronzong? But it just isn't Toxic, it has Future Sight. Grass not going to bring this low. Yeah, HP Ice, Future Sight, Earthquake, not going to cut it versus Tangela. It is Reflect as well. So, really durable into something like the Zygarde, Physical Zeraora. But now Pex can just come in on Feeny. And with Regen, this is like, yeah. It's going to take the Future Sight. But like, Feeny can't even kill from 16, I think. Just 12. Ridiculous. Gets rid of the Iapapa Berry with Knockoff. And this Feeny is dead to Hazard, so you don't really need your Tox Specs anymore. Knockup does 3%. Interesting. Alright, now Zera comes in with a Terrain up, so it's not poisoned at least, but I don't think Tangela can ever lose here. Goes Trump as well, it is Scarf. So, yeah, Revenge kills that. Zygarde comes in. If it doesn't die to Earthquake, it's going to die to Poison afterwards, and there's a whole Tangela in the back as well. And that's going to be the game. Now it's 4-3, 1 game remaining. Oh my god. Will they force tiebreak? I think they will. I think so. The last game of the final set is going to be Wagon Fruit versus Panda. Alright, so Wagon Fruit needs to win to stay in the series. He's on PTE. Panda on DUI. If he wins this, they win the whole tournament. Big stakes, man. We see Terra Water on the Torn on Wagon Fruit's side, and then on the other side we see Terra Ghost on the Hydrapple and Terra Normal on the Gliscor. The Terra Normal, sometimes that's going to mean it's Swords Dance with Facade. That's kind of a set they run in OU a lot. Could be pretty reasonable here. But most likely we're going to see Terra Ghost on the Hydrapple. Although it kind of depends, because if you run like Hazard Stack Lamora, you definitely need to be Ghost Hydrapple to block spin. But if you're not that set on Lamora, you don't need to Terra your Hydrapple necessarily. That being said, Ghost is a good type, both offensively and defensively in this matchup anyway, so pretty valuable no matter what. Immediately gets knocked off on the Assault Vest, and Fickle Beam trades for 30%. And it looks like Tentacruel might be able to come out on top in the 1v1. Yeah, it's going to force out this Hydrapple at the cost of all of its HP, but just going to get regened off. Goes for a knockoff, gets rid of the boots, but Weavile pickpockets the Shuka Berry. I'm sure that will come in handy. And Granbull is able to come in on the Weavile. Probably going to be Helmet here. Yeah, is Helmet Granbull. Gets knocked off. But now Hydrapple comes in, but the double to Rotom is really nice. Because now you're offensively pressuring with Rotom. Goes for a Nasty Ball on the switch to Gliscor. If this is Hex, it's going to do a lot of damage. There's no Terra Normal option. It's just Shadow Ball, which turns out to be better in this situation anyways, because stronger into the non-status Weavile. Now you have to assume it's Culver Berry if you're staying in on Weavile like that, but it's going to force a KO, no flinch. Now Valiant comes in to revenge kill this, but we have an 8% Tentacruel ready for sack. Now Jirachi's able to come in afterwards. What's going to come in on Jirachi? It's going to be Hydrapple, but Calm Mind is clicked. Could potentially Calm Mind again, but just goes for a Shadow Ball, gets a crit, and that's going to knock out the Hydrapple. Crit definitely mattered. So Hydrapple is able to, well, just freaking die, and then Jirachi can stay at full HP. Pretty impactful stuff, because nothing on Panda's team one-shots Jirachi from this range. But potentially after a Terra Blast Ghost, it would have been in range of maybe Valiant. Depends on what type of Valiant it is. Yeah, now Jirachi comes in, And we have to switch into our Iron Valiant, which makes sense because we're red card. Forces out the Jirachi, but it's a lot of chip to take for no HP reward. Just delaying the inevitable, it seems. Is able to actually just tank the hit from Grand Bull, knock it out, but Torn comes into Revenged with the raw Terra Blast. Now Rotom comes in, is going to get sacked off to this Iron Head to hit KO. And now what's coming in afterwards? Torn comes in, is going to Terra Water. It is Scarf Jirachi, but it's sub. So not fearing a flinch in subsequent turns, and can just go for a nasty plot. Now we're going to sack Lamora, it looks like. Yeah, Terra Blast comes out, does 100%. And now what? I mean, he's just lost at this point. Ironhead, you need to, like, crit this and to perma-flinch the whole team, I think. Doesn't get it, and that's going to be the game, because Terra Blast twice, and the game is over. So Wagon Fruit brings his team to finals tiebreaks with this Torn set. Really powerful stuff. And we did already see Game 1. That was the first game we covered on the stream. And yeah. So the next game is going to start in about 25 minutes. It's going to be Josh versus Blitz. Do we have anything we want to do before that? Everyone in call is muted. I know Addison did drop some replays to go over if we wanted to kill some downtime. Alright. I guess we could look at those. Is there anything else we'd want to do? Not really too much time to do anything substantial, but still a decent amount of time to kill. Wagon's Jirachi was weakness policy, so if Panda's Apple Terra Blast, it might have been worse for him, assuming the Val didn't revenge. I guess. I think Panda would still prefer to take the chip, right? Because surely Hydrapple, it's not a weak Pokemon. It's super effective stab Terra Blast. Surely that puts it in range of Valiant. I have to assume, right? Life is so unfair. Torn in these DPL games have crazy matchups. I drafted Torn T recently in the league and it gets matched up into Zapdos, Terra Iron Bundle, and Snorlax week 1 and still won the game. Yeah, Torn is kind of crazy. Because Torn can just play the long game so often. Where like, you just knock, you U-turn. If things wall you, doesn't matter. Just play the long game. Alright. Also would have been different if the apple was detailing or whatever. Yeah, Dragon Tail would also have been a pretty strong click there. You keep the apple alive, force a switch. Yeah, it could have been pretty reasonable. For sure. Let's take a look at some of the games that Addison linked me. So these are from a tournament with some DPL players in them. So some quality games. It's like low tier, no Terra. Just take a look. Why not? We see Zooch versus Low QP here. There's a Veluza on my screen, so you already know it's fire. A Charles mirror as well. Cyclozar v Cyclozar. Especially these kinds of like tiers are where stuff like Superior becomes really strong. Because the main thing stopping Superior in like regular SD is like steel types. And in low tier, a lot of the steel types are pretty bad. This is maybe not the greatest example of that because there's Skarm and a Tinkaton, but in general, low tier steels are not very good. Just as a rule. Charles is basically Torn T and low tier, yep. Now you're right, it's literally Torn. Let's take a look. Toxicrow leads off into Skarm. We do want to chip this Skarm immediately, but Focus Blast gets a crit drop. How often have you seen a crit drop from Focus Blast? So Gets a spike up, another focus blast into Venezuela, the Veluza. Alright, Quagsire comes in, is boots, gets taunted by Cyclozar though on the double, prevents rocks. Now Tinkaton comes in, but Cyclozar could potentially click an overheat there. No reason why it can't. Goes for it there, gets knocked off. It was eject pack, so that's really unlucky. Now Veluza comes in on the Gigaton Hammer, and now what? Quag comes in again? Oh, it gets recover? Raise your hand if you knew it got recover. What's that? No hands? Why does it get recover? That's so silly. Anyways, the Skarm is back to full, basically. But it's going to cost 2 layers going up to get that Skarm back up. Cryogonal does switch in, but wrote him in to, like, preemptively spin block, I guess. Goes for a Wisp, but sub-Cryogonal with Frost Breath is going to 2-hit KO Rotom. Yeah, that Volt Switch is never breaking sub. Now, Tinkaton comes in, but you can just spin as Cryogonal. Yep, there it is. So it gets rid of the 2 layers. Pretty nice. Now, once again, the Venezuela comes in on a Swords Dance turn. Why was the Tinkaton switched out? Who's to say? I have no idea. Alright, goes for Earthquake. It's quite a bit of chip on the Torn T cosplay. Okay, Rocky Helmet Veluza is kind of crazy now. Earthquake's under the Rotom switch. Rotom does kind of like hard wall this. Right, Throat Chop not going to KO. It's going to bring it really low though. So not able to take the next one in exchange for a burn. Now Quagsire can come in for free. That does 8. Shout out to 8%. Now do you get rocks up here? You do get rocks. Force the Cryo to spin again, and spin again, and spin again. Whoa. That was crazy. Goes to Cyclozar, expecting either a spin or a sub? Probably expecting sub. But is that even good for you? I feel like no. Toxicroak anyways gets a free switch in. Comfy is going to come in on that. His eject button into Doug. Does Earthquake kill Toxicroak from here? It is burned. Goes for it, but Rotom comes in on the pivot, and with that, might be able to live the Throat Chop. Yeah, it does live on 1%. Gets the Pain Split off. Okay, so Rotom is going to end up low HP, but the Dugtrio is going to go down with it. Alright. What's this? We're just killing time before the tiebreak. In 18 minutes is when it's scheduled. This is some low tier league run by Addison or something. I don't really know. Alright, Toxicroak comes in once more. Comfy in. Gets gunk shotted on the switch. Very nice. Now Skarm comes in. Probably assume just a Focus Blast here. No? Not interested at this point. The Surge stuff? Yeah. And now what? We're threatening knockoff here? Veluza comes in. That's not going to take 2, and we know that Tinkaton's faster. He says it's a misclick. This guy. Gets rid of the leftovers on Skarm, and Sword Stance Tinkaton should be able to force a little bit of chip on the Skarm at least. Alolan Dugtrio is so bad, I agree. Oh, the Encore means something has to die here, and it's going to be the Venezuela. Or just knock off? Yeah. But now what? Cryogonal comes in, and just goes for Frost Breath. This is going to knock it out at 11. But Toxicroak comes in one more time, and it just freaking dies. What? Is Cryogonal the beast? Might just be. Serp? Wait, Serp living, but Toxicroak dying is kind of crazy. Goes for the full para, not going to get it. And yeah, Rotom shouldn't be able to solo, but maybe if it's parried Cryogonal. No. Just dead. So offensive Cryogonal does a lot of work. A lot of work here. Nice stuff. We got Joshua J. Scurf. Alright. We've seen Infernape. Yeah, this is more what I was saying earlier, right? Look at the steel types in this game. It's just Fortress. Like, literally bad. Can't believe he got so many crits. Lucky player. So true. You know what I should do? I should, I could use this. We'll do that. We'll put that there. Just so people know if they join in the middle. Washington Whiscash reference. Shout out to the Washington Whiscash. Alright, Joshua versus J-Scurf. Alright, Fourier leads off. Braviary could pack Heatwave if it wanted to. Just a reminder. Gets rocks up and Whiscash comes in. We're gonna get... Okay, gets a Pain Split off. Alright, Fortress is just the GOAT, I guess. Rocks trade. And now Overquill comes in on Enamorous, but this is going to do a lot of damage, this Moonblast. 69%, nice. And it's actually Scarf Enam, oh my god. So Scarf Enamorous versus Scarf Braviary. Gonna knock that out, and yeah, Rabambi should outspeed anyways. So, gonna save it as like a Rock Sack. Because Golurk looks to be Spadef or something. Freaking died. Shout out low tier. Everything is like so strong, yet so frail. Alright, Overquill comes in on Passimian. Gets close combated and freaking dies because of Defiant. Yeah, typical stuff. Infernape is Boots, but Fire Blast lands a little bit to the left. Guys, is this a real game? Surely not, right? Fortress comes in. U-turns on that. Gets into Sinistra to block the spin. Yeah, you need to block the spin because the Enam is like the only threat at this point. Yeah, Calm Mind Sinistra should just wrap this one up, honestly. Jolteon should not beat this 1v1. Shadow is 52, so a crit would do it, because this is Life Orb Jolteon. Wait. No Strength Slap, so it's actually a 2-hit KO. Hold up. Whiscash can come in here on the Shadow Ball. Not a 2-hit KO even. Oh my god. The Rindo Berry? Yeah, it eats that. It didn't even need the Rindo to live, by the way. Kind of crazy. And the Spike goes up. Yeah, this game's over. You just go Sinistra here, right? Finish on Rapid Spin, and that's the game. Yeah, Shadow Ball's a 2-hit KO. Yeah, maybe with leftovers you can live one more turn, but okay, a sub is kind of messed up. Knocks out the Fortress with 2 Shadow Balls, and that's gonna be the game. Yeah, Volt Switch. Hazards are gonna do the work. Boom, boom. Alright. We got one more game to look at here. At least that was linked to me. PCZ versus going for a Coke. Who is this? This is Who. Right, Who versus PZZ. Is this a reference to Slick Panther? Might just be. Right. We got Inteleon into Rhyperior lead. Freest U-turn ever. Pheasantipity comes in, threatening a poison on something, so I would expect to see a Quillfish come in, but no, we just go hard into Dusknoir. Not punished, but Manabuzz is going to come in, goes for another U-turn. Shout out to Draft League. This is the U-turn guy, Who, so not surprised. And goes for a Toxic. It takes the burn in exchange. Definitely a good trade for Who, I think. And can just U-turn here into Manabuzz again. As the double Wisp comes out from PZZ. Really nice play. So spreading a little bit of burns. And probably just going to see a U-turn again. If I'm being completely honest. Yep. Shout out. So Rocky Helmet is going to be pretty useful here. Now, Toadscruel comes in. Can't go for a knockoff here. Maybe would have expected a Spike Off. But whereas we see Life Orb on the Braviary. Which means definitely Sheer Force. Definitely Body Slam. Most awesome and enjoyable to watch Who gameplay. So true. A spike goes up, and we taunt the Registeel, which is going to be pretty impactful. No rocks on the other side. Now Toadstool comes in, but Barb Barrage is going to do a decent amount. No poison, unfortunate. But every time Toadstool comes in, it's just an entry point for Braviary. And if you use Strength Sap into Defiant, that's kind of rough, but it's probably not Defiant, right? It's definitely Sheer Force. Like, look at it. Body Slam, Rock Slide. I'm only doing 39%, but looks to be just barely enough for a 2-hit KO. Pivots to Registeel on the next Rock Slide. Pretty intelligent play. Does Boots on the Registeel. So can get up rocks here, as Who does decide to go for that, and Defog Scyther, of course. But we're packing the Rock Slide, of course we are. And rocks are going right back up. Yep. We're up here and probably going to trade rocks here. Yes, but now Ogerpon is in. And, oh, that is not Boots on the Scyther. Doesn't matter at that point, honestly. But either way. Notably, this Overquill is not Intimidate to avoid the Defiant from Ogerpon. But these layers are going up. And Dusknoir will be spin blocking these 100%. Who's not an idiot, though. He knows that's going to happen, sets up a spike of his own. And now Poltergeist comes out, but only does 12, so able to roost up versus this Dusknoir, no problem. Like, what's he going to do? Oh, the rest is kind of actually crazy. That's what he's going to do. That works. Alright, Overquill comes in on what I expect to be like a knock or a foul play, but instead U-turns on the helmet once again. Alright, now Inteleon comes in with 2 layers up. It's like the U-turn on Slowbro is more than regen at least, but even then, I think PZZ is going to die to hazards a little bit too quickly. Just the boot spam with hazards on both sides is just so powerful. You can just play the long game, which is what Who is so good at doing just anyways. Alright, Ogerpon comes in on the Earthquake. And we miss Power Whip. And get Mega Horned. Yeah. Never punished. Yeah. So now Inteleon's in, but Slowbro is very low. Never mind, that did 11. What? Why did that do 11? AV Slowbro, I think? No slack off kind of implies that to me. Can't just roost this off with a Mana Buzz, though. Oh, but Focus Blast on the Roost turn. Very nice stuff. So, PZZ is starting to break through. This Inteleon is a threat, though. Goes for a Dark Pulse, which would have KO'd the Slowbro from that range, but yeah. Interesting, we're pivoting back to Slowbro, but you're going to be in Dark Pulse range no matter what. Yeah. Not what I meant to do. How many misclicks are going to happen, bro? Wait, is he... He's maneuvering to get Custap? Wait. So, baits the Custap, doubles to Dusknoir. Okay. But Boots and Inteleon can just come right back in. Restock Poltergeist, though, that's going to do a lot, but bring it down to Torrent range. But of course, this is Who. We're just going to U-turn. Why not? Yeah, Sleep Talk's a Will-O-Wisp, but at this point, what, you go for another Toxic afterwards? Beat Up's going to do nothing. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So Beat Up... Beat Up doesn't work if your teammates are status, but it hit 4 times and there's 4 Pokemon alive. So I guess if the user is status, it still counts. Interesting. I didn't know that. Because I would have expected that to do 3 hits there. And it was getting back up to full. But how are we killing this Dusknoir, to be honest? Yeah, Poltergeist is doing half to Fez. That's a lot. Alright, Ridge still comes in. Wait, the Wisp was raw. Crazy Wisp. Wisps again. Nah, Wisp again. Nah, Wisp again. I mean, this Reggie still can't do anything. It's like free to just keep Wisping. Eventually this thing will die, and he doesn't accomplish anything while he's on the field. You can't just wisp like literally 24 times. There's a toxic, but we have rest. Not the end of the world. Ghost Cruel in on the poltergeist, but dodges, okay. Knocks out the levers and dodges the wisp as well. Yo. Is this how we kill the Dusknor? Get a free knockoff that wasn't deserved? And then Spadef drop? Is that the game plan? I think that's the game plan. Is it gonna work though? I don't think so, because you just rest here. Oh wait, the Leaf Storm would have KO'd for sure. Oh, so lucky. But also, you had luck to get into that position, so who's actually getting lucky here? Just sleep talk here. Don't even need to sleep talk. But now with Torrent Skull, this thing might just sweep. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so Dustar was the only thing that could take a Scald there, and it goes down. Yeah, so we just played patiently, got a situation where the Dustar was low. Yeah, that works out. Alright, tiebreak game is in 4 minutes, allegedly. I don't know if they're going to start right on time or not, but yeah. Why did I have to see this? Take a peek. It's the cuckold Kartanas. Shout out. Alright. Do I like it? Oh, hell yeah. This is so epic. Alright, game very soon. Let's see, anything else we want to add last minute to this? Are people co-commentating with me? Who knows? Blue and Dougal still both muted in my in the call. So we'll see. I want Blitz to win so we force a game 3, but also Josh winning would be kind of poetic in a way. Like, carries his team to a chip, goes 10-0 to clinch finals. That would be actually a really cool storyline as well. Also, that would be the first time the first seed has ever won DPL. So can they shake the curse? That's the question. Which one's stronger? The first seed curse or Josh plot armor? This will be answered in this game. It'll be fun. Is there any kind of like setup Clefable win path here? So I'm looking at something like Cosmic Power with maybe Babiri Berry, Flamethrower, Moonblast. Seems hard to stop, right? You have to deal with like Togekiss flinches, which maybe would deter that kind of Clefable set, but as a win condition does seem reasonably strong, right? Because with Cosmic Power, you're not really fearing too much Glade, Donphan, Raikou. Like, obviously the double offensive steal does kind of hurt that viability a little bit, but it's an option. Other win conditions, like, you can't really beat SD Chomp here. It's just gonna get revenged by everything. Sneasel isn't exactly a great win path either, because it's up into Scizor. I mean, Kyurem Black also should take a hit. Scizor's the main stopping point, though. No, maybe Sneasel is actually pretty okay. Double Cosmic Power, yeah, do Jirachi plus Clefable. I could see it. Like, Cosmic Power, Weakness Policy, Jirachi. Could definitely see that coming, to be honest. Feels reasonably strong. Because, like, what are you gonna do? Encore Gallade? Roar Donphan? You just run like Flash Cannon plus Aura Sphere, maybe Psychic Aura Sphere, something like that. And you just I don't win. Hold up. How does this guy beat Jirachi? Okay, now that set might just be raw. Do you even need weakness policy? Do you run Wish on that? I think you'd have to run Wish, Cosmic Power, 2 attacks. Does that even work? Like, probably not. Just saw your lack of skill to hit hurricanes, rip. Oh yeah, we played our ghosting tour game, and yeah, we missed like half of our hurricanes with Specs flying Torn. Yeah. It was already a bad matchup because they had like Great Tusk plus Meowscarada plus Terrakeldeo, plus like a defensive core of Mandibuzz, G-King, and Tinkaton. Like very ironclad, very hard to stop, all that stuff.
I think we should ban Meowscarada.
So true. Alright, we see the game.
Oh, it started? No, it hasn't started.
Hasn't started yet, but the 2 players are here. Should be starting shortly. Chesto rest? That could be possible. I don't know, what do you think? We were looking at Jirachi like setup versus Blitz. How does Blitz stop like a Cosmic Power Wish Jirachi? Doesn't it just wall everything?
I guess like it kind of does, but like what are the other moves? Is it like Iron Head Sword Power? I guess.
Yeah, like
Iron
weakness
Head, Fire
policy
Punch?
maybe with Psychic or Sphere is possible.
Could be. They do really like to bring setup Jirachi.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? They've been doing very well with it. Alright, game should be starting in 2 minutes, they say.
We should probably ban some of the usernames Blitz plays on. Jesus. I don't know if you saw the one he's about to lit up with.
Yeah. Oh my god. It doesn't get stored power in Gen 6. Oh, that's true, yeah. That was a recent addition to Jirachi. Regardless, though, looks pretty powerful. Could also just be Calm Mind as well if you wanted just power. I think if your weakness policy, Cosmic Power is pretty strong. You just outspeed Kyurem, and you're probably chilling. Alright. We get the game started.
Let's said in like 2 minutes. So
But that was 2 minutes ago.
that was 1 minute ago.
I see at 2:01, give me 2 minutes. It is 2:03.
He said it at 5:02. It is 5:03.
Oh, so it was right on the edge, huh? Ping diff? Who do you think is benched for Blitz? You'd assume Aloe. What else?
Hello and Bisharp, maybe? That's probably what I would think.
Maybe? But also Bisharp is a pretty reasonable pivot into a lot of guys. Like Clefable, Jirachi. Threaten Sucker
Maybe
Punch
you
on those
could-
guys.
Maybe you could bench the Togekiss then.
I don't know, I feel
don't
like
know.
you kind of need all 7. Alright, we'll find out in about a minute. Who's to say?
Am I allowed to leak one of the 6 that are coming? I don't know if I should.
You can now because the game's up.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure he would bring an aloe. Yeah.
Alright, when the world needed him most, he brought Aloe Momola.
Yeah. And he benched the Kiram.
Benching Kyurem is kind of crazy, but it's Jirachi Clef. Garchomp as well faster. I get it. Alright, Gallade leads off
Zapdos,
into
Gallade.
Zapdos. We see an Ice Punch immediately
Ice
into
Punch.
Yachi. A good trade for Josh immediately.
Yeah, for sure. Aloe, does Aloe get Healing Witch in Gen 6?
I believe it does.
Maybe that's the set, because I'm not sure what it's gonna do here.
Maybe it's there just to absorb like a Blastoise hit, eject button out.
That would make sense.
Maybe
Yeah.
it's just like Fizz Def Ice Beam for Garchomp. Like it would also stop Sneasel pretty easily with like Wake Up Slap, which is like a really old tech that it gets.
Okay, we see the Clef. Do you think it's offensive, or do you think it's good enough rocks?
Moonblast is pretty reasonable
Not
there.
sure.
That looks like a
Yeah.
lot versus Togekiss. 32?
Maybe, but we also don't see an item on Togekiss. It's hard to say.
Yeah, so it's either going to be offensive Togekiss or it's bulky
Offensive
Togekiss and
Clef.
like a Life Orb Clef.
Yeah,
Can't really know without knowing
I-
one of the sets.
I really like Life Orb Clef. I always bring that.
Oh, it's very strong, yeah. Because Clef
Yeah.
is so annoying to switch into. Like Moonblast Flamethrower, just in general, versus any matchup ever, it's so impossible.
Oh yeah, there was a Scissor bench too. I'm kind of surprised at that. Scissor doesn't seem bad, but I don't know. Again, like there's Garchomp, there's Jirachi, Zapdos. I guess it's not terrible, but
Yeah, but
Hmm.
what's the payoff, right? You bring Aloe,
yeah.
and Zapdos goes down to a Flamethrower. Okay.
Okay.
All in all, pretty reasonable start for Blitz. Gets rid of the Zapdos immediately, but that being said, you don't really need the Zapdos for anything in particular if the Scissor's not there. So maybe Josh is okay with that. You
I
get a free
think I would
switch
be
to
okay
Chomp.
with it.
Rocks go up, but Dazzling Gleam does a lot of damage to this Garchomp. Is this Togekiss Charty Berry then? If it's willing to stay in
That's
like
what
that,
I was gonna. That's what I was about to assume.
you could go Donphan here on the Stone Edge / Poison Jab / Iron Head. Yeah, he is gonna
And
go
that's what he
Donphan
does.
and threaten
Good play.
spin.
Yeah.
Crit, yeah. Josh?
If it's Life Orb Clef here, I think that's might be what I go into if I'm.
Well, he
Josh.
wants to punish the spin turn, right?
That's true, but wouldn't like I guess it's fine, but yeah. And
Oh, Yachi? Yeah, you still die.
well,
Okay, really
yeah.
great start for
Donphan's
Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
The Chomp and the Zapdos dead.
Here. Did
Yeah.
this get shell smacked?
No, it's a Gen 6.
Yeah, I didn't think it did, but
Okay, Water Pulses the Raikou is leftovers. Is threatening a T-Bolt here. There's nothing that wants to take a T-Bolt here. This is looking really, really good for Blitz.
Sneasel.
Oh, a
Discharge.
discharge even better. That's Eviolite Sneasel, and it gets parried. So able to just go for a Volt
Huge.
Switch here, potentially. Could also just hard into Aloe. Don't want to take a Ice Shard on this thing, because it does come in on Blastoise pretty comfortably. Yeah, Aloe's free. It is
Not
just
eject button.
leftovers. Okay.
Yeah. I think the Jirachi's gonna have to do it if Josh has any chance to win this game. It's gotta be set
Yeah,
up.
he's so far in the back right now. And there's the Wake Up
Wake Up
Slap.
Slap.
Yep, called it.
You're so good. What the hell?
I can't lie. I used to use a lot of Aloe in like my early days.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
And it's
Aloe,
online.
Mega Venusaur, Lando T.
Dice Shock.
Yep.
Like,
Okay, is Calm
it
Mind
weakness
Jirachi?
policy?
No
No.
weakness policy. But it's going to 2-hit KO Togekiss, at least.
I'm guessing it's Culverberry then, as the item on
Likely,
Jirachi.
yeah. Donphan's low. The Raikou won't be able to 1v1 this. Just goes Gallade, yeah. If this is
maybe
Earthquake,
this is
maybe?
Earthquake. Mm-hmm.
But what would you be Earthquake for? Nothing, right?
Literally this. Like, this is the scenario you're Earthquake
Yeah.
for.
But is that worth running?
I think it could be. I don't know.
close combat does 48 to Clef. That's Scarf
This is
Clef.
Yeah, definitely. And
Scarf
Blitz,
Clef for the
you know,
Gallade.
affects it.
I think it does 33. Yeah. Aloe absorbs that. Can throw a Wish in the air into Raikou, I think, is what's gonna happen.
This seems over. I
Yeah.
don't think Blitz can lose this.
Especially with Jirachi at half. Yeah, there's the Wish. But you can just go Raikou, I think. Right?
You could go Donphan too.
You could go Donphan as well, yeah. I don't know if I
know
would.
it's
Oh, goes
Gallade.
Gallade. Oh,
Energy
Energy Ball
Ball,
trying to
okay.
snipe the Donphan, and it's back up to full. Oh my god.
You're just better than me, man. What the hell?
Yeah. So now a CC's coming out, and Jirachi's just freaking
Yeah.
dead. Yeah.
It's so over.
Yeah, this is unbelievable goobing. Back into Aloe. Tanks the Moonblast, no problem. Blitz is too good. Yep. And there's the Wish. You can protect here, honestly. Don't leave yourself open to a crit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah, and now you have Aloe at full. You can throw up another Wish. And I think probably pass into Raikou is what I would do here. You don't really need to stay
Makes
in.
sense.
Okay, just stays in anyways. I mean, either way, you're getting chip and your opponent isn't, so.
Yeah.
What's the score now? After this game, it'll be 1-1. Alright, Wish in the air. Just go Raikou. We see a crit here? A
I
crit
don't think
wouldn't
a
even
crit-
kill.
Yeah, it wouldn't.
And Raikou's back up to full, threatening a discharge. Goes for it. Mirror Coat, maybe? No.
Nope.
There's a
What are your
confusion.
calls?
You probably sack Donphan
Yes.
here. Yeah. Sack
Yeah.
Donphan.
Makes sense not to risk it. There's no need to.
Yeah. Hey, Raikou here. I don't know. Everything wins, but I think Gallade there was a little bit more of a forcing line. Either way, it's all good.
It didn't really matter.
No, it's
It
all
ain't.
winning.
All right, looks.
Alright, Aloe comes in again. Guys, is Aloe just
Yeah.
broken? What do you think?
It might be.
The switch to Bisharp wastes the Wish. Okay. But don't you just sack this? Literally, you don't need Bisharp. Or go Gallade. That works too. Like,
Yeah. No, you force the kill.
mm-hmm. And that's going to be the game. Really well played and well prepped from Blitz, honestly. Like, it felt
Yeah,
like
he
there's
did.
nothing Josh could do the whole time. Okay, Vacuum Wave.
Vacuum wave.
Why do I have to say it's well prepped and then you reveal Vacuum Wave for no reason?
Yeah. Playing with a bit of
Okay.
a handicap. but-
Yep. Aloe has beaten the
Really-
noob killer allegations unless we are all noobs. Yo, Josh might be a noob. Who's to say? I don't know. I already
Now
thought
it's
this was a
up
strong
to-
matchup, but then
Yeah.
like, he wasn't expecting Aloe. I mean, who would? Like, if you're expecting Aloe to be the switch into Clef, you just run Calm Mind, right? Or Life Orb to it KOs it. But here it was Scarf Clef, almost surely for the Gallade, which makes sense, right? You need like a reliable revenge killer for Gallade, and what else wants to be Scarf here? You don't want to bring like Scarf Chomp into like Togekiss, Donphan. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But like, what's the Scarfer? Jirachi? It has Iron, or it can't get flinched. The Gallade, Inner Focus. That's what it's called. So the only Scarfer available really was Clef. If you think about it. Otherwise, you're relying on like Foul Play Sneasel to counter Gallade, which obviously not going to be the most reliable thing in the world. So we're 1-1 now, which means I have to find something to do until the next tiebreak game, and I can't end stream.
No, it's crazy. But yeah, that was just like a really well played and dominant game by
Yeah.
Blitz.
Clinical. Let's see. Bench Scizor Curum. Kind of crazy.
I think I'm gonna head out until it's time for game 11.
Alright, I'll see ya.
See ya.
Alright, so what do we want to do now? Subway Surfers content and Burr. Yeah, Scarf Clef, but letting Clef take the CC to show that he is Scarf means it's never getting value, right? I mean, it never was in the first place. What's up, Burger? How we doing? It's Agent Flay Undead. A whole season on the line. Yep. I can go back to this here. Yeah. Alright, Game 3 Undead is the best timeline. Yep. You're less likely to scout Scarf if it doesn't take 50 from CC. But at that point, what was he supposed to do? Like, what else was taking a CC? That's like the only way you prevent, like, just sacking a Pokemon immediately. Okay, here. This is a good trade for Josh, right? Toxic on Gallade for your Yachi Berry. That's fine. But here, you could probably just Roost. Force this Gallade to take more passive chip. Eventually it's going to have to switch and you're going to get your Roost off. Only doing 52 on this roll, which looks to be a little bit higher. It would have done, what, 56? Still roostable. Either way, you go Clef here. Moonblast to force it out. Get chip on Togekiss because this is nice. But then sacking Zapdos, maybe it was a mistake. Because this team doesn't really deal with Toxic Zapdos long term. And this is the way that you punish the Aloe from coming in a bunch of times, right? Get Zapdos in a bunch of times. And then eventually you'll 1v1 a lot of things. Right? So maybe this was the problem, right? Sacking Zapdos on the Flamethrower. Because he definitely could have found an opportunity to Roost. And then here, sacking the Garchomp, basically assuming this is Scarf Togekiss by the way he's playing. Want more Surge games? We could do some more Surge games, but first I want to do a little bit deeper review on this one. So Garchomp takes so much damage, and this is what opens up Raikou to being a really big problem. But at the same time, when is Garchomp breaking through Donphan, Aloe, Togekiss? It's not like Garchomp was the threat, and you need to get rocks up somehow. But here, this sequence, it just allows the Donphan switch, which is a good play by Blitz, obviously. But you can't really stop the spin. The spin is coming. Maybe it's worth saying you could have gone Sneasel here on the Ice Shard. Because think about it. If it's Ice Shard, he's clicking it. And if it's not Ice Shard, he's switching Aloe. So maybe in that case you go Jirachi? To either Calm Mind on Aloe or take the Ice Shard and threaten an Energy Ball? Maybe that was the play. And keep the Garchomp. Potential to get rocks up later. The Donphan is not going to be able to spin again. It's at 30%, slower than everything and dies to everything. You really need rocks here, I think. So this is a really big misplay, I think, from Josh here, letting this Garchomp go down. If it wasn't Shard, spin was just a bad play, so it's obviously Shard, you definitely swap. Yeah. So Chomp going down is definitely a mistake. Gets Blastoise in, which is fine. Pretty limited Blastoise switch-ins, so you need to chip the Raikou somehow. This is reasonable enough, but now... I mean, you don't have a Discharge switch-in. You go Sneasel, which is Eviolite bulky. Takes 34, but it's parried, and now you have nothing faster than anything. Yeah, and Aloe can just come in anyways on Sneasel forever. I think at this point, he's completely cooked. Because there's no rocks. There's no Zapdos. Calm Mind Jirachi was like... Okay, if you had like Flash Cannon here, KO the Togekiss, you're at +1. Maybe you could have done something. Alright, because then Gallade comes in, CCs you for about 60%. Then Bisharp, if you're Culver Berry, you can live. Go for Aura Sphere. And then Raikou has to revenge, but it costs you 2 Pokemon to get there. If it is Culver, which we don't know if it is or not. But the way he was playing makes me think it could be Culver. It was Shock. Flash Sphere with like Culver, it could have done fine. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That looks like it would have forced 2 KOs from this position, but no such luck. Togekiss gets the chip needed for Gallade to knock it out. Because he calcs the flamethrower, and he knows that CC is going to knock it out from 55. So Clefable has to come in here, not a choice anymore, because everything else dies to CC. And then what? What was Josh supposed to do? Like, double back to Jirachi? Maybe he had to. Like, either way, like, that didn't win the game. Yeah, but now Wish is in the air, and it's, like, incredibly easy to just go Gallade. I don't think Psyshock even killed from that range. Maybe it did on, like, a higher roll. Who's to say? Either way, reads the energy ball there. I think also Blitz could have gone Raikou there. Raikou would have been a pretty reasonable play as well. But goes Gallade, gets it up to full, and yeah. It's already over at this point. Like, the game is completely cooked. Nothing you could do. Here comes Theory in shambles. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun finals tiebreak. Going to game 3 for all the marbles, some say. And now I can put this. Any major takeaways from this DPL season? Most memorable moments? For me, it was just a great experience the whole season. I really liked my team. We really gelled well together. That was really fun. In terms of, like, as a spectator, watching other teams play, I mean, the finals is pretty nice to watch, I'm not gonna lie. Definitely fun. It's been interesting to see stuff like Torrentee go undefeated in Swish until, like, the very last game. It was like 12-0. It's 12-1. Unfortunate. Like, it's been interesting to see, like, which Pokemon rise to the top in this new Swish draft board, right? Because it's a big change from last season with Addison, like, doing a bunch of experimental changes. A lot of them very successful, right? We see Starmie become a top Pokemon in Swish. Why? Because it dropped in price so much that it's now a viable speed option removal, and that's something that the tier was kind of missing. So, really nice stuff. Finals in a tiebreaker 1-1 is so crazy. So true. It's been pretty cool. Seeing the Aloe in SV do so well. 14-3 is the record with 3 bench. That's absurdly good. Now, part of that is being used by good players, but part of it is Aloe is providing a lot of value in the actual games and making its teammates' jobs all easier. That's interesting. We do also see, like, the fall of Zarude, right? All the way down here. This is actually not fully updated. It's actually 10-20. It has 1 extra loss that is not in the dock yet. So Zarude is now double negative in DPL, which is kind of crazy. Because if you look at, you know, on the Smogon side, people are actually wondering, should we ban this guy? I think maybe not. Maybe not. He's probably okay. Rise of Hydrapple. That was more of a World Cup thing. Yeah, World Cup, DGBA, that sort of thing is where Hydrapple really got its start. But then it's actually got picked up here. Someone dropped a Raging Bolt for it at mids. Shout out. Are the ass players using Zarude though? Maybe. I think the Zarude drafts themselves are not too powerful. But that's like the whole point, right? Whereas earlier in the gen, you were able to get Zarude plus stuff like Iron Valiant. Now, not so much the case, so you see the power levels dropping quite significantly when the team around it gets weaker. Yeah, so what were the Zarude teams? I guess we can look over here. Alright, Skrelpers had one. Is that on screen? Yep. Like this. It's kind of a play on the Zarude, Deoxys, Cinderace, Goldango team that we had on Infernal Armory, but while that team was successful there, it also had like what else was on that team? It had a round 1 pick that was pretty strong. What was it? Oh, Garchomp. We had a Garchomp over the Gliscor in that slot. And I'll be honest, that team, it had a good record, but it felt really bad to use. Every single week was screens Goldango into hoping Zarude can like pull off a miracle run. And more than often than not, it did. But here, not so much the case, right? What else here? Any more Zarudes? Here's another Zarude, 3 and 5. But this one has a round 4 Fortress, so we're just gonna point and laugh. And then the other Zarude, okay, here. So we get Zarude plus Gren, like Dark Spam kind of thing. But here I think watching the games, you see like Tinkaton Donphan getting overwhelmed quite easily, as well as this team is just way too weak to Terra Electric. That's something that I found when I played it myself. I just ran Terra Electric Tusk, call it a day. Right, because what are you supposed to do versus Terra Electric mons? Like, usually you pair Zapdos with, like, a really powerful ground type to kind of, like, stem that issue, but here it's a Donphan. It's just not good enough. So, Terra Electric is just super free. Terra Electric on anything that can threaten Donphan is just so impossible for this team to deal with. Like, what are you supposed to do, even? You have to, like, defensively Terra your Zarude into your opposing Terramons just to stop them from sweeping you, and then your Zarude's being used as a defensive piece, not as a setup sweeper, which is where it shines, obviously. And then here's another Zarude. This one 2 and 4. Why was this one bad? I don't know. It seems pretty reasonable at first glance, right? There's this top 6. Pretty good Pokemon quality. You have the Latios for screens options into Zarude. So what's the problem here? I guess there's no like... There's no great like defensive pieces. Like all these guys hit pretty hard and like they can be bulky, but nothing that can just like, hey, there's a big threat, I need to switch into it. Yeah. I like seeing Chomp put up the best numbers of all the good grounds. I love Garchomp, so good. You're currently stuck with nothing to do. Fancy checking out a draft analysis vid from yours truly on stream to pass the time? Sure. Go ahead and link it to me in my DMs. We'll take a look after this. Yeah. This one looks more reasonable though, as far as Zarude games go. Or Zarude teams. Yeah, I think that's all of them. Yeah, it was only 3 drafted, right? Was it 3? It was 4. I missed one. Where's the other Zarude? Or no, that was all 4. I just can't count to 4. It can happen. Yeah, Garchomp was great. If you look at the stats, like Garchomp being the best of the ground types in this season, followed closely by Iron Treads, only 1 loss away. But like these Pokemon, it's just utility, right? And like they have good stats and a good defensive typing. The speed as well is like really important in a lot of matchups where you can switch in on something and then outspeed the next turn is so valuable. Going early mid round 1 now and just being more expensive, it's harder to make the broken teams. Yeah, no Valiant, no like Meowscarada. I guess Meowscarada Zarude is not really something people use, but you get the point. Like Great Tusk, Zarude, you've seen a few teams like that. You want to draft Terra Zarude, you need to hope it makes it to round 2 and 3 instead of drafting it early. I think it's pretty reasonable as like a late round 1 pick. You can get a good wheel with it. But yeah, I don't think you can take it like top 4 overall. One thing I kind of want to see is like a Zarude, like spike stack balance kind of thing. Like if you see like Zarude plus Garchomp or Ting Lu, plus maybe a Pecharunt. I could see something like that being really powerful, where Zarude will win an endgame eventually. And so if you play the long game, eventually Zarude will break through with like knock, synthesis, jungle healing. Like that sort of set is so impossible if the game is like 100 turns long. Ran Zarude, Dio, Ting, Petch. I mean, yeah, exactly, basically what I'm saying. I feel like that could be strong. Yeah, like the Garchomp Zarude, I think is a good combination. And it's totally doable, right? You could totally get Garchomp Zarude in any random draft pool. But it's like the rest of the team, maybe it's like harder to build a strong Zarude team right now than it was in the past. And a Raging Bolt kind of has a similar issue, where Raging Bolt always passes the eye test with flying colors, but then you have to build the rest of the team around it, and it's expensive. It doesn't really, you know, do any essential roles. I don't know. Generally, Raging Bolt teams tend to be on the weaker side. Here, it went like pretty positive, but that is not always the case. And Mandibuzz is another thing. Mandibuzz's rise has been pretty strong. Just that access to Defog, where a lot of teams are building into this Hazard Stack plus Ghost type to block spin. Mandibuzz doesn't care about that, can just Defog. We had Mandibuzz in the Ghosting Tour as well. Pretty impressed with that. It's always a thorn in your side when you're playing against a Mandibuzz, because Foul Play is so strong into physical attackers. Slow U-turn, Defog, Toxic, a lot of tools that not a lot of Pokemon get in SV. So Mandibuzz kind of carving out a niche for itself to counter these Spike Stack teams, as well as just, you know, wall physical threats, generally speaking. Alright, we have a few more games from the Surge tournament, as well as the TJ thing that he wanted me to look at. We'll look at the games first. Did I open one of these twice? Nope. Okay. My dimensions. Close enough. Which of the top tiers are most likely to get a point decrease? That's a good question. Probably Palafin, right? Palafin being 18 feels a little bit high. I think it's 17 in the Ghosting Tour, and I probably would agree with that. I think Terapagos should probably swap with it. So Terapagos to 18, Palafin to 17. Yeah, Palafin probably going to see a drop in the coming tournaments. This one's just super silly. Can you speed through this? This one, the Panda versus Razor Claw. Overteal, Enum, Eye, Boulder, Annihilate, Brawl Tears that will drop. Yeah, 100%. Alright. Let's see if this is silly as advertised. Ogerpon leads off. Yep, that'll do it. Obliterated in the neutral, some say. Wellspring should probably drop too. I don't know where it is though. I think it's 18 points right now. I could see 17. That being said, Wellspring is always, you know, the raid boss when you play it. Alright, so Ogerpon just casually kills 2.5 at lead. That's awesome. Golurk picks up the pieces. There's no ground resist anymore. There never was one in the first place, actually. Alright, Scale Shot Sandaconda. No loaded dice, though, so only 2 hits. It's Life Orb. Wow. And for Alligator, Big Body. Liquidates that. Human? I don't think so. Agility and Polion, but it just gets Earthquaked, right? Yeah. Oh, Shuckaberry. Okay. Grass Knot knocks this out. Can Empoleon reverse sweep? I feel like the answer is no. Unless we give it a competitive boost just for fun. Oh my god. Yo, Panda might be washed. What is this? Alright, we're gonna encore it into move that was clicking anyways. That was sick. Right, shout out to Panda. That was awesome. May have forgotten about competitive. Might be a little bit of an understatement there. This guy... Oh my god. This is why he's not starting in the tie breaks. Yep. Crazy game, by the way. Okay. How come it feels like everyone has a Tinkaton in this? Yo, Addison, why does everyone have a Tinkaton? Alright, GGTC, I believe this is Dr. Geo versus J Scurf. And immediately gets T-waved turn 1. Nice. And gets the drop. Oh my god. 64 players, 8 pools, 8 Tinkatons. Fair enough. See, Spikes, Shadow Ball, Taunts. Probably Destiny Bond last. Oh no, it was Thunderwave last. My bad. Alright, Tinkaton comes out to revenge kill the Enam. Gigaton Hammer is pretty free. Low key, you could have saved the sack and gone Fortress. Here we go, Infernape just a U-turn into Fortress. That was swag. So probably going to be Akaberry Tinkaton if you're willing to stay in like that. And then we get the spin-off. So Frostlass at lead accomplishes a little bit of a trade versus Enam and forces a spin turn. Fair enough. And now Rotom gets Stone Edge for a slow Volt switch into Sandslash. Okay, can get rocks up here potentially. But no, we have another Spiker instead. Okay, gonna spin again. Another switch in for Rotom is threatening a Pain Split here. So Infernape comes in to block that. Geo reads that with a Volt Switch. Pretty reasonable. Now Sandslash takes that Blaze, Flare Blitz, but no Hazard. The Overquill comes in. Crunch kills is kind of crazy. Okay, Life Orb Quill. Yeah, that makes more sense. Now Stoice comes in. It does so much, but it puts it in Torrent range, and a Shell Smash comes out. Surely Aqua Jet does not KO. Yeah, especially after the herb. So we have +2 Blastoise in Torrent, but Sturdy is activated. It doesn't even need it because this is physical Blastoise. 61 is kind of crazy from +2 in Torrent, right? That means it does like 20 usually. That sounds about right. Into just full Fizz Def Fortress. I don't know. Imagine if we were Surf. Like, why are we not Surf? Fortress is so broken, what a clutch mon. That's what I've been saying for years at this point. Alright, Golurk 1v1s the Noivern. I believe we just taunted an AV Golurk, did we? Noivern did 22 to Golurk and then we taunted. Surely alarm bells are ringing, right? 22? There's no way that's normal damage, right? I just feel like that's not the case, right? Surely. Yeah, Central, you're right. And then Calm Mind Jolteon. Doesn't even 2-hit KO Tinkaton though, and with the Bulldoze? Wait, I think Geo wins this. There's another Bulldoze. Oh, maybe you can swap out the Jolteon and come back later? Yeah. Then you go Fortress. This 12. Then you Calm Mind here. Risks a crit for no reason, it looks like. Maybe you just don't kill Rotom. Okay, Hyper Voice, sure. Crazy game. Leaking my darkest hour. That was pretty rough to watch, I'm not gonna lie, Panda. Alright. Next game we have Trace, known for his VGC play, up against Vepsis, one of the Wi-Fi players of the generation. I think Vepsis was on a bit of a break recently, so he's coming back. I don't know if he came back for this specifically, or like he came back recently in another thing, but You're playing TFT during the game. Did you win? Okay, there's an Orthworm. I assume Shedtail's banned. There's a Morpeko. Pretty cool. Thank you, Vergi. Very cool. Alright, Charles leads off, goes for a U-turn into Morpeko. Do an immediate rapid spin to get the speed boost. Okay, and then Endeavor, so it's Focus Sash Morpeko. Makes sense. So it trades with the Sandy Shocks, basically. But now Flygon comes in. The ground resist is Orthworm, which is a pretty good one into Flygon. But now you turn into the Overquill, and I assume a Spike is going up. As Toxicroak comes in, but no, we just go for a Taunt. Trying to prevent the Orthworm from setting up hazards alongside. Either way, Overquill not exactly forced out by the Toxicroak just yet. So stays in for a little bit of a crunch, but was it really worth it? Who's to say? He's come back for this and might play in DCL, DFL. Yeah. I mean, he's a good player. Right, rocks do go up. But again, this Orthworm is just gonna completely stonewall this Flygon. Now, Kilowattrel comes in, it is Boots, and goes for a charge. Okay. Okay. And misses Air Slash. I'll be honest, that didn't kill anyways, but it's the thought that counts. Another charge. Trying to... Oh, he tried to Earth Power catching the Roost. No, no, no. Not like that. And now you go for the Roost because Power Gem is surely happening. Yep. This is going to 1v1 Sandy Shocks in a weird way. Yeah, 26 with an Air Slash. Gets a flinch. Justice for the miss, I suppose. Gonna... Not even 2 at KO, actually. What are these rolls? 26 on a crit? 15 normal? Another flinch. Okay, Sandy Shocks gets taken care of, and you still have that charge built up. Switch out fearing like a double edge, maybe? Knockoff. Okay, so I feel like you could have just stayed in there. But regardless, saves it for later. Another taunt from this Overquill. I don't understand why we're taunting every single time. Surely at this point we should have a spike up, right? With how many times Overquill's been in. Either way, Discharge is going to claim the KO here. And get some chip on Enamorous and a Para. Okay, decent trade from the Kilowattrel. Now Duraludon comes in, threatening a Flash Cannon. Is going to just go for it, knocks out the Enam. But Orthworm is kind of just sitting here threatening to wall everything out. Iron Defense for Iron Defense, going band for band. Body Press for Body Press. Orthworm definitely wins this 1v1. Yep, there it is, and yeah. They're both pretty weak, but Orthworm has leftovers and a higher defense stat. So it should come out on top. Goes for the +6. Makes sense. Yeah, 23. And then this is going to do like 40. Yeah, 38. So you get one more body press off. Maybe that's in Mesprit range. It depends on what coverage moves you have on the Mesprit. Because this Orthworm doesn't have Spadef investment, it seems. Thunderbolt? Yeah, that'll do it. Now, can Scarf Flygon revenge kill? Like the last two? Oh my god. Knock off in a weakness policy, Draining Kiss? Oh, that'll do it as well. Knocks out the Cyclozar, and now what? Psyshock? T-Bolt? Yeah, it does a lot to Araquanid. Maybe Custap Berry? Can Custap Oko Flygon? I feel like if it's Custap, it won't kill. Yeah, and just Dragon Claw gonna finish it off. Really cool game, honestly. I like that one. Alright, what's up next? We have BFO Ethanol versus DJ Sen. Not really too familiar with these players. BFO Ethanol is Blind Messiah as another alias, from what I am told. But anyways, let's watch the game. Ogerpon leads into Cyclozar. We see a U-turn immediately. Right, into Quillfish makes sense. No Intimidate. You don't want to trigger Defiant, obviously. But Rock Tomb. Interesting. What was Rock Tomb predicting? Predicting Enam to come in? Not really the strongest click of all time, right? And now you get a Glare on the Quagsire. Probably a Hazard going up? No, just Toxics the switch to Ogerpon. Okay. Fair enough. Now doubles into Sandaconda on the Quillfish. But what does that really get you? Because this Quag is just going to wall and trade hazards if you do decide to set up rocks. Yeah, Spike goes up and DJ Sen has spin. And yeah. A little bit easier for Cyclozar to spin than Colossal. Alright, with rocks up though, Ogerpon able to get off a little bit of chip. The Stomping Tantrum going to be pretty nice into this Quillfish. Leave it low HP. But Milotic comes in, and if this thing has Pain Split, it's going to be really obnoxious next time it comes in. Oh my god, Dragon Dance Milotic. Crackhead Milotic, no. Wait, his subs on Psychic Noise, which does go through sub. Oh, if this is Recover last, it can go for it this turn because the Carbink is slower. But no, it looks like it's Ice Beam last, because if it was Recover, you would have gone for it. Okay, Alluring Voice. Same thing, honestly, in this matchup. Oh, Throat Spray, not the same thing. Allows for a +1 boost. But it's Unaware Quag, so who cares? Should be able to live this and Earthquake it back. Oh, that's a dangerous Recover. I don't think you can do that. The pair is going to hit eventually, and there it is. Really should have just Earthquaked there. I'm being so for real. Now Cobalion has to take this hit, and it's going to do a lot of damage. Oh my god. So much. NEC Jetpack, of course it is. Into the Chimecho. As the Dimpity comes in, goes for a U-turn, but it lives. Gets the Toxic Chain, but we see a Wish go up in the air as it dies to Poison. Interesting situation here. Because Cobalion can just go for a close combat, and if the Umbreon, doesn't stay in and take it to foul play, it's gonna go up back up to full basically. 67. Sure, fair enough. But now you've regained your Pheasantipity switch in with your Cobalion. And CC, next time after Spike, is going to 2-hit KO this Sandaconda potentially. Oh, the Gunk Shot does a lot of damage. Oh, Calm Mind? Grow up, man. Grow up. No, that is not the click. Anyone else surprised the U-turn KO'd there? 4 times resist from a Fez. It does manage to do 2% though. He goes for a Power Whip, which would do a lot to these Sandaconda, but Umbreon able to take it. Takes the Rapid Spin as well, although why are we Rapid Spinning when you have a 4 times Rock Resist and a Boots Pokemon left? Who's to say? There's a Double Edge on the switch to Fez, but Wish is in the air, so it's going to shrug that off pretty effortlessly. Another Double Edge, just trying to get things done, but a Play Rough is going to knock it out. Now it's Cobalion versus the world. If it is Swords Dance, it could definitely do it here. And we do see a Swords Dance. Okay. Step 1 accomplished. Colossal comes in. Does take spikes. Do we have Flame Body? No Flame Body proc. And now Sandacon at 50. Certainly in range of +2 CC. We're going to see a Cobalion reverse sweep here. Yeah, really nicely played. Yeah, Umbreon obviously going to go down to CC. That's going to be it. It was getting a little dangerous, right? With the Quagsire not Earthquaking through the Para. I think that was a mistake for sure. Forced the Cobalion to take chip, but with that Wish in the air, just so happened to turn out perfectly fine. You gain back some of that HP on Cobalion, you're able to set up a little bit more freely on the Fez, and that's all it took. Terra Cobalion feels like it could be good low-key. It's pretty low-key, to be honest. Like, it does kind of feel like an Iron Crown, almost, in that sense, where, like, you can set up with Terra. But it's pretty weak, like 90 attack, 90 special attack. Maybe there's some merit to it. I don't know, it lost Rock Polish, right? Yeah, Burger's saying it as well. If it had Rock Polish, I think you might be onto something. But because it doesn't have Rock Polish, I feel like you have so many better options available to you, right? Even in a low tier Terra point. You think about Iron Defense, Stab Body Press. I mean, there's so many Pokemon that have the option of like Terra fighting Iron Defense Body Press. They never do it, right? And that's for a reason. It appreciates Z more than Terra, for sure, because Z solves all the problems with Cobalion. which is its power. It has good bulk, it has good defensive typing, has a great move pool, but it's just that attacking stat that brings it down. So Z moves are really nice. Terra, I mean, you can make an argument for like a stab Terra, like Terra Fighting, Terra Steel on like a Swords Dance set, get that little boost of power. Or, you know, that coverage, Terra Electric maybe. But still, he's just a little bit too weak, I think. Shout out Bastion. Yep. Alright, got one more game from the Surge format to look at. And there's a Dugong on my screen. Why is there a Dugong on my screen? Find out. This is Skyhorse versus Kobe on the other side. And the Washington Whiscash has returned to the scene of the crime. So a little bit of chip into eject button, Polito to get Floatzel in, and we go for a flip turn. Shout out to Draft League. Love that. Kilowattrel comes in. Surely we're going to see a Hurricane, right? Or you could U-turn on that Rotom switch. Who's to say? Should have U-turned. Leftovers Rotom is going to be a major pain in this Kilowattrel side. It does look to be max SPDEF from that Hurricane, only doing 18%. Kind of ridiculous. This is low tier, yes. Gets a burn on the Overquill, which is going to be a pretty big deal. Allows the Whiscash to come in for free on the Spike. Another Spike goes up as rocks do go up. Doesn't care about the taunt, just goes for it. Now, do we see a Spike? No, we see an Earth Power. Just knocks out the Quillfish. Okay, but 3 layers are up, and there's no spin to be seen. Well, there is a spin on the other side, so these rocks are going to go down. Ice Beam, good chip, but the rocks being gone is pretty impactful for stuff like the Kilowattrel, if it is not boots. Nice switch into Ogerpon on the sunny day to catch the rain. And then Whiscash because it walls in sun, because Hurricane is not going to hit. That was kind of cool. Now you get rocks up. Yep. Honestly? Oh, rest with hydration. That's actually really cool versus rain. But now Ogerpon can come in on the Weather Ball. Oh, Encore. Catches the Encore? I feel like you really didn't need to Encore. Weather Ball was already doing more than enough pressure. Either way, it only has 12, so who's to say? And now Ivy Cudgel is going to do a little bit of chip to this Kilowattrel, but it does take rocks, importantly. Now Whiscash comes in once more. And what are we threatening here? An Ice Beam? Ice Beam does come out, but only 53%. Now what? Click it again? Gets the confusion into full confuse, so we'll never know. Could have Earth Powered into a Roost, but I would expect Ice Beam to be clicked there. And then now Roost into... Okay. SPDEF drop into competitive boost, but Rotom can shrug that off anyways, no problem. Another Shadow Ball comes out. And it looks like we're just going to spin block here. Yeah, Knockoff is going to remove the leftovers, but yeah, Rotom being low is pretty nice for the Kilowattrel. Alright, Floatzel comes in, probably just going to flip turn into the Rain guy, if I had to guess. Yeah, flip turn here, force the switch, set up the Rain, yep. But now what? Freeze Dry is just a free click. Nope, this is Draft League, we're going to flip turn, of course. My bad. Now we Volt Switch, because we know the Kilowattrel is not Lightning Rod. Or Volt Absorb, whichever one it gets. But Dugong comes right back in. And with Boots, it's able to just switch in and goes for the Rest with Hydration as well. So double Hydration Rest into Rain. A nightmare matchup for the Rain users. And it's actually triple Axle, which is very unique. But turns out this is Critdra and another triple Axle miss. Okay, dude. Click focus. Yeah, it goes Grimmsnarl anyways. But Scald is going to do a lot. Hydro Pump looks like it would have potentially killed on that roll. But Spirit Break, going to bring this thing low. We see another Rest. This guy's just obsessed with Rest right now. But these crits are 100%. Oh, Sleep Talk Spirit Break. Oh my god. Yeah, complain about luck again, buddy. So Grimmsnarl able to use Prankster to get that Sleep Talk before the Kingdra moves. Really cool stuff. Now Weather Ball into the Ogerpon. Oh my god, this idiot. Oh, never mind. That only need 34. I thought that would kill it if it's fire type weather ball, but no, this is like Spadef AV, but still can use synthesis. Somehow this Ogerpon was 1000 EVs. Alright. So Kilowatch goes for the Roost, removing the flying type, and which means Ogerpon is going to be able to hit it with Ivy Cudgel for a reasonable amount. And honestly, all he has to do is prevent the Roost from going off. That only does 60? You kidding? Okay, dude. What a game. Why is Synth always doing 50? It's the utility umbrella. Yeah. So it ignores the rain, but it also ignores the sun. It's so you can Synth in rain. Oh, it also makes Weather Ball 50 BP, so that's why the Fire Weather Ball did 34. Yeah, that makes so much more sense now. Oh, and then Ice Shard Dugong able to revenge kill this. Really clutch from the Dugong. Another Ice Shard just for a little bit of chip, and Liquidation comes out. Now, there's still a chance for Float Soul to bring this one back. Grimmsnarl comes in, but... Okay, Sleep Talks the Crunch. We're just going to put it in Rock's range, which means there's no rain threat with this Float Soul in. Oh, crit didn't even kill. Kind of crazy. And then Politoed? Yeah, oh, it's dead to Rocks, right? So there was no out there. Big Umbrella, yep. Cool game, a little bit hacksy, a little bit crazy. Alright. That's all the games that Addison sent me for this tournament. Now, did TJ Boat upload a video? Is that what he was saying? Let me check on the other monitor. I threw for content DGBA draft analysis. I'll watch. I'll bite. That means I can turn off my music. Yo, we are full React Andying now. And then my dimensions. That's good enough. Alright.
A little bit different on this channel. This is my draft analysis for
Oh my god, a
DGBA
draft
points.
analysis in 2025.
Season
Let's
15.
go.
You're probably looking at this and wondering what.
Why does he sound like a actually? Today, we're doing our draft league analysis.
DGBA
So
this
animated
season
in
is
his
celebrating
voice.
its 20th season, because this league has been around since the dawn of the dinosaurs.
The Dawn of the Dinosaurs? No, DGBA is not older than me.
Not quite true, but you get the idea. It's been around. So, for its 20th season, I decided that I would come back. This is a league that I've been in on multiple occasions at this point, typically taking about a season gap between.
Can anyone understand what he's saying? I think that's just his mic being bad. I have no idea what that was.
Between this division, 40 points, and Speedweek, the division above. Being both relegated manually, as well as last season that I took part in 2 seasons ago, due to, frankly, a pretty embarrassing performance for me. I'm here to redeem as part of the first season. And I decided, as part of this event, as well as
Yo,
employment,
someone get him a real mic, please. Oh my god.
so I started seeing stuff about this. But frankly,
It's like,
but as regular.
what is he
Without further
saying?
ado, I'm sure you're wondering, what
Turn on the
game is it?
captions.
And okay. But first, here's the
First.
2 ground rules.
Okay.
So this draft was split into 2 divisions of 9 players. Because anything above 12 man drafting is absolutely awful. So this is a decision that I thought was good. The draft board was your standard
This is Aura.
draft, except it's the scientific Dragon Pulse or something. So that left you with an expected top 8 and then a 9 pick Mr. Life. I can make something work out of it, but it's not able. So, in typical fashion, your boy got 9. However, things did not quite go as planned.
Oh,
And
we got a
through some good luck,
storyline?
I ended up with a first round pick of Tornado's Theory.
Oh my god.
Now, Torn Key is a mon that we all know what it does at this point. It is a phenomenal utility mon with access to knock and U-turn, probably the best pivot in the entire metagame, and is
True.
in multiple metagames,
True.
and is just incredibly reliable because of its access to Regenerator. No matter how often you try to make offensive nasty plot work, which it does in some matchups, or just
We just
offensive
watch it
in
win in
general,
tiebreaks with nasty plot.
sometimes it seems that the fat pivot is just bread and butter. And that's been seen in events taking place this year, predominantly in DPM, where its win rate in SV has been incredibly impressive.
True.
So, I was delighted getting this around. And in my opinion, it is the most consistent
delighted.
Tinder cap. And I hope to kind of do something a little bit different with it, but if I have to resort to regen plus pivot, I can play regen plus pivot. That's completely fine. However, with this next pick, as the other part of my wheel, I was left in a bit of a predicament.
Oh
And this
no.
was because of what was done right in front of me. They decided that Tingling was their pick, leaving me with the decision of which ceremony to grab. Now, typically, what would be expected would be that you grab one of these Terramons, and then you pick the one to support it. So in the case of
He's looking
Thorn,
for a
then you have
Terramon.
Fred,
That's what I'm
Dark Crown,
gathering.
However, that was a
However,
much more interesting route to go. And with me deciding to keep feeding with further content, I decided it was time to make the pick. Enter Terra Root. Now, I've already talked about
Wait,
Root
Terra's
in
a
the
Root
show. We know
and-
this thing's amazing. It's as
what?
a setup threat, it is phenomenal.
you can get both of them with
It
Terra?
can win games by itself an awful lot of the time. And as a Terra captain, it definitely has the most upside.
Wait, are we drafting
Both
Raw
of them sort of
Torn?
sets it's terrifying if you're not well prepped for it, either of them. And you have
Yo.
to make sure you're prepped for both of them at the same time. What do they threaten to do?
We did not just
Even
draft
taking
Raw
Terra
Torn, right?
I was strapping off, which is great. As well as good utility. I'm jungle healing that's really underrated.
Wait.
Underrated Fred.
Most consistent Terra captain, and then gets a guy that only works with Terra. 3
Look,
Terra caps,
where
any
if I kinda
price?
Please don't get away.
This is
with
crazy.
the opposite one. I want
So we just spent like what? 40 points? We just spent 40 points on 2 Mons that both kind of rely on Terra, right?
this to be unpredictable. Possible.
You know you can't Terra both of them in the game, right?
Me.
All good.
Now, you're probably looking at bullet points right at the bottom there, and you're a bit confused. So let me cast your mind back to Against It, where I made a bet with a certain rapid YouTuber by the name of Pie. So the
Alright, we're back in a washing machine.
was that I saw that Terra the Root was doing worse in DCL2 compared to Terra Steel Pot. And I lost that thing fairly bad. Surprise, because DCL2 was the event that Terra the Root off at all.
Oh yeah, so what he's talking about is in DCL2, so Ogrepon Teal was like on the rise, sort of, in terms of like people's perception of it, and Zarud was still relatively unknown. Like people knew it was good, but people also thought that it was like not worth the price always. So TJ was saying that Ogrepon Teal is a better grass type than Zarud, and history is not on his side right now.
So my punishment for that was to hop on a track about the route, because this was a time where L5 was doing Pokemon.
Wait,
if
I
they
got
don't
mentioned.
come back, if they don't, they can come back. It's fine. I've got that work. So I didn't do it because I was a bit.
Can you join the stream, Pwitty, please? What am I joining? Oh, you don't have perms to join? Okay. Drag you.
Hello.
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 Well, it's a little bit crazy, don't you think?
What?
Torrentees are rude?
That is crazy, yeah. Wait, But why would TJ pick Zarude when Ogrepawn's there?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? I had a lot going on
It
in
makes
life,
no
and
sense.
I didn't really want to have to sit down and rap. Not in my wheelhouse. But with me drafting this,
But, you
and
know.
committing to the 50 for the content, it has to happen. So I will promise you
Interesting.
now, I will do a Zarude-based draft before the season. Not saying when, not saying how.
Well, they both get
Oh, yeah.
Power Whip. I
So,
think Ivy Cudgel's better than Petal
Look forward to
Blizzard,
that,
right?
yeah.
So like
Or
A little bit of a better
regret
move.
it because I don't know how
yeah, a
you
little bit better.
But-
110
I guess
speed,
it's on you.
first
It's all
105.
yours.
Okay.
No.
Hmm.
Now the content bit has kind of
Interesting.
died down, I've realized that I've just spent almost 50 points on 2 Molons, and I still
Almost
need to attempt
50?
to get confidence.
Oh my
Wait.
god.
Wait,
This was going to be a
how
bit
many of them
struggle.
can you tear in a game though?
Only
What?
one of them, right? You can't
What?
tear them both.
Only one of them? What? Why not?
Well, this pesky thing called game mechanics.
Dude, this
When it
is
came back to me,
crazy.
months later, I realized that there was one Molon on the board that supported what I had quite well,
Take it on.
filling a lot of the roles that I
Take it
didn't
on.
already
Oh,
have.
the bronze on
resulting
right
in some
here.
even
Take it
greater
on.
utility options, which I'm a massive sucker for.
Take it on.
Therefore, I drafted Jiraiya.
Ah, close.
He is one of the steel types in this generation.
Oh,
It's
That's like
very
Tickaton
easy to
adjacent,
put it up there
basically.
with Stuff like Shreds,
yeah.
Metagross, and Brown. It's just really good for what's here in the metagame.
I like
The
Jirachi.
move pool is phenomenal from both offensive and support perspectives. So many setup options. Online, Cosmic Power, Iron Defense, Power Herb Meteor Beam if you want to be that guy. And then from a support case, you have T-Wade, you have Wish, you have Healing Wish, which I've mentioned in Walk Out with the bottom because I love Healing Wish. You know that right now. As well as Encore. Because you can't get enough of Encore. It's kind of neat. This thing is super balanced. It gives me a fairy check.
I think
which
Jirachi
very
gets
much
Healing
needed.
Wish. So true.
Terra Fairy is
Yeah.
pretty common Terra. And
Pretty
having a
sure.
flying just for the other Terra Thorn, if I have to deal with it, is going to be quite nice. As well as any other potential scary birds that you're running into. There's quite a few. So, I was really happy that this mon made it back to me. It kind of made my life easier. And it also made me realize that was a pretty easy round 4 play for me to grab. I don't
Yep.
think I've ever seen opinions change on
Healing
mon so
Wish.
much in the span of one generation. This thing has gone from absolutely hated to adored and blessed as one of the best pivots that is in the entire game. The metagame has shifted so much to the point that this mon has become borderline
Alright, so we just
central,
drafted regen
with
balance.
an 88% win rate in DPL.
Yeah, he's kind of
DCL?
raw.
No, that's not till next time. It could well have that win rate again, if that good. And despite it getting a price bump in this to 11 points, might be a little steep, I decided it was time to take the plunge and draft a mon I've wanted to use for a long time. This is Alambola, one incredibly fat fish. Its flip turn pivoting is absolutely phenomenal in this generation. It can just come down whenever it wants. Fun to hit, flip turn out.
It could just what?
You can also use the who mentality of, oh, I don't have attracted a special threat, let me put it in shallow, it'll be fine. And, you know, I do actually play League this season, so having that psychological warfare advantage is quite nice. Because I don't think that man is capable of killing Lola. As I said, it's a perfect pivot for the current metagame. It has fat as hell wished for all my threats, as well as another healing. It's nice. And, yeah, that bottom point, I will throw him banned at some point. If you know, you know. And if not, try and with some other stuff.
Chat,
We'll
do
see.
we know?
Like I said, this season.
Shout out to J
yes,
Scurf.
it's for content, but I kind of have
Hmm?
to help these names, don't I?
Choice Banded Aloe. Are you aware of the lore?
Negative.
So J-Scurf, notably a top 5 player in draft right now, got absolutely turbo smoked by Choice Banded Aloe in World Cup. There you go.
So
That's the
first
lore.
four,
Good shit.
I was
Nice,
absolutely
nice,
delighted.
nice.
But I thought there was some stuff I was missing.
He switched
He's
his
here
Annihilate
looking a
in
little
turn 1 and got Zen
funky.
headbutted
I
for
need
like
ground type
70%.
badly, and I need habits back.
That's Aura right
Well,
there.
Right?
Going into round 5, I was
we get
very
another
much
healing wish
praying
user,
that
please?
certain monks would
I think we need one more. Can we get like a
I also need removal
Latias?
because yes, this team can run boots pretty effectively, but
We
getting
get a
to a point where you're running
Chimecho.
mono boots.
Ooh,
it's just
Chimecho
not
would be a
fun
good
at all.
one.
Chimecho would be a great round 5 here.
Can we get an Amorous Eye and give it
Another
Terra?
18
Yeah,
pick
yeah.
went by,
Terra
and
Enam.
I was in a good spot.
Yeah, Terra
then-
Enam
Not only get ground type,
really fits here.
but also got some removal. And no, they weren't the same mon, which is what I thought might happen.
Well, you can't have another
Don't
flying
have
type actually, because you already
Which
have one, right?
I wouldn't
So-
have minded, but L5's words echoed my ears of Donphan either dies in 2 turns or gets spun blocked the entire game.
Basically, propaganda. No one is immune.
So, I think I did a little bit better than that. So round 5, I got Gliscor. And I was
That's a flying type. Why would he have two of
It's
them?
great.
Wait, we're
Great
drafting
hazard set
2
with access
flying
to rock
types?
Spikes, anti-spikes.
Dude,
It's
You know what
another
this
mon
means,
to add to
right?
this list of
You have to tear the Torn every game, which means the root is just raw.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
uncooked.
incredibly annoying skill as this team gets fatter and fatter. And its offensive potential is really underrated with access to agility as well as speed. You can also do some really annoying stuff with Subtypes Protect. Toxical Poison feels great. Gives me another status absorber to go along with Jungle Healing's Rude. I mean, I have to run synthesis on that thing sometimes. And it's nice to know that I have a good pair of fallback if I get
Wait. He spent the points to make this Terra as well?
Dog.
Okay, name one matchup ever where you're like, Terra Torn? Nah. Terra Zarude? I'd rather just be a dark grass type. But Gliscor? Now that needs to Terra.
Well, the
Gotta be
Terra
safe.
normal
Rude.
for the
Yeah.
facade. Wow.
Mostly with this thing, I really did want
If
the
you
spikes.
dropped one of
I think
them?
Spikes
Okay.
is a really good progress maker at the minute.
By the way,
With the way
don't
the
think that
metagame is.
we didn't notice, TJ. You did notice Dawn Fan earlier. Just so
Yeah,
you
the
know.
influence is a little bit crazy.
Dawn Fan. Interesting.
it's important.
Interesting how you mentioned Dawn Fan.
Yeah.
That's all
Would
I'm
you like to potentially mention maybe the pre-evolution? I know you're a little cup guy.
That doesn't have rapid spin though.
It doesn't,
Right, so-
yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
it's
So
fine.
probably don't mention that
might
one,
be the
right?
pick that I was the most
Yeah.
uncertain. However, after a teeny tiny bit of convincing, I realized that this was definitely what I needed. As I said,
Convincing?
I needed some removal, and a lot of the options at this point were kind of dire.
Need some removal. Mana
However,
Buzz, Mana
one
Buzz,
stood
Mana
out
Buzz,
above
Mana
the
Buzz.
rest. So to
Dude,
go along
that's
with my
3
Gliscor,
flying types.
I
You can't
took
do
Cyclops.
that.
This thing is not cooked.
We just
It
drafted Torn T twice. What?
Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, so what happens when you tear your Torn into a dragon type?
Then you have 2 Charles Cyclozars.
Some decent.
Dude, Charles.
Well, yes, it's no longer the days where
Can you name
the
it
shed
Charles
tail
the
at this
Second
thing.
at that point?
It's still the same.
Charles II is kind of crazy. I like that.
Gee,
Yeah. Well, my
Me
Torn's
too.
a Terra normal.
Also
It's
not
now
not
Charles. the
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
great. I love knockout these campaigns. But the offensive potential of this moment is actually great.
I do like
In
offensive
Regress
Cyclozar.
potential,
It's usually
a
pretty
move
strong.
pool That makes you think it's a Gen 1 mon, but it's actually Gen 9 mon. Not just the shed skin to add to my list. Of,
Shed skin?
oh,
No,
I
it has
don't care about
regenerator.
status.
Don't kid yourself.
It's quite nice when you're not mode.
No, use regen, please. You already have like the best status absorbers in the game, being Jungle Healing Zarude and Gliscor.
Honestly.
Don't bother.
So, this thing, the reason I don't get some
and then a
is that
healing
it
wish
actually
mon,
feels
and then 3 regen mons.
Yeah, like,
unlike most spec generation. The big two being, of course,
can we get a 4th regen mon?
Because they really appreciate taking care of mediums. So, I'm delighted. Thanks, Joshua, for making sure that I actually did take this thing. And I can't wait to finally get to use this thing. I haven't used it since Mogon Draft Kickoff Tour, where it got crit by a Volcarona when I was trying to Dragon Tail it out. And I see. Yeah. So,
Rent free, right?
slowing me down this time, like that. Oh, and also, since this is DDA, and I think it's fitting, this thing will now no longer be referred to as Cyclozar for the rest of the season. It'll be referred to as Kongs. And if
As
there's a question,
Kongs in the
you can,
subtitles.
refer onto my leading team. Following this pick, it quickly came to my realization that I was incredibly poor on points. I
No
was
kidding.
left with 15 points to draft my final 3 mons. As I said earlier, a ghost type was going to be something that I
Yeah, exactly, TJ. Like, for example, when the choice banded Greninja clicks Waterfall and flinches down my Mega Sizzler, which won the game. Yeah, I remember it too.
desperately needed, especially having just acquired my Spiker in Gliscor. So, at this stage, with it being round 7, a lot of the premier ghosts are obviously gone.
Rotom.
The most ideal one
Rotom.
would have been Rotom,
Yeah.
but everyone knows that that was great in the format at the minute,
No.
so that went.
No, what?
Consider price point. However, I still think
There's
I
like
did
Mystic
pretty alright,
Water, whatever
with
it
this mon
was.
showing its prowess during DPL at various stages. Enter Miss Mages. And
Okay,
this
buddy.
is a ghost type that, because it's access to levitate, is still capable
Nice
of
hat,
beating
true.
its Beyond
Yeah.
effects.
Look,
which
it's
is a
basically a
huge
Terramon
criteria for a
without
ghost type.
tearing.
It also beats the Rapagos. It gets a bit ridiculous because you're kind of palm minding up alongside it and paint stalling it, but still beats it, so that's good.
Allegedly
And
beats
overall, it's
Terrapagos.
just a really solid ghost type. A really nice move pool, plethora of setup options, its utility is very much appreciated. And it's also a really nice scarf because people struggle with ghost resist. Yes, everyone and their mother draft dark types with how powerful they are, but a lot of them still dislike taking strong shadow balls. This Magius is a mon that I wanted to use for a little while. I was planning on using it in Trick House, and then I decided that I would have been better off taking Hisuian Zorak.
Hisuian
Fool me
Zorak is
once,
so cool, by the
shame on
way.
you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I'm not the type of person to be fooled twice.
Nah, Zoro's him.
Therefore, it's about time that I finally use this mod. It rounds out what I currently have really nicely, and it leaves me at a point where I'm not incredibly poor.
Thought this guy retired? Yeah, at least like 5 times, right?
With me
Also,
only
why
kind
is
of
the
needing
dimensions always a little bit different?
2 essential items.
Like, have you noticed that? Like, it moves around a little bit every time it cuts.
One of these criteria I'm kind of cheating on because I want 2 things out of it. One of which is another rocker to round out the team to be able to relieve some of the strain that is currently on Jirachi.
Like, you see that, right? This editing is
The other thing
top quality.
is a fairy card. And that is because dragons have become very much so a problem in some games. And this can be perfectly shown by the winter teams of Raging Bolt and Dragonite teams in DPL has gone. Or going, I guess, the finals on the date of the posting. The one for one. But those 2 criteria met me
You see this, right?
left me with really only one option.
We've moved the
Well, I
cropping.
guess 2 that they put stuff.
Yeah.
It left me with one.
Yeah.
And it was a mon I was a bit worried with doing it such, because this is a mon that
I think he's gonna get
a lot
Carbink. What do you guys
around
think?
that teams.
Holy shit, it's a
Really
fucking
insane.
carving, isn't it? Is he going to tear it as well? Because he
And
can
when
have
everyone was
3.
flying through their points like absolutely crazy, I did think someone might take the plunge and take it early. Thankfully, they did not, and I was able to get my hands on it. Therefore, I would like to welcome Carbink to the score.
What? What?
Hell yeah.
Now, Carbink does what I mentioned, which is more hazard than
It's also Terra.
It's a fairy type, which is great to have, and it's a low tier to kill. God.
Nah, Carbink is
a huge
him.
thing these days. We just have a lot of
Carbink is
options
cool,
on this
yeah.
stuff. Hazards, like I said, it can screens, it can iron defense body press in certain matchups.
No, it can't. It
Endeavor,
never does
can
that.
come after. So if I want to go level 1 Endeavor, so fine.
Level 1 Endeavor?
Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Yeah.
Just get a Rattata, bro.
And overall, it's a mon that has grown on me a lot. I used it elsewhere. I thought it was really nice as a check to a lot of top tiers. And the big one of the top tiers that I want to mention here is Darkrai, because it was a mon that I looked like I was weak to. And I played 2 of them this season because of the way the schedule worked out. So you might be seeing some more Carbink than you think. And you might notice that this is another Terra. The rule of this league means you can have up to 3 Terra captains with no cost restriction, aside from the expected Terra. The reason this mon is my 3rd Terra is because it didn't cost anything extra, and like I said, I was in sheer poverty. It could have been my last mon either, which I'll get into in a moment, but I think this thing uses Terra slightly better. Do I think I'm ever going to Terra it? No. Am I going to rule
I don't
it out
either.
completely? Also,
I will rule it out. I'll do it for you.
You gotta stay tuned and find out. But pairing Carbink over the Rude or Torn T does not sound like I'm happy. Alright.
Yeah. And
Finally,
the music changes
I'm
again.
down 5 points from my last mark. And I think anyone with any sort of draft experience is screaming the exact same thing at me right now. That being that I need a Grand Poison.
Oh my god, I thought you were gonna say I need a Granville.
I need a fast electric type.
Go be like, okay, think Granville in your head and then listen to this.
Right now. That being that I need a Grand Poison.
I thought it was gonna happen. I really thought, dude.
Now, unfortunately, there are some
Okay.
other grounded poisons that I would have liked to have used.
Every team needs a
If I only
Granville.
wait
Everyone
more.
knows
The
this.
two of which come to mind being Hisui and Quillfish and Salazzle.
Oh, Salazzle's
However,
raw.
I'm still pretty happy out with what I managed to get, even though it is a mon that I have slapped on a lot on drafts that I use poison.
Skuntank.
However, it's pretty reliable at what it does, so I'm not complaining. It's muck time.
Ew.
Now, I think you're all
Oh, that's
fairly aware of
gross.
what muck does.
Guys, do not spell muck backwards, please.
At this
Whatever
point,
you do.
it's
Wait,
my
wait,
list
wait,
for
wait,
grounded
let me-
poisons that we could
Don't
move
do it.
forward in classic
Don't.
Gen 1 fashion.
Don't.
No,
Have some setup
no.
options,
I told you
First.
not to.
which can be quite effective. Its access to knockoff is really nice. Pain Split makes it nice and annoying with recovery, his priority in Shadow's Sneak, and like I said, just some really nice coverage.
No, Muck
It
is the
can
type
take
of Pokemon to
value.
use Pain
It's
Split and end up at
probably
35.
My best or second best check to value.
Just not good.
Kind of depends what you think about Jirachi. And for a Nightbot, it's pretty decent. Do I see this thing coming a huge amount of times? No.
You see it what?
Mo-
A huge amount of times? Oh, this
Damn,
guy is
that,
dirty.
that, that's
Don't think
nice,
I'm that
that's
weak.
nice wordplay right there.
However, it's
You
still
get
better
it?
than having not. And I'm sure that there will be matchups that come up over the course of the season, where I do think that it is my best fit. And with that, it's
Oh my god, the
complete.
transition.
And it's one I'm pretty happy.
I'm pretty happy with it.
As I had a fairly ridiculous start. Yes, it is lacking a few areas.
Dude, why cyclos are like so big?
And it is
Cyclos are in Jirachi are so
the
big.
classic
They're
draft
not
pick.
bigger than Torn, are they?
However,
Like,
No way,
This
right?
doesn't look size accurate right now.
Well, they say-
Actually, Torn's actually pretty small. Gliscor's pretty big though, isn't it? And like Aloe.
Aloe's gotta be massive, right? It's based off of
feel like
Sunfish, and those are
Gliscor-
like bigger than like 2 people combined. Like spread out. I don't know.
and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. So,
No, they say size
There's lots
doesn't
of
matter,
really
but like
things
you look at
that
this,
like-
it just seems off.
and
Yeah,
Gliscor's listed at 6'7". So rude height.
Aloe HP is like 200, it has to be the entire screen.
It has been a
His
lot
root's
more
like
productive.
5'11".
That would be a funny bit, actually.
I hope you all enjoyed the final product came out. I know that I've worked pretty hard on this. So I hope that you all love it, and I hope you all support accordingly. And look forward to future videos with this team.
And Torn T is like 4'7".
I do
Bro.
plan on doing some weekly for the moment.
Okay, guys. Can we please subscribe to TJ Boat? He needs to afford a new mic. Desperately. Please, 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 please. Alright.
What do you watch? We had a date in the Philippines. Why are you going to my home country?
My bad.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Last game. Starts in 40 minutes or something. Man.
Man.
Drop a like too. I could close these out. Too many tabs open. And my music. Hell yeah. Alright. I guess what we could do is we could watch the game that happened in the regular season between these two teams, because it is a rematch. When was it? Week 4? Oh my god. I just first tried that. I might be raw for that. So this is the matchup that will be deciding the DPL finals. Now this game itself was definitely fake, because just watch it. Alright, Roaring Moon into Garchomp. Immediately misses Scale Shot into Outrage KO. Sick. Like,
Big.
already the game is fake.
Big. Yeah.
Bioswine in.
Outrage. Rocks up? No, Icicle Spear. Okay.
Alright, dead. But now Urshifu comes in and doesn't switch out, I'm pretty sure. Like, okay, forces the Terra Water. Swords Dances again on the Strength Sap. And Witch is cooked.
Uh-oh. Oh, we lost. GG.
And we dodge Stun Spore.
Ah,
It's such a fake game, dude. Misses another Stun Spore. Yeah, rub it in, dude. Just rub it in.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be it.
Does Brock live one?
It'll live one, but does it kill back? Nope.
Oh, that did nothing. Holy moly.
So, we're gonna see part 2 of this. Hopefully, we don't see any insane hacks turn 1 into double dodge. Yeah. This is not terrible.
Oh, it's a Resto Chesto too? Oh,
yeah,
that
he's
is
just
dirty.
cooked.
He even got the fiery dance, and it's acro. Oh wait. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
for the Sinistra. Oh my god. Wrap this one up. So, what are they gonna do against this Terra Flying Urshifu? What are you supposed to do about it?
Well, your flying resist is Empoleon. That's not a very good flying resist for the
Not
fighting
good at
type.
all. Foul play? True. Foul play what? Sinistra? Does it get foul play?
I don't think it does it? Oh wait, it does, right? I don't know.
Probably does. Is that Vinny? It was Panda versus Slick Panther. Ignore you? Done. Yes, it does. But, like, surely you bring, like, something for it. Do you just bring a similar set again with Urshifu? Like, after that...
Honestly, just bring the same exact set. They won't see it coming.
Yeah, because they'll be like, oh, they're going to expect us to prep for it, and they're not going to bring the same set, and then you just bring the exact same one. But, like, make it 4 points faster. Thoughts? A red card? I don't know. Maybe there's an Iron Moth set that can do it.
I mean, yeah, it is Terra Iron Moth, so.
Wait, hold the phone.
Holding.
What was the Terra on Moth this time? It was Fairy. Yeah, Fairy makes a
Fairy.
lot of sense.
I mean, Fairy, yeah, versus that team.
He didn't Trailblaze. Let's just not miss Scale Shot with our only faster Mon turn 1. True. Yeah. And then not miss 2 Stun Spores in a row. That's probably helpful, I would have to say. Who dare text me? Is it important?
Is me.
It's just my mom. So important? Yes, but nothing pertinent. Alright. But like, how is Undead supposed to approach this, right? Urshifu, obviously massive threat, as demonstrated. But like, Terrapagos doesn't do anything here. It's just like emergency check, just things. Wait, they brought T-Bolt last time. T-Bolt just hits Corv, though. That's the only one, and I guess Urshifu.
Yeah.
But I was looking at this earlier, I thought you needed Starstorm, Earth Power, Dazzling Gleam. So where's the room for T-Bolt? You just don't have spin? Just say, there's 2 ghosts, he's not gonna let me spin. May as well just pack more coverage. Like, what do
That's
you
fair,
need coverage
to be honest.
for? I guess it would just be the Corviknight, right? But Corviknight gives up the spin, but our Hazard's really going to be the thing that loses you the game? Maybe not? I don't know. So first off, this Roaring Moon needs to not die turn 1 for fun. That's probably helpful, right? It did reveal booster attacks, scale shot, lead. So what does that tell us about the Roaring Moon? If it's your lead with booster energy, are you just trying to like weaken the Corviknight early?
Probably, right?
What does that do for you though? We benched the Zapdos, so we don't really need the flying check gone. Feels like a big investment for like no real reward. Corv walls every other move, unfortunately. Yeah. Like, why are we prioritizing killing the Corv so big that we're gonna lead with a booster moon? Maybe it's there to try to deny like a lead chomp from getting too many hazards up. Maybe counter lead on like Mew Pecharunt, but feels not very strong. Like, is there a better lead option? Maybe just lead Rockster Apagos and get them up. But you might need that shell for the Urshifu or like a +2 Chomp. Nasty Plot Dart. There's a lot of things that can threaten this team. Dude, DUI's winning. Look at this. What is Undead even supposed to bring to stop any of these guys? I don't see.
I think he just gives up.
Just
Thoughts?
give up? Yeah. Consider it done.
No, I think Undead's the GOAT though, so.
I think Flame will probably bring some sort of offense build. Because it seems pretty reasonable to break the shell with one Pokemon, sweep with the next one, or like weaken the Sinistcha with something and then Urshifu's opened up, for example. Like a lot of like combinations like that seem possible. Lead Fairy Moth on a balloon is good here. I mean, it'll prevent the Garchomp from being too threatening, but outside of that, what do you even do? Like, you don't have a boosting item, you're not Boots. If hazards go up, you're just cooked. And hazard stack is definitely viable here. You have double spin block. Although maybe Sableye is on the bench. Because Sableye is kind of annoying into stuff like Iron Moth and Roaring Moon. I'm sure you can T-Wave Iron Moth, but Roaring Moon, you literally need to bring like low kick or like low sweep. Something to prevent DDs, because you can't Encore it, you can't T-Wave, it's immune.
You can Dazzling Gleam and do like 50%.
Yeah, something like that. I usually run low sweep on my Sableyes versus Roaring Moon, especially here versus Terapagos, right? Because you'll break the shell and get the speed drop, prevent the Roaring Moon from ever going +2, so your Darkrai should outspeed. Is there a way you can lure the Petra in, and then your Zapdos becomes a bigger threat? I don't think Zapdos is even that good in the first place. Imagine if Sableye is not Prankster and it burns Moon. I think that's probably not going to happen. Zap vs. Petch Mew Corv. Yeah, it's like Undead's offense doesn't feel good. Right. What is happening here?
What happened?
Greg added the two teams playing,
Perfect.
but chains and whips excite me. He said. Playing at the bar right now. Alright, what are we doing for 25 minutes?
I don't know.
I feel like Flame should just coast to a win here, but Undead, he's pretty good, right? We watch Perfected Blue replays. I don't think he's played anything in a long time. Is your entire career just Thanos snapped by Zarel?
I mean, kind of.
Kind of, right?
What's the last Perfecte Blue replay? Versus high jump 5-ing over a year ago. Nice. Oh yeah, this is all like for... Yeah, I only see one Gen 8 game here. Oh my god. Holy... Okay, yeah. Ooh.
The GSA LC Cup. By the way, finals still needs to happen.
Who is Hello I'm Blue? They kicked my ass. Holy shit.
I have no idea.
OB3? I beat this guy's ass, like, easily. He sucks. We could watch Vergi 1 replays. You like that, don't you?
Oh, that's pretty raw.
Vergi
Let's
1
see.
replays.
Is this Vergi 1? Seems like it.
That is a Vergi 1 replay, yeah.
Whoa. We see an Annihilate in the big 2025. I assume
Have I
it's Terra
seen you any
Blaziken.
replays?
Any replays? I don't think so.
No, like, in the past, you probably just ignored them. Ooh, how about this one?
The
Wow, that's a
DPL
replays.
Awards ballot? That's actually a good idea. We should do that instead, to be honest.
DPL Awards? Yeah, I know all about the awards this season.
Yeah, tell me more.
My MVP is Scrappy 10.
Wrong. Yes, awards? Okay.
Shit.
So what are the award categories from last time? Award nominations. Alright. How am I gonna put this on screen? Let's just... What if I go to here? New document. Okay, dude. There we go. On screen? Yep. Worst pickup, Scrappy 10. It's already penciled in. Alright, MVP. It's either Josh or Flane, right? Those are the ones in the running.
Yes.
Steal of the season. Let's see, who is Steal of the season? Who is even eligible for low cost? Oh, Carson, right? 7.5k. He went 6-1 for us. Jay
Yeah.
Ricky as well, 5.5k, 6-1. Agent Flame, 3k mids pickup. Probably just gonna be that, right? Wagon Fruit as well, 6k. Had a really impressive season, 6-1 as well. A lot of 6-1 players in their first tour. Paddock, 7.5k. He's also, what, 6-1? Like, surely they're not all 6-1, right?
Didn't you beat Wagon Fruit?
I did. Oh, he's 5-2. Yeah.
Damn.
So I do just be lying. 6-2, right? Because he won in finals. And that's not in the doc yet. I saw a J-Ricky game versus Slap recently, and he was not very happy. Who wasn't happy? J-Ricky? Best chat and Jericho's not happy. Is there a replay? I want to watch that. Loki. But anyways, yeah. One of Flane, Sammy, Paddox, Jay, Ricky Carson. These are all very cheap players, and they all had great seasons. So, yeah, realistically, it probably will just be Flane. Biggest wheelchair? Oh my god. There's some...
I've never watched any games, so it's like you should... Dude, the one we just watched with the Urshifu, that was kind of
raw, but it's also just like, wow, nice, just miss all your moves. Okay, we gotta watch this though. What's happening here? Gigaton D's nuts. Sneasel leading a Chomp, and the Chomp switches for whatever reason. I don't know. Alright, Lando in, swag. Game theory? Ori in. Alright, where does he get mad? Mandibuzz in Big 2025? Mandibuzz is good. But you know what's even better? Valiant Chomp. Sneasler, the King Gambit switch in. Catches the Terra Fairy, but now you're in sucker range.
Gotta go. Oh. Okay,
Oh,
goodbye, King 05.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hate that guy. But Pet's just forever walls Sneasler. Malignance into Lando. Poison, Confuse. Let me guess, hit yourself? Nope. Okay. Mandibuzz in. On Hex, okay. But this doesn't force out Petulant. I guess it does. Sure, U-turn. And then we miss Wisp. Hit the next one, but it's Lumberry? No, it's not. Oh, but it's crit. Oh, there's stuff in the chat. Keep haxing me, I'm almost finished. Dirty boy. Crown in. You're just gonna Tachyon or ooh, the raw Calm Mind on the switch. He's crazy for that. Agility, a little bit greedy there. Light screen goes up. Calm Minds again. And there's the T-Wave, yeah. What? And we get Dragon-tailed. Nice, dude. So he's just completely cooked. I thought this would be fun. Whoa, you can't just call someone a good turn. Biggest wheelchair gotta be the I Devon game with Serp. Oh man. That's kind of rough, yeah. I don't know, is it truly a wheelchair if you just dodge every single move ever? I don't know. Okay, Slowking in. Those are Psynoids. Volt switch is incoming. Sack the crown. Bang. Free my dog. Olivia versus Phony. Yo, Loki. Yeah. That's kind of a good shout. Alright, last switch in for Sneasler, but there is still a 94% HP Petulant right there. And we're just cooked. Trying to go for the sleep or something. Throat chop for a crisp 31. Yeah, exactly, Clyde. That was like super raw. This is a loss, right? Oh, B for real. He's actually heated. Nice. Yeah, sack the fortress. Love to see it. Unbelievable. Remember some Dawn Mist games after the tiebreak games? No, after the tiebreak is over, I'm ending stream. Idiot, stupid Garchomp. Yo! Only 2 hits? This guy is so lucky. Oh, brother. I did not have fun. Yo. Missing out on the charged Zapdos in seasonal top 8? Is that happening right now? Rage baiting so hard. Yeah, hook, line, and sinker. Rivers Peyton, yeah. Gypsy versus Boas week 1. Low-key. Thanks for the experience. Are we close to the game starting? They have not said anything. Just for the experience line, yeah. You're saying this game is up there? I mean, this is where the SERP comes in on defog and then wins the game immediately. Right here. Defog is the evasion, and now, chat? We might be cooked. Because Leaf Storm here gets the Eye Papa Berry or whatever. And we just dodge U-turn. Nice. Sack Rotom. Okay, fair enough. And now we go Charizard. Die to Dragon Pulse. We go Weavile. Miss the Icicle Crash. Die. We go Zero. We miss the Fire Punch. And we die. And our Klefki gets crit. Yeah. Yeah, before Goldango existed, this is how you blocked defog. You use Superior. What else? Wheelchair this season. Let's see. Wouldn't have happened if that Rotom Wash was Blastoise. You so right for that. What else is there? I've seen worse Rotom Wash Serp interactions. You and me both, buddy. You and me both. Shout out GCS. Gold, Crystal, Silver. Or Simon being wheelchaired by Sean might be there. Where was that? Week 2, maybe? Yeah, here it is. Let me refresh my memory on this one. Zarude immediately leads. Oh, I immediately recognize the game. Yeah. It overheats into an eject button, but that is like giga specs. Taunt on the stealth rock, earth power. Zarude comes in and we just let him do it. Free rocks, right? And the game's over. One of Zarude's only wins. Now this was pre-mid Zarude where it had a positive win rate. Believe it or not. Yeah, this was pretty rough to watch, I'm not gonna lie. What other wheelchairs were there? I mean, a better way of doing this is to go to the replay channel and see which ones have a wheelchair react. Me vs 100p, self-glaze, yep. Let's see. $33 wheelchair reacts, 1 versus Undead, GG. Oh, this is where Undead had like a stroke and sacked his Zeraora to Scarf Chomp just for fun, and then lost to Weavile. Hazards go up. Zap in, Toxic Trade. We Z into the Deancey, but it lives because it's regular form. Go Licks on Protect. Why did we Protect? No idea. And then here, we just sack Zeraora. Literally out of respect. And then, what, world's biggest defog ever, right? Yeah. Weavile in on T-Spike, SD up, Taunt, and it's Lumberry as well, so. And that's gonna beat the game. Kinda crazy. Oh, this one has 33 reacts as well, which is quite a lot. What was this one? Immediately tricked. So it's a Scarf Heatran now. Tricks the Tinglu, so everyone is just losing their item for fun. Spins, takes helmet, yeah. And Supercell Sun is 34. Ridiculous, by the way. Oh, and then Mew sets up, and right, the game ends because very Mew. And we're just cooked. The nerf Zazzle game where DD and Megagira won on a benched Feeny matchup, maybe? Oh, true. That one was kind of crazy. Let me see if I can find that. I gotta scroll a little bit. Oh no. I just remembered, this has to be the game. It just has to be this, right? Wheelchair this season? It simply must be this game. The D9 just leads and doesn't switch, dude. It just has to be this one, right? And Scarcity 25 is Impulse, right? Match of the season. Finals tiebreak happening in 2 minutes. No, 5 minutes, but like still. it was being a good guy, DDing again to make up for the Wisp miss. Yeah, but even then, like, just +1 D-Knight was gonna do a lot. You have to hit 2 in a row. Which is like, probably 60-something% odds. Not only that, you had to avoid Ironhead flinch. Yep. You know what, Clyde? Everything might just end up being a 50-50. At the end of the day, it either happens or it doesn't, right? Never watched this one? Yeah. That one was kind of crazy. Match of the season? I mean, there was a lot of really great matches this season. Where's Boas Gypsy? That was like week 1. Let me pull it up. Alright, what happened here? Torn lead, arrow in, but the arrow is slower than Torn due to Aura speed mechanics. Gets iron-tailed. Match of the season hasn't happened yet. Undead Gaming, that's what I'm saying. And then Crook comes in, it's helmet faster than Diggersby. All the good stuff. Knocks out the Mew on the switch. Then Cress in on Mew. And it's Scarf Trick on the taunt, and Boas is just cooked now. Double to Venusaur on the Diggersby. Oh my god. Sazin Sludge Bombs. Fishing for poison. Gets it here. Torn in on the Scarf Locked Roost. So, free U-turn if you want to take it, or just Hurricane, either one. Takes the U-turn. Venu in, Sludge Bomb, looks like a KO at this point. But no, Synthesis up first on rocks.
Oh, why are we watching this game? No.
We're watching wheelchairs of the season candidates, but it has to be the D-Knight
no.
sweep, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Growth Venusaur as well, forcing a KO now.
Bro, you know, if Hurricane missed, I think Boas had this game on Fort.
Yeah.
Or not
so?
Hurricane.
Iron Tail?
The Iron Tail, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he won. So sad.
Maybe, but like...
I mean, I'm not being serious, but yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he played all that bad considering what happened. I feel like Gypsy just got just trusted his prep and made like a really, like he made like a gamble, I think.
Well, he also just calcs the
Tail.
knockoff damage.
Yeah.
Knows that the arrow has HP on it. Means it's not going to be faster than Torn.
It's still like a risk to just go for it because
It's a
like
risk,
you could
yeah.
lose Torn.
It's
And
like a
I think it's like really hard for him.
calculated risk,
I don't know.
paid off, obviously.
I didn't think he would like make the risk, honestly, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Alright, let me close all these tabs.
It's almost time.
Oh, I just closed my my music. Oops.
Bro, Blitz, I can't say something nice about my teammates. This is crazy. You're such a mean person.
Over for a month and he's still defending his Dookie team.
Bro, all I said was like that I don't think he played that bad.
They were also one game off of playoffs.
Yeah.
It's pretty reasonable, right?
Like,
right.
what other games were up for wheelchair?
Oh, it was like, I don't know. I just closed all my tabs. Perfect timing.
Oh, did it start?
Looks like it's starting pretty soon. Both players are here, it looks
Nice.
like. So,
I'm so excited.
you mean that?
No.
Oh man. You ready to go? for all the marbles.
Already.
In
Has the
Agent Flame we
DPL
trust.
ever? Has the DPL like ever gone like this? Like game 11 of the finals?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wings of Wrath, right?
Okay.
I'm sure other ones as well. Oh, the sending the challenge. Here we go. Let's be honest, is Agent Flame like losing any mocks at all? So looking at this, the matchup seems like 90-10 in my opinion.
She's won the 2 mocks that I saw, so I
Yeah,
think she's got this.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
90-10 is crazy, but like what is Undead supposed to do here? Please explain. I don't know. I think he just loses. I don't know, it's Pokemon, so anyone can win, but like, seems pretty confident. There's got to be some like unexpected tech then from Undead's side. Maybe some like cursed Roaring Moon set is able to do it. I don't know.
I don't think Roaring Moon gets cursed, but I could be wrong. Alright, the challenge has been set.
Alright.
We got the hero versus the villain to the side DPL finals.
True.
No, and that is not the hero.
Some say.
It started.
Yep, there it is. Another Roaring Moon lead.
I'm gonna post it in Smogon general. I think I want to see it.
Okay. Immediate T-Wave on Moth. Oh my god, game's over. Okay, Terra types, right? Flying Urshifu again, and Terra Water Petch. On the other side, we see Fairy Moth and Water Sinistra, so the exact same Terras.
That's kind of like what I expected from both teams.
Yeah.
I guess maybe not the Runt Terra. Like I don't know.
Wrap it
Terra,
up.
like...
Wrap it up, dude.
Yikes.
It's over, dude. It's so over. So, obviously, Agent Flame off to a fantastic start. Yo, make it stop. Rocks up. Spike up. Okay.
Spikes up.
Rocks Mew, maybe? No, right?
It
Surely
should have
not.
both.
Yeah, it could have both. I guess Spike is more valuable if you have to pick one because there's no flying types. So Spike first is correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me move my chat so where you can see it. There we go. So Pilo in to trade a hazard, I assume. You'd think Corviknight comes in and just, yeah. Threatens a body press, goes for U-turn or something.
It'd be like screens, something like that. I don't think he defog here.
No, you never defog in this matchup. By the way, Terapagos is benched. Notable.
So I don't think we're gonna see hazards like be removed by either team. Then I don't think Undead had another remover.
No,
probably
don't.
unlocked defog.
Goes for an Earthquake
Light
predicting a
screen.
U-turn. Okay. But mirror
Mirror
armor, okay.
armor.
And both screens are
That's
up. Okay. Now what, you just U-turn to Urshifu or like set up Mew and the game ends? Thoughts?
You could do that, yeah. You could do that for sure.
Is Urshifu gonna do it again? About to find out, right? Like, hard into Garchomp,
Chomp.
in before Spike, but it's Boots Chomp. See that?
Do you think that should be like Sword Dance Chomp?
It's slower.
It's slow.
Oh, it's
wow.
Dragon Tail.
No,
Okay.
it's detailed.
Okay, I was
Okay,
like,
so
this is about to be a crazy Trick Room Garchomp set.
so it's definitely not Sword Dance then, if it's gonna be Dragon
Yeah.
Tail. Okay.
Looks like Boots on Sinistra. Roaring Moon forced in, but Reflect is up. This Garchomp is not even close to forced out.
Yeah,
Can't
no.
go Corviknight
It
if you'd
looks
like.
It's probably a really bulky Chomp.
Probably. I mean,
And
it's
detailed
Boots.
spray again if you want to do that.
You could also just go Corv, but yeah, staying in is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, this feels like a weird use of the screens, though. Like, surely
It
screens
definitely
into, like,
is.
Mew or Urshifu was a little bit better. But hey. If you have rocks, you click it this turn, I think, right? On the Chomp?
I think I would, yeah, if I had it. I mean, you could just detail again, like, I guess, if you
You
wanted
could.
to.
I think rocks is worth the click, though, right?
Yeah, it seems nice, especially, like, for the guys that are boots.
Mm-hmm. Sinistra in again on another Dragon Tail, so it's low,
Yikes.
but like, I don't know. 2 turns of Reflect. I wonder if that U-turn reveals anything on the Roaring Moon. Is that Banded Moon? Is it
Could be
18
Scarfed.
behind Screen versus Bulky Chomp? That means 36 usually.
The teacup again.
Yeah. But now it's like fully in Urshifu range. And the moon is like basically dead now. 1 turn of Reflect left. Dragon Tail Chomp behind Screen soloing a whole team. Kinda crazy, yeah. If you turn to 17, how much does like Outrage do?
I don't think it kills.
I think it
does.
kills.
Okay. I'm stupid then.
No, don't be stupid. Anyways, next round of screens. Go up. Do you even screen as the Corv, or do you just take the U-turn KO?
If I have you turn, I probably just do that.
Give me the lowdown on the situation. This is the deciding game of finals. It's 1-1 in a best of 3 after they tied up a best of 8, 4-4. So this is for all of the marbles, LRXC. And I think Agent Flame has a very dominant matchup. So it's interesting to see if Undead... this is Undead, by the way. Whoops. If Undead can, like, come back from this. Brave Bird? Okay,
Brave
so
Bird.
Roaring Moon goes down. That was one of the major threats. And the Iron Moth is paralyzed. So it looks like
The
the
teacup's
scene...
gonna have to do it.
The
If,
scene
like,
has
Undead's gonna
been
win.
set for the Urshifu. I think you have to go Sinistra and Strength Sap immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Because you really need HP on it. Otherwise, literally the Urshifu comes in and wins immediately. Like, you cannot do a
Does-
single thing versus it.
Does the Corbinite kill with Brave Bird though if you tear water?
No. It also should be faster than the Corv.
Oh, okay.
Because it's Boot Sinistra, it'll live anything. Even if it is slower, which it shouldn't be. Maybe it is, though. It only takes a few EVs to creep like a slow Sinistra. And it's very likely to be max Fizdef in this matchup, so maybe actually the Corv is faster, who's to say? It is looking rough, though. Because if you don't heal your Sinistra, like, within the next turn, the Urshifu will just win the game. Like, it's not deeper than that. That's right, keep thinking, buddy. My webcam's a little bit over that, but... Right. Rack of Debt timer. Hell yeah. I don't think it's that complicated of a position right now, but obviously Undead is super worried about the Urshifu. He knows it's a massive threat.
Yeah.
And he doesn't heal the Sinistra. Goes Moth instead.
Do you keep the Corby here?
Well, you went Petrant the first time on Toxic. You know this is like a defensive Moth if it's using Toxic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see
Yeah,
a
so I
reason
guess
why you
they're
can't
running
just go Petch
3.
again. Save the Corviknight. Also, though, it is paralyzed. You could opt to get a screen up, sack your Corviknight, and then try to set up with Urshifu and win. That possible? I don't know. I feel like light screen, because you don't need your Corviknight. The moon's dead. What do you need it for? The screens are nice, but you don't need it. Does Sinistra heal though? Mirror Armor, so Bravebird will whittle it down. Well, you would Terra Water in that case, so Bravebird is not doing that much damage. And you still get the max Strength Sap recovery every time. I don't think you set up in front of the Moth with Urshifu. I think you just kill it. Because I don't think you even need to set up at all. You just click Surging Strikes versus Iron Moth. Yeah, here's a light screen going up. You live that. Has the option to click Reflect, or you could even Roost, right? Try to get this a little bit healthier, fish for Paras. You could also keep this as a Rock Sack to actually block Sinistra's Strength Sap. I think that's actually the play. Hard Petrant right here. Is that not like a super smart play? You keep the Rock Sack. So
Is it
Sinistra,
for sure like in range of rocks though?
It's 12, yeah. 100%.
Okay.
No, he just
Reflect.
gets up the
Okay.
Reflect. Is this...
Fair enough.
This is light clay, right? Yeah. 100% light clay.
Yeah.
I would save this. Goes for taunt, but what are we taunting? I guess we're sacking the Corvette. Free switch. Another spike goes down, but recoil goes down. I think Urshifu just comes in and wins, no?
It looks like it could, yeah.
What's the out? Undead tried to soul read the hard Petch play. I mean, even if you do call the hard Petch play with Quillfish, does that even get you out of the sticky situation? Okay, Mew comes in. Never mind. Not
Okay.
the Urshifu. This could be weakness policy, DD. Try to DD on a crunch. There's a taunt. Okay, Pilosfine not oblivious.
It is DD.
Yep. And behind screens, that does 17, dude. Sacks to spike. Do we DD again? We DD again.
Oh,
I think this is it. Empoleon comes
Uh-oh.
in. Is this Choppleberry? Because this is certainly CC. Dragon Dance, Taunt, Psychic Things, CC. Alright, plus
It
2
was
Mew.
literally... It was the set that Zoot predicted
It is, yeah.
6 hours ago.
But even if this is Choppleberry and lives, the Urshifu follow-up seems unstoppable.
Yeah.
And there's a taunt as well, so you can't even like do anything about it. Although, maybe the taunt is... Oh, it's Drain Punch, not CC. I was thinking CC, maybe taunt's not the play there.
Yeah, no, this is over. DUI
Yeah,
wins.
this is super over. And that's going to be DUI taking DPL finals. And Agent Flame, a mid-season pickup by the way, has completed 7-0 season. After not being around in the first half of the season. Like, that's unprecedented.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
We are the champions, my friends. This is great. Yeah, like I was saying before, this matchup is so in Agent Flame's favor, and to be fair, she did not waste that opportunity, right? Get your screens up, get your like really great offensive pieces in a great position. Use the Dragon Tail Garchomp early to force chip on the Sinistra, which was impactful, right? Because if Sinistra can just come in on Mew, potentially Shadow Ball, maybe it becomes a little bit of an issue. Who's to say? But like that Urshifu in the back was always going to win, even if this Mew didn't. So yeah, just plays her cards right. And the first seed curse continues, yep. That's another piece of lore, right? Pardon the Eruption, which is Undead's team, they were the first seed, but in 9 seasons of DPL, the first seed has never won. They're always out in playoffs. So this just adds another one to that list. So, yeah. Really good series to watch, obviously entertaining.
Yeah. This might be like the best DPL season ever, honestly. I thought it was really good for the most part.
Yeah, I think the quality of play was probably the highest it's been in a long time, if not ever. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Some say like season 5 is where like the player peak happened, which for the time it was pretty insane. But now you have like a new generation of talent coming in, and they're all really good at Pokemon. Like,
yeah.
yeah, I think this season has been one of my favorites for sure. And ironically, is Rage vs. Pi not game of the season just because of the game itself? That might be it, honestly, because that game had some crazy implications. Alright, congrats to DUI. I mean, obviously, they did a great job. Deserved the win. I mean, they knocked out my team in semifinals, so obviously rooting for them to win the whole thing, so I can say we lost to the winners. Just feels better to say.
I'm kind of happy that we beat the winners, you know?
Yeah.
We get to hang that up on our heads. But no, they deserved it for sure. That was a really great series by them.
Yeah. Let's see. Zapdos and the Terrapagos was benched. And that's going to be DPL Season 9. Now, we did stream all of the games throughout the entire season, and I'm going to be doing that for DCL as well. At least that's the plan, assuming I have, enough time. I did get a little bit busier in the past, little bit, but we should have time on Tuesdays to do the watch parties as usual. In the meantime, probably do some more DPL content focused around like what Pokemon overperformed, what are the games of the seasons, like some deep dives in some of those, stuff like that. Kind of what I did at the end of the DCL season last year. That sort of similar kind of content. With Smogon, a lot of newer talent was found too that never would have been known about. True? Yeah. I don't know, like in the past, we've seen Smogon players make the jump over to like the DPL, and it's always hit or miss, right? Part of it is, do they actually care enough to put in 100%? Most of the time, not really. I mean, they're not really draft players, why should they care? But then sometimes you find people like Lax, Blunder had a great season in DPL, where they just show up and they do really well.
Craig,
So,
I think it's
Craig
probably
is
like the
for
biggest
sure.
one.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think that's going to be it for me. It's been a little bit of a longer stream, almost 5 hours, so I'm going to head out.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks for joining me.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, and we'll be back with another stream on probably Tuesday, as usual. All right. Peace.